9. Neocolonial pacification in the U.S. 1. Forcing democracy on Native Americans. We don't have to look across the world to confront neocolonialism, since some of the most sophisticated examples are right here. The New Deal reforms on the Native American reservations during the 1930s are a classic case of neocolonial strategy. The U.S. empire has always had a special problem with the Indian nations, in that their varied ways of life were often communistic. As the U.S. Commissioner of Indian Affairs said in 1838, common property and civilization cannot coexist. The U.S. government enacted a genocidal campaign to erase Indian culture, including prison schools for Indian children, suppression of Indian institutions, economy, and religion. And still the Indian nations and peoples survived, resisted, endured. An AIM comrade has pointed out, the founding fathers of the United States equated capitalism with civilization. They had to, given their mentality. To them civilization meant their society, which was a capitalist society. Therefore, from the earliest times the wars against Indians were not only to take over the land but also to squash the threatening example of Indian communism. Jefferson was not the only man of his time to advocate imposing a capitalistic and possessive society on Indians as a way to civilize them. The bad example was a real threat. The reason the eastern Indian nations from Florida to New York State and from the Atlantic to Ohio and Louisiana are today so racially mixed is because indentured servants, landless poor whites, escaped black slaves, chose our societies over the white society that oppressed them. Beginning in the 1890s we have been red-baited and branded as commies in Congress, see the congressional record, and in the executive boards of churches. That was a very strong weapon in the 1920s and 1930s, and in the Oklahoma area any Indian traditional who was an organizer was called a communist or even a wobbly. So we have always defined our struggle not only as a struggle for land but also a struggle to retain our cultural values. Those values are communistic values. Our societies were and are communistic societies. The U.S. government has always understood that very well. It has not branded us all these years as communists because we tried to form labor unions or because we hung out with the IWW or the Communist Party, but because the U.S. government correctly identified our political system. It did not make that a public issue because that would have been dangerous, and because it has been far more efficient to say that we are savages and primitive. Not only did the Indian nations resist, but this resistance included the determined refusal of many Indians to give up their collective land. This rejection of capitalism was a hindrance for the oil corporations, the mineral interests, and the ranchers. Characteristically, the New Deal decided, in the words of the U.S. Commissioner of Indian Affairs, that, the Indian if given the right opportunities could do what the government had failed to do, he could arrange a place for himself and his customs in this modern America. The New Deal pacification program for the reservations was to give Indians capitalistic democracy and self-government. Under the direction of the U.S. government, bourgeois democratic, that is undemocratic, tribal governments were set up, with settleristic tribal constitutions, paid elected officials, and new layers of Indian civil servants. In other words, Indians would be given their own capitalistic reservation governments to do from within what the settler conquests had been unable to completely succeed at from the outside. This neocolonial strategy was led by a young, liberal anthropologist, John Collier, who had been appointed U.S. Commissioner of Indian Affairs in 1933 to reform the reservation system. Unlike the openly hostile and repressive pronouncements of his predecessors, Collier spoke sweetly of how much he respected Indian culture and how much Indians should be freed to change themselves. Honeyed words, indeed, covering up for a new assault, in the past, The government tried to encourage economic independence and initiative by the allotment system, giving each Indian a portion of land and the right to dispose of it. As a result, of the 138,000 acres which Indians possessed in 1887, they have lost all but 47,000 acres, and the lost area includes the land that was most valuable. Further, the government sought to give the Indian the schooling of whites, teaching him to despise his old customs and habits as barbaric. We have proposed in opposition to such a policy to recognize and respect the Indian as he is. We think he must be so accepted before he can be assisted to become something else. There is the smooth talk of the welfare administrator and the colonial official in those words. Notice that the old law gave Indians only one right, the right to sell their land to the settlers. Having worked that strategy to its limits, the U.S. Empire now needed to switch strategies in order to keep exploiting the rest of the reservation lands. Now Washington would pose as the protector of Indian culture in order to change Indians into something else. Officially, Indian culture would become another respected ethnic remnant, like St. Patrick's Day parades, that would add color to settler society. But instead of Indian sovereignty, culture, economy and national development, tribal government was local government according to the rules of capitalist culture. It was a partial reorganization of reservation life to capitalism. The 1934 Wheeler-Howard Act repealed the 1887 Allotment Act, authorized elections to pass new tribal constitutions to set up the new neo-colonial reservation governments, established a $10 million loan fund to support the new governments, and officially gave Indians preference for employment with the U.S. Indian Service. The campaign to twist Indian arms to accept this new arrangement was very heavy. U.S. Commissioner Collier himself admitted that while the government had the power to force the reservations to accept these bourgeois governments, for the strategy to work at least some number of Indians had to be persuaded to voluntarily take it in. Large numbers of Indians were hired to work in the Indian Service, their numbers reaching 40% of the total employees by 1935. 19,000 Indians were hired to work in various federal programs, while an additional 14,000 worked in the Civilian Conservation Corps relief camps. Close to 20% of all adult Indians were temporarily employed by the federal government. The distrust and resistance were considerable. The New York Times commented, "This difficulty has been recognized by the creation by the Indian Office of an organizational unit of field agents and special men who will cooperate with tribal councils, business committees and special tribal commissions in framing the constitutions now permitted." Still, some 54 reservations, with 85,000 Indians, voted against the new tribal governments. History has proved that the main economic function of the neo-colonial reservation governments has been to lease away, usually at bargain prices, the mineral, grazing, and water rights to the settlers. Great amounts of natural resources are involved. A very conservative Euro-American estimate said, Indian lands are estimated to contain up to 13% of the nation's coal reserves, 3% of its oil and gas, and significant amounts of other minerals including uranium and phosphate. Instead of the old practice of individual sale of small plots of land, which could be blocked by an Indian's refusal to sell, the new, capitalistic tribal governments signed wholesale mineral rights leases with major corporations. The Navajo tribal government, led by the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, signed leases as late as the 1960s that gave away Navajo coal for a mere 2% of its market value. So the impact of the 1930s self-government reforms was to step up the economic exploitation of Indian nations. At Pine Ridge the Sioux families were encouraged to end their subsistence farming and move off their land and into government-built housing projects, and then lease their useless land to the settler businessmen. Those Euro-American ranchers pay an average of $3 per acre each year to possess Indian land, far cheaper than buying it. While the Sioux who insist on staying on their land are deliberately denied water, electricity, seed, and livestock, so as to pressure them into leaving their land. The Euro-American ranchers who use Indian land receive constant government aid and subsidies. Control of the land and its resources still remains a steady preoccupation to the settler empire. Even most of the food production of the Indian nations is taken by settlers. In 1968, the Bureau of Indian Affairs said that the reservations produced then $170 million annually in agriculture, hunting, and fishing. Of this total, the BIA estimated that Indians only consumed $20 million worth, while receiving another $16 million in rent. 75% of the total reservation food production was owned by settlers. U.S. imperialism literally created bourgeois Indian governments on the reservations to give it what it wanted and to disrupt from within the national culture. These are governments led by the Dick Wilsons and Peter MacDonalds, of elements whose capitalistic ideology and income was tied to collaboration with the larger capitalist world. It is also telling that those professional Indians whose well-being is dependent upon foundation grants and government programs, such as Vine Deloria, Jr., author of the best-selling book, Custer Died for Your Sins, praised the Collier reorganization of the 30s as the best thing that even happened to them. When Native Americans overcome the neocolonial rule and assert their sovereignty against U.S. imperialism, as AIM has, then the fixed ballot box is reinforced by assassination, frame-ups, and even massive military repression. The U.S. military moved in 1972 to prop up the neocolonial Dick Wilson regime at Pine Ridge, just as in Zaire the neocolonial Mobutu regime had to be rescued in both 1977 and 1978 by airborne French Foreign Legionnaires and Belgian paratroopers. 2. The rise of the African nation. The new African national struggle moved decisively into the modern period during the 1920s and 1930s. It was a key indication of this development that thousands of African communists took up the liberation struggle in those years in which many African workers and intellectuals dedicated themselves to the goal of an independent and socialist African nation. The masses themselves intensified their political activities and grew increasingly nationalistic. In this period, nationalism started visibly shouldering aside all other political tendencies in the struggle for the allegiance of the oppressed African masses. Armed self-defense activity spread among the masses. This was a critical time in the rise of the African nation. And a critical time, therefore, for U.S. imperialism. There is an incorrect tendency to confine the discussion of African nationalism in the 1920s and 1930s to the well-known Garvey movement, as though it was the sole manifestation of nationalist consciousness. The Garvey movement, whose specific impact we shall cover at a later point, was but the point of the emerging politics of the African nation. In labor, in national culture, in struggles for the land, in raising the goal of socialism, in all areas of political life, a great explosion of previously pent-up national consciousness took place among Africans in the 1920s and 1930s. It was a time of major political offensives, and of embryonic nation-building. This outbreak of militant African anti-colonialism did not go unnoticed by the U.S. empire. Even outside the national territory itself, U.S. imperialism was increasingly concerned about this activity. One 1930s report on radicalism among New York Negroes noted, "The place of the Negro as a decisive minority in the political life in America received increasing attention during the early post-war years." The Department of Justice issued a 27-page report on radicalism and sedition among Negroes as reflected in their publications, and the New York State Laws Committee for the Investigation of Seditious Activities published a complete chapter in its report entitled, "Radicalism Among Negroes." The general anti-labor, anti-radical offensive of government and employers was also leveled at the trade union and radical activities of the Negro people. For a time, censorship of Negro periodicals became so complete that even the mildly liberal magazine Crisis, of the NAACP, ed. edited by W. E. Burgard Dubois, was held up in the mails during May 1919. In August 1918, the editors of The Messenger, the African trade union magazine of A. Philip Randolph ed., were jailed for 3 days and second-class mailing privileges were denied the magazine. The revisionists in general and the Euro-American left in particular have falsely portrayed the African people within the U.S. empire as having no independent revolutionary struggle at that time, but only a civil rights struggle. Falsely they picture African labor and African socialism as only existing as minority parts of the Euro-American labor and social democratic movements. While the history of African politics lies far beyond the scope of this paper, it is necessary to briefly show why U.S. imperialism was threatened by African anti-colonialism in the 1920s and 1930s. What is central is to grasp the revolutionary nationalist character of African political trends. In 1921 the African Blood Brotherhood, ABB, the first modern African communist organization in the U.S. empire, was formed in New York City. Defining itself as a revolutionary secret order, the ABB raised the goal of liberating and bringing socialism to the African nation in the Black Belt South. The Brotherhood soon claimed 2,500 members in 56 posts throughout the empire. Most of these members were proletarians, as were most of the Garvey movement activists, miners in Virginia, railroad workers in Chicago, garment workers in New York, etc. These African communists focused heavily on education work and on immediate protection purposes, organizing armed self-defense units against the KKK revival that was sweeping the empire. Soon the police and press spotlighted the Brotherhood as the supposed secret organizers of African armed activity during the Tulsa, Oklahoma riots. The birth of modern African communism within the U.S. empire was the most clear-cut and irrefutable evidence that the African nation was starting to rise. It was significant that this new organization of African communists without hesitation proclaimed the goal of socialism through national liberation and independence. The existence of a socialist-minded vanguard naturally implied that at the base of that peak the masses of Africans were pushing upwards, awakening politically, creating new possibilities. Much of the present written accounts of African politics in this period centers around events in the refugee communities of the North, the Harlem Renaissance, tenants' organizations fighting evictions in the Chicago ghetto, African participation in union drives in Cleveland and Detroit, and so on. All these struggles and events were indeed important parts of the developing political awareness. But they were not the whole of what was happening. The intensity and full scope of the African struggle can only be accurately seen when we also see the southern region of the U.S. empire, and particularly the national territory itself. There, under the terroristic armed rule of the settler occupation, the African Revolution started to develop despite the most bitterly difficult conditions. While Euro-American trade unionism has always tried to restrict African labor's political role, no propaganda could change the basic fact that in the South, African labor was the primary factor in labor struggles. Notice that we say that African labor was the primary factor, not minority partners, not passive students awaiting the lead of Euro-American trade unionism, and certainly not just supporters of white trade unionism. In the South, African labor was the leading force for class struggle. But that class struggle was part of the new African liberation struggle. Starting in the early 1920s, African labor in the South struck out in a remarkable series of union organizing struggles. This was part of the same explosion of African consciousness that also produced the Garvey movement, the great breakthroughs in African culture, and the African communist movement. These things were not completely separate, but linked expressions of the same historic political upheaval of the whole oppressed African nation. When we think about the early organizing struggles of the United Mine Workers Union in the southern Appalachian coal fields, we are led to picture in our minds poor white hillbilly miners walking picket lines with rifles in hands. This is just more settleristic propaganda. The fact is that modern unionism in the southern Appalachian coal fields came from a black thing, manned, launched, and led by African workers in their 1920s political explosion. In both the initial 1908 strike and the great 1920 to 1921 strikes in the Alabama coal fields, the majority of strikers were African. In fact, in the May 1920 to 1921 strikes, fully 76% of the striking miners were African. Those were African strikes. Much of the severe anti-unionism and violent repression of strikes in the 1920s South was linked by the imperialists to the need to stop the rising of Africans. Even outside of Alabama, the coal miners' union often depended upon African struggle. One African miner who worked in the mines of Mercer County, West Virginia for 43 years recalls, "The white man was scared to join the union at first around here. The black man took the organizing jobs and set it up. We went into the bushes and met in secret. And we had all the key offices. A few of the white miners would slip around and come to our meetings. After they found out that the company wasn't going to run them away, why, they began to appear more often. And quite naturally, when they became the majority, they elected who they wanted for their presidents, vice presidents, and treasurers. They left a few jobs as secretaries for the Negroes. But at the beginning, most all of the main offices in the locals were held by Negroes. The offensive was not merely about job issues, but was a political outbreak spread among African workers in general. In 1919, thousands of African workers in the South formed the National Brotherhood Workers, a common African workers' union centered among the dock, shipyard, and railroad workers in Norfolk and Newport News, Virginia. In 1923, African postal workers in Washington, D.C. formed their own union, the National Alliance of Postal Employees. This offensive of African labor advanced throughout the 1920s and 1930s. In the mines, in the Birmingham steel mills, on the docks, the power in the South of African labor was being unchained. So much information about these struggles, so much of this story, has been obscured and put aside. The role of African labor in shaking the empire in those years was much larger than most believe. This is no accident, for the main sources for U.S. labor history have been the various works of the Euro-American left. These works all have in common an oppressor nation chauvinism. In this regard, such supposedly conflicting left writings as the CPUSA's Labor's Untold Story, by Boyer and Murray, the Weather Underground Organization's Prairie Fire, the Syndicalist Labor History book Strike, by J. Brecker, or the Red Papers of the Revolutionary Union, now RCP, all commit the same distortions. The revisionists take apart, in their mishistory, what was one great tidal wave of anti-colonial rising by oppressed Africans. The pieces of history are then scattered so as to leave no visible sign of the giant stature of that African development. Some pieces are bleached, stripped of their national character, and annexed by the Euro-American radicals as part of their own history. The history of African industrial workers in the North suffered this fate. Some pieces, such as the militant sharecropper struggle and the leading role of African coal miners in the Appalachian South, have been buried. Matters as a whole are distorted to shrink the African story. To take one example, the struggle around the Scottsboro Boys, the African teenagers framed for allegedly raping two settler girls, is always brought up, while the widespread excitement and unity in the 1930s over the defense cases of armed Africans who fought their settler oppressors is never mentioned. This is just part of the general distortion of de-emphasizing the intense rising in the African South itself and its nationalist character. Indeed, many of the most widely used Black studies texts, such as the Bracy, Meyer and Rudwick, Black Nationalism in America, or the Huggins, Kilson and Fox Key Issues in the Afro-American Experience, assure us that by 1930 Africans in the U.S. had lost interest in nationalism. Nationalism, they tell us, was just a passing phase back then. On the contrary, we must underline the fact that the struggles of African labor were and are part of the political history of the entire African nation, and can only be correctly understood in that context. Those African labor struggles were far more important than we have been told. In the major 1936 to 1937 U.S. Seamen's strike, for example, African sailors played the decisive role in reaching victory. That was the strike that finally won union rights on all East Coast U.S. shipping. Led by Ferdinand Smith, the Jamaican socialist who was vice president of the National Maritime Union, NMUCIO, the 20,000 African seamen who were the majority of the workers in the shipping industry of the southern and Gulf Coast ports, shut down those ports completely until the employers gave in. African labor was gathering a mighty force in the South, on its own national territory. The colonial contradictions became most intensified when these people's struggles caught fire in the cotton fields, among the great oppressed mass of African tenants and sharecroppers. There the rawest nerve of the Euro-American settler occupation was touched, since the struggle was fundamentally over the land. Revisionism has tried in its mishistory to picture these sharecropper struggles as minor conflicts in a backward sector of agriculture, allegedly marginal to the main arena of struggle in auto, steel, and the rest of northern heavy industry. The sharecropper and tenant struggles were central, however, because they involved the main laboring force of the African nation and because they were fought over the land. That's why these struggles were fought out at gunpoint. The African sharecroppers and tenant farmers' struggles did not, and could not, take the public mass dimensions of Northern Union organization. Smoldering under the heavy-handed lynch rule of the settler occupation, the African plantation struggles would suddenly break the surface in an intense confrontation. While the issues were couched in the forms of pay, rest hours, tenants' rights, etc., the underlying issue of contention was the imperialist slavery of colonial oppression. Unlike the industrial struggles in the coal mines or steel mills, the African struggle on the land immediately and directly threatened the very fabric of Euro-American society in the South. For that reason they were met by unrestrained settler violence, backed up by the imperialist state. In July 1931 the U.S. Empire was electrified by the news that a secret organization of African sharecroppers had been uncovered in Camp Hills, Alabama. Even worse, from the settler viewpoint, was the fact that these sharecroppers had engaged in a shootout with the local sheriff and his planter deputies. At a time when an African man in the South would take his life in his hands just in raising his voice to a local settler, this outbreak created settler panic throughout the colony. Especially when it became known that the sharecroppers had brought in African communist organizers. The Alabama Sharecroppers Union had begun secretly organizing in Tallapoosa County in May of 1931. Within a month they had gathered over 700 members. Under settler colonial rule, this effort was, of course, conspiratorial. Members were not only pledged to secrecy, but sworn to execute any African who betrayed the struggle to the settlers. Nevertheless, it was felt necessary to risk security in order to rally sentiment behind the planned strike. Weekly mass meetings were begun, as secretly as possible, at nights in a local church. But these stirrings had alerted the police forces. At the sharecroppers' second mass meeting on July 15, 1931, the gathering was discovered and attacked by armed settlers. Tallapoosa County Sheriff Young and a force of planter deputies broke into the meeting right at the beginning, beating and cursing. Only the drawn gun held by the chairman of the meeting allowed people to escape. The next night, After a feverish day of gathering settler reinforcements, the sheriff and an enlarged group of 200 armed settlers went night riding to prevent a planned African meeting and to assassinate the leaders. The settlers first targeted Ralph Gray, one of the most militant sharecroppers and one of the main organizers. Gray, who had been out on guard that night, was shot down without parley by the settlers as soon as he was identified. Badly wounded, he told his compatriots that he had emptied his shotgun at the enemy, but had become too weak to reload and continue fighting. The settler mob left, satisfied that Gray had been finished off. Hours later, hearing that the wounded sharecropper had been brought home by cart still alive, the settlers regathered and attacked his house. Gray was killed and his wife's head was fractured by a beating. But a defense guard of Africans hidden in the nearby field sniped at the invading settlers. Sheriff Young was critically wounded, and a deputy was also shot. This unexpected organized resistance by Africans pushed the settlers into a frenzy of counterinsurgency. Taft Holmes, one of the arrested sharecroppers, said after his release, "They blew up the car Gray was brought home in. They arrested people wherever they found them, at home, in the store, on the road, anywhere. All the white bosses was a sheriff that day, and whenever they seen a colored man they arrested him or beat him up. I was put in jail Friday evening. The boys who were put in Friday morning was beat up bad to make them tell, but none of them told. Even those mass arrests, general terrorism, and killings failed to break the African struggle on the land. We can understand why when we look at Ralph Gray himself. His role in the struggle grew out of his own oppression, of his own rejection of the all-embracing colonial occupation suffocating him. Gray had called on his brothers and sisters to refuse to do plantation labor for the then prevailing wages in Tallapoosa County, 50 cents per day for African men, 40 cents per day for African women. He and his wife would work over the state line in Georgia, where plantation wages were slightly higher, leaving the oldest son home to care for their chickens and pigs. In effect, Gray had started a strike of African plantation labor, urging everyone to withhold their labor until the settlers raised wages. So Sheriff Young singled Gray out. He told Gray that he and his family had to come out and chop cotton on the sheriff's farm. Obviously, if Gray submitted, then the attempted strike would be undercut. Gray refused. Then Gray had a fist fight with his landlord. While the Grays owned their own shack, they had to rent farmland from the local mail carrier, Mr. Langley. Incidentally, this was very common. Not only the planters and middle classes, but even the working-class settlers in the African colony were bosses over the African colonial subjects. Many landless settlers themselves rented farmland from the banks and the planters, which they then had worked by African sharecroppers or day laborers. While African sharecroppers were in theory eligible for New Deal farm loans for seed and fertilizer, the common practice in the South was for the settler landlords to just take the money. When Ralph Gray's check arrived, his landlord, who was also the postman, had him sign it under the pretext that he'd deliver it to the bank for Gray. Of course, the settler just kept the money himself. Gray finally waited for Langley at the mailbox and they got into a fist fight. Gray was a marked man because he was standing up. The colonial oppression was so suffocating that despite any dangers, the Ralph Grays of the African nation were moving towards revolution. That's why the embattled sharecroppers secretly rode away to the communists and asked their help. Africans were picking up the gun. That should tell us something about their political direction. Even defense trials of individual African sharecroppers who had resorted to arms continued to draw attention throughout this period. The Odell Waller case in 1942 created newspaper headlines and demonstrations throughout the U.S. empire. The Richmond Times-Dispatch said, "The most celebrated case in Virginia criminal annals, Odell Waller's case, is being watched with interest by groups of whites and Negroes in every state of the Union." Waller shot and killed his settler landlord, who had seized the Waller family's entire wheat crop for himself. It's interesting that the landlord, Oscar Davis, was not a landowner, but a poor white who had African sharecroppers work part of his rented land for him. In the Waller case, the New York Times editorially called for commuting his execution on tactical grounds. "The faith of colored people in their country is deeply involved in what happens to Odell Waller. Our enemies would like to break down this faith. If Governor Darden grants the desired commutation, he will be helping his country's reputation among all the dark-skinned and yellow-skinned peoples." Waller was executed. In these defense cases, the connection to the larger anti-colonial issues was readily apparent. In the T. Davis defense case in Edmondson, Arkansas, right across the river from Memphis, Tennessee. In 1943, the African tenant farmer was sentenced to 10 years in prison for defending his family's house against settlers breaking in. Allegedly searching for stolen goods, the freshly deputized settlers were harassing African families. When Davis refused to open his door to unidentified white men, a settler deputy started breaking it down. When the deputy kicked in the bottom of the door, T. Davis started shooting through the door to scare them off. That harassment was not just spontaneous racism, but a campaign to drive Africans there off the land. That area in Crittenden County had been an African stronghold after the Civil War. Crittenden was the last county in Arkansas in the 19th century to have African sheriffs and county officials. Edmondson itself was established as an all-African town in that period, with the entire population, stores, real estate, and farmland being African. Finally, the planters managed to organize a major armed attack on the town. Many of its people were driven out and the African leaders were deported from the state. Most of the African land and homes were stolen by the planters. Desiring only a limited number of Africans to work the occupied land as laborers, the local capitalists used terror to keep the population down and to stop any Africans who tried to own land. It should be evident that behind these African sharecropper and tenant struggles loomed the larger issue and the larger rising. Despite the savage counterattacks by the settler garrison, the African struggle refused to quiet down. In Alabama, the 1931 mass arrests, terror, and assassinations failed to exterminate the Sharecroppers Union. The next year, another shootout took place in Tallapoosa County. On December 19, 1932, the planter deputies killed 4 Africans in an attack on their organization. The brief battle was so intense that the settler attackers were forced to withdraw after they ran low on ammunition. 4 deputies were slightly wounded by African return fire. 5 Africans were sentenced to 12 to 15 years in the state penitentiary for the shootout. As late as 1935, the Alabama Sharecroppers Union was leading almost 3,000 cotton sharecroppers on a strike that had begun in bloody Lowndes County on August 19, 1935. Armed confrontations on a small scale were taking place throughout the South. There were, of course, many Euro-American sharecroppers and tenants as well in the South. Most of them were extremely poor, a poverty whose roots lay in the original defeat of their abortive Confederate nation. For them, the possible path of class-conscious struggle was visible. A unique union, the Southern Tenant Farmers Union, was formed in Tyronza, Arkansas in 1934 to follow this path. The STFU was started by 2 Southern Euro-American Social Democrats, H. L. Mitchell, who owned a dry cleaners, and Henry East, a gas station operator. Their union involved many thousands of sharecroppers, tried several major strikes, and was notable in the upper rural South of that time for being heavily integrated. Briefly, the STFU was even a part of the National CIO, before splits between settler radicals led to its ouster, and had the same prominent role in official 1930s U.S. unionism that the farm workers, UFW, does in today's AFL-CIO. The STFU failed politically because it could not resolve the relationship between oppressor and oppressed nations, could find no other basis for workers' unity other than reformism under oppressor nation domination. How wide the gulf really was on the land can be seen from an incident in Oklahoma. STFU leader H.L. Mitchell had gone to Durant, Oklahoma, on an organizing drive. Addressing a group of Choctaw Indian farm workers, Mitchell called on them to get organized by joining the STFU. The Choctaw leader simply ended the discussion by saying, "Indian already organized. When white man and black man get ready to take back the land, we join them." The STFU's integrationism was just an effort to harness and use the militancy of the African masses to fight battles the poor whites could not sustain themselves. The African tenants and sharecroppers were the hardcore strength of the STFU, their steadfastness alone permitting enough organizations to hold together so that the poor whites had something to cling to. H.L. Mitchell, who always insisted on settler control of the Union, himself had to admit that intimidation moves were generally more successful against the whites than the Negroes. The latter have more sense of organization and the value of organization, a greater sense of solidarity. Even this social democratic union could not successfully absorb and tame the nationalist energy of its African members. The primary organizer for the STFU in its formative years was its African vice president, the Reverend E.B. McKinney. McKinney related to the STFU and its radical Euro-Americans only to the exact degree that he felt Africans thereby gained in self-organization and political strength. This rural preacher turned out to be both much better educated than most of the settler union activists and an African nationalist. One historian remarks, though willing to work with whites, he was race-conscious, having been influenced by Marcus Garvey's Negro nationalism, and his people remained primarily the Negro Union members. Badly wounded by U.S. imperialism's terroristic counter-blows, the African sharecropper struggle in the late 1930s continued to search for new directions. As late as 1939 there was considerable agitation. That year Reverend McKinney quit the STFU in protest, saying that, "The Negro is the god of the STFU." All 13 African tenant farmer union locals in Arkansas quit the STFU and joined the rival CIO union as a group. These African sharecroppers were trying to take advantage of Euro-American labor factional infighting, playing those factions off against each other, attempting to find a situation with the most resources and leverage for themselves. In January 1939 thousands of dispossessed, landless African sharecroppers in southeastern Missouri took to the highways in a major demonstration. To dramatize their demand for bread and land, the sharecroppers set up a tent city lining the roadsides of a national highway. This protest, which lasted for months, caught empire-wide attention and was an early forerunner to the 1960s freedom marches, and other such actions. It was a very visible sign of the struggle of Africans to resist leaving their lands, to resist imperialist dispossession. Practice showed that the African sharecropper and tenant labor struggles not only had a class character but were part of a larger national struggle. They were anti-colonial struggles having the goal of removing the boot heel of settler occupation off of African life and land. In this stirring the African masses, rural as well as urban, sharecroppers as well as steel workers, were creating new forms of organization, trying mass struggles of varied kinds, and taking steps toward revolution. Again, it is important to recognize the meaning of the reality that Africans were picking up the gun. and raising the need for socialist liberation. This gradually developing struggle was against U.S. imperialism and had a revolutionary direction. In the 30s, African communism grew, taking root not only in the refugee ghettos of the North but in the South as well. Primarily this political activity took form within the Communist Party USA, which the ABB had joined. While we can recognize the CPUSA finally as a settleristic party of revisionism, it is important to see that in the Deep South at that time the CPUSA was predominantly an underground organization of African revolutionaries. The CPUSA was accepted not only because of its labor and legal defense activities, but because in that period the CPUSA was openly espousing independence for the oppressed African nation. Hosea Hudson, an African steelworker who played a major role in the CPUSA in Alabama in the 1930s, points out that the party of his personal experience was in reality an African organization, up in the top years, in 33, 34, 35, the party in Birmingham and Alabama was dominated by Negroes. At one time we had estimated around Birmingham about 600 or 700 members. And in the whole state of Alabama it was considered about 1,000 members. We had only a few whites, and I mean a few whites. So that in the African nation not just a small intellectual vanguard, not just a handful, but a significant number of Africans were illegally organizing for socialist revolution and national liberation. Hudson makes it plain that African communists then had very explicit ideas about their eventually leading a free and sovereign African nation in the South. Our struggle was around many outstanding issues in our party program in the whole South. 1. Full economic, political and social equality to the Negro people and the right of self-determination of the Negro people in the Black Belt. When we got together, we discussed and we read The Liberator. The party put out this newspaper, The Liberator. It was always carrying something about the liberation of black people, something about Africa, something about the South, Scottsboro, etc., etc. We'd compare, we'd talk about the right of self-determination. We discussed the whole question of if we established a government, what role we comrades would play, about the relationship of the white, of the poor white, of the farmers, etc. in this area. If you had a government in the South, they'd give you the right of self-determination in the Black Belt, you got whites there. What would you do with the whites? We say the whites would be recognized on the basis of their percentage, represented on all bodies and all committees. But the Negroes at all times would be in the majority. It's revealing that at that time, when African communism had easily as much strength and numbers in the South as it did in the 1970s, they had a nationalist program. The goal of national independence very clearly made sense to the grassroots. And at that time in the early 1930s the overwhelming majority of African communists in the South were proletarians. As we put back together some of the pieces of the new African story, we see even in incomplete outline that this struggle had indeed renewed itself and entered the modern period. The African proletariat had stood up, particularly in the South, and had spearheaded new industrial unionism campaigns, with or without the alliances with white workers. On the plantations the masses were starting to organize. Spontaneous resistance to the settler colonial occupation was breaking out. The most politically conscious of all these were becoming communists, with African communism rapidly growing and taking on its vanguard role. Thousands of Africans stepped forward in those years to commit themselves to armed revolution, self-government through independence for the African nation, and socialism. This was a program that had won respect amongst African people, particularly in the South. The political horizons for Africans had opened wide in those years. It is especially important to understand that masses of Africans viewed themselves as part of a world struggle, that their aims and concerns encompassed but went far beyond immediate economic issues. Nothing proved this more clearly than the spontaneous mass movement to support Ethiopia in its war against Italian imperialism. In October 1935, the Italian Empire invaded Ethiopia in a drive to expand its North African colonies, which at that time included Somalia, Eritrea, and Libya. Italian imperialists were especially glad at that new invasion since it gave them a chance to avenge their humiliating defeat at Adwa in 1896. Ethiopia was then, however, feudalistic its society, the only actually independent nation left in Africa. It had remained independent for the only possible reason, because it had repeatedly maintained its national integrity and had militarily repulsed European intrusions. The early Portuguese slavers had been driven off. Even when the Italian army, 40,000 soldiers armed with rifle and artillery, invaded Ethiopia in 1896, the Ethiopian nation defeated them. These Italian divisions were surrounded and wiped out at Adwa by Emperor Menelik's 250,000 Ethiopian soldiers. The humbled Italian Empire was forced after Adwa to publicly recognize the Ethiopian borders and even to pay the Ethiopian government heavy cash reparations. So in 1935, after some years of preparatory border incidents, the Mussolini regime eagerly sent its tank divisions and their plane squadrons slicing into Ethiopia. Africans within the U.S. empire reacted instantly in a great uproar of anger and solidarity. Journalist Roy Otley pointed out that there had been no event in recent times that stirred the rank and file of Negroes more than the Italo-Ethiopian War. It is important to grasp the full and exact significance of this political upheaval. All over the African continent and in the New World, Africans were being oppressed by the European colonial powers. Why then did this one case call forth such special attention from Africans in the U.S. empire? Because it involved the principle of national rights for Africans, the defense of African nationhood. Even the moderate political forces rallied around this most basic issue to the nationally oppressed. Even someone such as Walter White, the executive secretary of the NAACP, could angrily write, "Italy, brazenly, has set fire under the powder keg of white arrogance and greed which seems destined to become an act of suicide for the so-called white world." At its 1935 National Convention, the NAACP assailed the imperialistic selfishness of all nations in their shameless aggression upon the sovereignty of other nations. The defense of African nationhood was primary in everyone's mind. Dr. L.K. Williams, president of the National Baptist Convention, told a mass rally, "We do not want to see the last black empire in Africa lose its independence and culture." The Fraternal Council of Negro Churches, representing the major African denominations, issued an official resolution saying, "Americans of African descent are deeply stirred in their attitudes and sympathies for Ethiopia, a Negroid people, who represent almost the only remaining example of independent government by the black race on the continent of Africa." So the concern was broadly shared by the African nation as a whole, not just by some strata or some political sectors. The support movement took many forms. Clearly the leading group in the mass mobilization was the Garvey movement's United Negro Improvement Association, UNIA. This was, we should recall, the same nationalist organization that prominent academic historians now assure us was abandoned and unimportant at that time. Captain A.L. King, head of the UNIA in New York, was the chairman of the United African Support Committee. J.A. Rogers, the leading intellectual of the Garvey movement in the U.S., was the main propagandist and educator for the support movement. The African United Front Committee involved not only the UNIA and other nationalist organizations, but the CPUSA, church leaders, African college groupings, and so on. Within several months after the invasion, the Friends of Ethiopia had 106 local branches both north and south. There were mass church meetings, rallies, marches of thousands, and picket lines outside Italian government offices. The national character of the movement was underlined by the fact that virtually to the last person Africans boycotted the well-funded and Euro-American-run international relief efforts. The American Red Cross admitted that Africans refused to join its Ethiopian aid campaign. Africans insisted on their own all-African campaign that was highly political. The political counterattack by U.S. imperialism struck at this point. Somehow the rumor kept spreading that the Ethiopians thought of themselves as Caucasian, and that they allegedly viewed Africans, most especially in the U.S. empire, with contempt. There was a demoralizing confusion from this rumor. To expose this lie, representatives of the Ethiopian government came to the U.S. At a packed Harlem meeting of 3,000 people at Reverend Adam Clayton Powell, Jr.'s Abyssinian Baptist Church, Ethiopian envoy Tasfaye Zafir invoked the solidarity of oppressed African peoples. It is said that we despise Negroes. In the first place, you are not Negroes. Who told you that you were Negroes? You are the sons and daughters of Africa, your motherland, which calls you now to aid her last surviving free black people. The volunteer movement arose spontaneously throughout the nation. Thousands upon thousands of Africans volunteered to go fight in Ethiopia. The Black Legion established a military training camp in rural New York, and its leaders urged Africans to prepare to renounce U.S. citizenship. While the volunteer movement was blocked by U.S. imperialism, its popular nature shows how powerful were the potential forces being expressed through the Ethiopian support issue. The two Africans from the U.S. empire who did fight in Ethiopia, both fighter pilots, were heroes back home, whose adventures were widely followed by the African press. The conflict was fought out in miniature on the streets of Jersey City, Brooklyn, and Harlem between Africans and pro-fascist Italian immigrants. The night of August 11, 1935, over 1,000 Africans and Italians fought with baseball bats and rocks on the streets of Jersey City. On October 4, 1935, the day after the main invasion began, thousands of Africans attacked Italian shops in Harlem and Brooklyn. On the streets, the masses of ordinary Africans viewed their fight and the fight in Ethiopia as very close. It's indicative that in 1936 a late-night street corner rally of the African Patriotic League, called to protest Italian mass executions of Ethiopian patriots, rapidly turned into an attack on the police. Smashing Italian store windows, the crowd of 400 Africans marched down Lenox Avenue in Harlem looking for a particular policeman who made a point of arresting nationalists. In the mass fighting with police that followed, the New York police started shooting after the determined crowd charged them to successfully free one of their number who had been arrested. Ethiopia was close to home. The great outpouring of nationalist sentiment that accompanied the Ethiopian War was, we must emphasize, widespread throughout the U.S. empire. One New Orleans resident wrote to the Courier that the Ethiopian crisis proved that the time is here for the Negro to begin to look for the higher things in life, a flag of his own, a government of his own, and complete liberty. This was the developing consciousness that so threatened U.S. imperialism. 3. To disrupt the nation, population regroupment, it was only against the rise of the African nation that we could see, in brilliant detail, how the U.S. empire wove together the net of counterinsurgency. We know that a period that began around World War I and which continued through the 1930s, a period in which African nationalism militantly took hold of the masses, ended in the 1940s with the triumph of pro-imperialist integrationism as the dominant political philosophy in the African communities. U.S. counterinsurgency was the hidden factor in this paradoxical outcome. In the Philippine War of 1898 to 1901, the U.S. empire openly spoke of its counterinsurgency strategy. The same was true in Vietnam in the 1960s. but in the African colony of the 1930s U.S. counterinsurgency was concealed. It was nonetheless real, nonetheless genocidal for having been done without public announcements. It is when we view what happened in this light, as components of a strategy of counterinsurgency, that the political events suddenly come into full focus. Usually counterinsurgency involves three principal components: 1. Violent suppression or extermination of the revolutionary cadre and organizations. 2. Paralyzing the mass struggle itself through genocidal population regroupment. 3. Substituting pro-imperialist bourgeois leadership and institutions for patriotic leadership and institutions within the colonial society. The terroristic suppression of African militants in the South has been discussed, and in any case should be well understood. What has been less discussed are the other two parts. Population regroupment. In Mao Zedong's famous analogy, the guerrillas and people's war are fish while the masses are the sea that both sustains and conceals them. Population regroupment. In the CIA's terminology, strategy seeks to dry up that sea by literally uprooting the masses and disrupting the whole social fabric of the oppressed nation. In Vietnam, the strategy resulted in the widespread chemical poisoning of crops and forest land, the depopulation of key areas, and the involuntary movement of one-third of the total South Vietnamese population off their lands to protected hamlets and refugee centers, that is the CIA's reservations for Vietnamese. These blows only show how great an effort, what magnitude of resources, is expended on imperialist counterinsurgency. In response to growing political unrest, the U.S. empire moved inexorably to drive Africans off the land, out of industry, and force them into exile. The New Deal of President Franklin Roosevelt, the major banks and corporations, and the main Euro-American political and social organizations, unions, political parties, etc. worked together to destroy the economic base of the African nation, to separate Africans from their lands, and to thus destabilize and gradually depopulate the African communities in and adjacent to the national territory. One History of U.S. Welfare Programs notes, many New Deal programs ran roughshod over the most destitute. Federal agricultural policy, for example, was designed to raise farm prices by taking land out of cultivation, an action that also took many tenant farmers and sharecroppers out of the economy. The National Recovery Administration, seeking to placate organized employers and organized labor, permitted racial differentials in wages to be maintained. The Tennessee Valley Authority deferred to local prejudice by not hiring blacks. All this was done not unknowingly, but rather out of concern for building a broad base for the new programs. It was left to FARA, Federal Emergency Relief Act, to succor the casualties of the New Deal's pragmatic policies. Since blacks got little from, or were actually harmed by, most programs, 30% of the black population ended up on the direct relief rolls by January 1935. Just as the 30% of the South Vietnamese people were forcibly made dependent upon direct U.S. handouts in the 1960s in order just to eat, so 30% of the African people in the U.S. were similarly reduced by 1935. But not for long. That was only the first stage. In the second, relief was turned over to the local planter governments, who proceeded to force Africans off the relief rolls to drive them out of the region. That history of U.S. welfare continues, under pressure from Southern congressmen. Any wording that might have been interpreted as constraining the states from racial discrimination in welfare was deleted from the Social Security Act of 1935. The Southern states then proceeded to use the free hand they had been given to keep blacks off the rolls. It is important to see that Africans were not just the victims of discrimination and blind economic circumstances, last hired, first fired, etc. Africans were the targets of imperialist New Deal policy. We must remember that the archaic, Parasitic Euro-American planter capitalists were on the verge of final bankruptcy and literal dissolution in the early years of the Depression. Further, despite the 1929 Depression, there was in fact relatively little agricultural unemployment among Africans in the rich Mississippi River cottonland of the Delta, the Kush, until the winter of 1933-34. Then these two facts were suddenly reversed. The New Deal's 1934 Agricultural Adjustment Act rescued the ruined planter capitalists, giving them cash subsidies so that they could hold on to the land and continue serving as U.S. imperialism's overseers in the African South. Interestingly enough, the 1934 AAA and the entire program was administered by FDR's Secretary of Agriculture, Henry Wallace. This man was later to become the darling of the CPUSA, and the 1948 presidential candidate of the CPUSA-led Progressive Party. But those U.S. imperialist subsidies literally gave the planters cash for each sharecropper and tenant farmer they forced off the plantation. The primary effect, then, was to forcibly destabilize and eventually depopulate the rural African communities. One 1935 evaluation of the AAA program by the lawyer for the Southern Tenant Farmers Union pointed out, before its passage most of the plantations of the South were heavily mortgaged. It was really prophesied that the plantation system was breaking down under its own weight and that the great plantations would soon be broken up into small farms, owned by the people who cultivate them but by federal aid. The plantation system of the South is more strongly entrenched than it had been for years. However, this is not the most significant effect of the federal aid. Cotton acreage was reduced about 40%, and something like 40% of the tenants were displaced. This displacement was also taking place in the factories and even the coal field, where, as we noted in the previous section, African workers had played a leading role in militant unionization. As the coal mines of the South gradually became unionized during the 1930s, African miners and their families were driven out by the tens of thousands. The large coal companies and the United Mine Workers Union, UMWCIO, while they had class differences, had oppressor-nation unity. The imperialists had decided to drive rebellious African labor out of the southern coal fields, and the pro-imperialist CIO unions eagerly cooperated. Between 1930 and 1940, the percentage of African miners in the 5 southern Appalachian states, Alabama, Virginia, Tennessee, West Virginia, and Kentucky, was deliberately cut from 23% to 16%. And it would keep on being cut year after year, regardless of economic boom or bust. The drive by capital to strike down African labor, to force the colonial masses out of the main economy, intensified throughout the 1930s. Between 1930-36, some 50% of all African skilled workers were pushed out of their jobs. Careful observers at that time made the point that this was not caused by the Depression alone, but clearly reflected a strategy used by imperialism against the African nation as a whole. W.E.B. Du Bois said in the main address of the 1933 Fisk University commencement ceremony, "We do not know that American Negroes will survive. There are sinister signs about us, antecedent to and unconnected with the Great Depression. The organized might of industry North and South is relegating the Negro to the edge of survival and using him as a labor reservoir on starvation wage in the fields." Tens of thousands of African farm families during the 1930s were driven not only off the land, but out of the South altogether. As we have seen, this was clearly not the result of blind economic circumstances, but was the genocidal result of imperialist policy, as enacted by the most liberal settler administration in U.S. history. The social disruption and depopulation were no less significant for Africans than for other dispersed colonial peoples, such as the Palestinians. The militant struggle on the land and the turn of African workers toward revolution was not only blunted by violent repression. Increasingly the African masses were involuntarily dispersed, scattered into the refugee camps of the northern ghettos, removed from established positions in industries and trades that were an irreplaceable part of the modern nation. It was not just a matter of dollars, important as income is to the oppressed. What was happening ravaged the national culture. The sea of African society was stricken at its material base. 4. Neocolonialism and leadership. The U.S. empire has had a long and successful history of applying neocolonialism to hold down the oppressed. In Latin America and in New Africa during the mid-1800s, the U.S. empire utilized neocolonialism prior even to the advent of world imperialism. But in the 1920s and early 1930s U.S. imperialism's neocolonial instruments lost control over the African masses. In order to re-establish pro-imperialist leadership over African politics, U.S. imperialism had to forge new neocolonial instruments. These neocolonial instruments were not only traditional but also radical and even socialistic in outward form, and had the special task of controlling the modern forces of African trade unionism and African socialism that had arisen so widely. We should remember that the essence of neocolonialism is an outward form of national self-determination and popular democracy concealing a submissive relationship with imperialism on the part of the new bourgeois forces. As Amilcar Cabral pointed out almost 20 years ago concerning neocolonialism, the objective of the imperialist countries was to prevent the enlargement of the socialist camp, to liberate the reactionary forces in our countries which were being stifled by colonialism and to enable these forces to ally themselves with a international bourgeoisie. The fundamental idea was to create a bourgeoisie where one did not exist, in order specifically to strengthen the imperialist and the capitalist camp. The U.S. empire had literally done exactly that in the 1870s. The neocolonial stage known as Black Reconstruction had qualitatively changed and enlarged the new African petty bourgeoisie. This class, even in defeat by the Euro-American planter capitalists, were to a degree held up by and patronized by U.S. imperialism, and they retained like a religion their loyalty and dependence upon the federal government. Washington, D.C. was their Mecca or Rome. Indeed, the federal government was for many years the prime employer of the African petty bourgeoisie. Many African politicians of the 19th century were consoled by federal patronage jobs for the lost glories of Reconstruction. U.S. Senator Blanche Bruce from Mississippi was the last African in the Senate. When his term ended in 1881, Mississippi politics were back under planter control and he was replaced. For his loyal example, the empire awarded him the position in Washington of U.S. Register of the Treasury. For the next 32 years that post would be reserved for loyal African leaders. Even Frederick Douglass was not immune to the ideological bent of his class. He was appointed U.S. Marshal for the District of Columbia, and later in his life was U.S. Consul to Haiti. Small wonder that the former radical abolitionist spent years preaching how Africans should always remain loyal to the Republican Party, Northern Capital, and the federal government. By 1892 the federal offices in Washington employed some 1,500 Africans. While most of these jobs were as cleaning women and the lowliest of clerks, a trickle of professional and official positions were reserved for hand-picked African petty bourgeois leaders. Washington, D.C. was then the capital in exile of Africans, the center of Negro society. Some 8 bureaucratic positions with status eventually were reserved for them: D.C. Municipal Judge, Register of the Treasury, Deputy Register, Assistant District Attorney for D.C., Auditor of the Navy Department, Chief Surgeon at D.C. Freedmen's Hospital, Collector of Customs at Georgetown, and U.S. Assistant Attorney General. In 1913 a journalist lightheartedly labeled these 8 the Black Cabinet. But what began in jest was eagerly taken up by petty bourgeois Africans in seriousness. the custom began of regarding the Black Cabinet as the representatives to the U.S. government of the whole African population within the U.S. So a petty bourgeois African national leadership had been created which was, in fact, both employed by and solely picked by the imperialist government. At this time the most prominent African in these circles, standing in reality even above the Black Cabinet, was Booker T. Washington of the Tuskegee Institute. Washington was viewed by the imperialists as their chief African advisor, and served them as a leading propagandist and apologist for white supremacy and colonialism. In return, any African who sought position or funds from the imperialists had to be approved by him. During the Theodore Roosevelt and Taft administrations even the Black Cabinet appointments were cleared first with him. Washington had great fame and, acting for the empire, some influence over African education, newspapers, community institutions, and so on. But, of course, neither he nor the other imperialists elected African leaders represented the will of the masses. At the end of World War I an anti-colonial movement of incredible vigor burst forth, seemingly almost overnight, that rejected both the U.S. empire and the bourgeois leadership that it had installed for Africans. This was the historic movement touched off and led by the Jamaican Marcus Garvey. Even its enemies conceded that the African masses were expressing their deep desires through this rebellious movement of African nationalism. The Garvey movement at its peak in the early 1920s was the greatest outbreak of African political activity since the Civil War. It said that Africans could find their liberation in building a new, modern African nation of their own back on the soil of the African continent. The proposed nation would eventually unite and protect Africans everywhere, in the U.S. empire and the West Indies as well as on the African continent itself. This new nation would expand to liberate all Africa from colonialism and unite it into one continental African power. Their Africans would shape their own destiny in great industries, universities, agricultural cooperatives, and cultural institutions of their own. As a beginning toward the day, Garveyism organized national institutions here in all spheres of life. However modest, these medical, religious, military, economic, and other organizations were designed to develop African self-reliance and national independence. If Garveyism suffered from practical shortcomings, nevertheless its imposing sweep of vision expressed the burning national aspirations of the suppressed African peoples, and not only within the U.S., but worldwide. Garveyism's great contribution consisted of the fact that it raised high for all to see a vision of African life that was completely self-reliant, built around their own national economy and culture, that waited on no European to accept them or emancipate them, that was dependent solely on African energies and will. In this Garveyism was expressing the strongest desires of the African masses. It is no accident that Garveyism and its successor, the Nation of Islam, were the two largest outbreaks of African activity and organization building within the continental empire of our century. Even such a self-admitted skeptic as Richard Wright was profoundly moved by Garveyism in his youth. The one group I met during those exploring days whose lives enthralled me was the Garveyites, an organization of black men and women who were forlornly seeking to return to Africa. Theirs was a passionate rejection of America, for they sensed with that directness of which only the simple are capable that they had no chance to live a full human life in America. Their lives were not cluttered with ideas in which they could only half believe. They could not create illusions which made them think they were living when they were not. Their daily lives were too nakedly harsh to permit of camouflage. I understood their emotions, for I partly shared them. The Garveyites had embraced a totally racialistic outlook which endowed them with a dignity that I had never seen before in Negroes. On the walls of their dingy flats were maps of Africa and India and Japan, pictures of Japanese generals and admirals, portraits of Marcus Garvey in gaudy regalia, the faces of colored men and women from all parts of the world. I gave no credence to the ideology of Garveyism. It was, rather, the emotional dynamics of its adherents that evoked my admiration. Those Garveyites I knew could never understand why I liked them but would never follow them, and I pitied them too much to tell them that they could never achieve their goal. It was when the Garveyites spoke fervently of building their own country, of someday living within the boundaries of a culture of their own making, that I sensed the passionate hunger of their lives, that I caught a glimpse of the potential strength of the American Negro. The Garvey movement's ambitious economic ventures, in particular the ill-fated Black Starship Line, became centers of controversy. There is no doubt, however, that at the time they were often considered as very difficult but necessary steps for African progress. Even W.E.B. Du Bois of the NAACP, who was one of Garvey's favorite targets for scorn as a white man's nigger, initially spoke out in favor of Garvey's program, but not his personal leadership. The main lines of the Garvey plan are perfectly feasible. What he is trying to say and do is this: American Negroes can, by accumulating and administering their own capital, organize industry, join the black centers of the South Atlantic by commercial enterprise, and in this way ultimately redeem Africa as a fit and free home for black men. This is true. It is feasible. The plan is not original with Garvey, but he had popularized it, made it a living, vocal ideal, and swept thousands with him with intense belief in the possible accomplishment of the ideal. To the extent that Garveyism was naive about capitalism, which it obviously was, this was a stage of development widely shared by its critics as well. Garveyism's weakness was that it saw in capitalism, the form of social organization of the colonizer, the instruments that Africans could use to free themselves. So that the essence of nation building was expressed in forms precisely paralleling those of European society, businesses, churches, Black Cross, etc., etc. Garveyism's predilection for Western titles of nobility, Duke of Nigeria and full-dress European court uniforms was but a symptom of this. While this made the concept of independent African nationhood instantly understandable, it also was a contradiction and a blind alley. Millions of Africans responded to the call of Garvey's United Negro Improvement Association, UNIA, read its newspaper The Negro World, bought stock in its African business ventures, came out to its meetings and rallies. In 1920 some 50,000 Africans marched in a mass UNIA rally in Harlem. Garvey claimed 4.5 million members for the UNIA. His critics charged that an examination of the UNIA's public financial reports revealed that the Garvey movement had only 90,000 members, of whom only 20,000 were paid up at that time in dues. The UNIA was so overwhelming that its critics could try to belittle it by saying that it had only 90,000 members. 357. The UNIA's international effect was very profound. Claude McKay reminds us that, in the interior of West Africa, new legends arose of an African who had been lost in America, but would return to save his people. On the Nigerian coast, Africans would light great bonfires, sleeping on the beaches, waiting to guide in the ships of Moses Garvey. Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana and Ho Chi Minh of Vietnam both said that Garvey had been an important inspiration for them. Clemens Kadali, whose 250,000-member Industrial and Commercial Workers Union, ICU, was the first African working-class political organization in Azania, said that he had been much influenced by the UNIA. In British Kenya, the separationist Kikuyu Christians brought in UNIA ministers from the U.S. to train and ordain their own first ministers, and it was from these congregations that much of the Kenya Land and Freedom Army, called Momo by the British, would come a generation later. The Garvey movement, in Nkrumah's words, raised the banner of African liberation on 3 continents. In Haiti, U.S. Marines violently put down the UNIA. In Costa Rica and Cuba, the United Fruit Company used police power to repress it. George Pedmore, a bitter opponent of Garvey, recounts that, in certain places the punishment for being seen with a Negro world was 5 years at hard labor, and in French Dahomey it was life imprisonment. It was suppressed in such places as Trinidad, British Guiana, Barbados, etc., in the West Indies and all French, Portuguese, Belgian, and some of the British colonies of Africa. In the continental U.S., the Garvey movement was met with varying degrees of repression. Malcolm X's father, we should recall, was assassinated by the KKK because he was an organizer for the Union. But overall U.S. imperialism moved against this surprising upsurge with some care. After several of Garvey's former lieutenants were suborned by the U.S. government, the imperialists had Garvey arrested for alleged mail fraud. This tactic of posing Garvey as a common criminal was conceived by none other than J. Edgar Hoover, who at that time was a rising FBI official. In an October 11, 1919, memorandum, Hoover noted that Garvey was agitating the Negro movement. Unfortunately, however, he has not as yet violated any federal law. It occurs to me, however, from the attached clipping that there might be some proceeding against him for fraud in connection with his Black Star Line. Eventually Garvey was convicted, imprisoned in Atlanta Federal Prison and later deported in 1927. The door, however, had been opened. What was most apparent was that the old, conservative, imperialist-sponsored African leadership had been shoved aside and left behind by this outbreak. They could no longer even pretend to lead or control the African people. It is significant that even the liberal, civil rights integrationists had been overshadowed by the new militant nationalism. This was a time of rich ideological struggle and transformation in the African nation. That, however, is not the precise focus of our investigation. What we are looking at is the neo-colonial relationship between the forming petit bourgeois civil rights leadership and U.S. imperialism. We are analyzing how in a time of mass unrest and the beginnings of rebellion among Africans, U.S. imperialism helped promote a neo-colonial African leadership that in outward form was integrationist, protest-oriented, radical, and even socialist. The political attack against the Garvey movement within the African nation was most aggressively spearheaded by a young African socialist and labor organizer, Asa Philip Randolph, who used only his first initial A. Since those years of the early 1920s, Randolph, even then one of the leading African radical intellectuals, would grow in stature and influence. A. Philip Randolph became the organizer, and then the president, of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters. He would become for decades the most important African Union leader, eventually rising to be the only African member of the AFL-CIO Executive Council. As the leader of the historic 1941 March on Washington movement, he was credited with forcing the federal government to desegregate industry. To most today, Randolph is at best a dim name somehow associated with dusty events in the past. In 1969 he had an 80th birthday dinner at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York, where he was personally congratulated not only by Coretta King and other African notables, but by Governor Nelson Rockefeller and AFL-CIO President George Meany. It's hard for activists today to view him as anything but another of the faceless Uncle Toms. This greatly underestimates his historic role. To grasp how useful he was to the U.S. empire, we have to see that the young A. Philip Randolph was a radical star in the African community. He was an angry, provocative troublemaker with an image as bold as a James Foreman or a Cesar Chavez. Randolph published the first socialist African journal aimed at workers, promoting African unionism. The Messenger carried the motto "The Only Radical Negro Magazine in America," and had 45,000 readers. He was arrested and briefly held by federal authorities for speaking out against World War I. The New York State Legislature's investigative committee called him the most dangerous Negro in America. Randolph did his work inside the African struggle, as a radical mass leader, not as a conservative talking conciliator sitting in a fancy office somewhere. His long tenure as the lone recognized African leader on a national level in the AFL-CIO was so striking that it led the Reverend Martin Luther King, Jr. to query in an article why the absence of Negro trade union leadership. 85% of Negroes are working people. Some 2 million are in trade unions, but in 50 years we have produced only one national leader, A. Philip Randolph. This is a question whose answer will become apparent to us. At the beginning of Randolph's political career, this ambitious young intellectual was taken in and helped by the Union. Garvey appointed him as head of the Union delegation to the League of Nations conference at the end of World War I. Randolph was denied a U.S. passport and was unable to go. When Randolph and his close associate Chandler Owen needed assistance for the messenger, the Union provided them with offices in the Harlem building that it owned. The Union attempted to be broadly encouraging to African ventures, even those of a socialist nature, so long as they were African-run and oriented. Randolph's integrationism and ambition led him to break with the Union. It was not, we should emphasize, only a political struggle within African ranks alone. The U.S. oppressor nation was also involved in the dispute. While Randolph and his fellow integrationists, totally impressed with the might of the U.S. empire, never believed that national liberation could succeed, they feared that the growing mass agitation would antagonize settlers. To these neo-colonialists, settler goodwill and patronage was more important than almost anything. Further, Randolph's immediate career as a would-be labor leader was threatened by Garveyism's hold on the African masses. Randolph and his associates were fanatically determined to destroy Garvey and the Union at any cost. They pursued this end using any and every means. In their magazine, The Messenger, Garvey was sneeringly referred to as monumental monkey and supreme Negro Jamaican jackass. Randolph's near-racist rhetoric reflected his assertion that Garvey was an alien West Indian and not a true American Negro. National speaking tours with the NAACP for a Garvey must-go campaign failed. In a telling move, Randolph, the supposed socialist, and his integrationist allies turned to the U.S. empire for help. They openly encouraged the repression of the Union. In early January 1923 this grouping became alarmed when the chief government witness against Garvey in his coming mail fraud trial was killed. This traitor, Reverend J.W. Easton of New Orleans, had formerly been a leader in the Union, but had been ousted for embezzlement. The dying Easton had allegedly identified his assailants as two workers, a longshoreman and a painter, who were Union's security cadre. The anti-Garvey grouping was seized with fear that they themselves would be corrected for their treasonous collaboration with the state. On January 15, 1923, constituting themselves as a committee of 8, they wrote to U.S. Attorney General Dougherty begging him to strike down the African nationalists without any delay. This historic letter is informative, dear sir. 1. As the chief law enforcement officer of the nation we wish to call your attention to a heretofore unconsidered menace to a harmonious race relations. There are in our midst certain Negro criminals and potential murderers, both foreign and American-born, who are moved and actuated by intense hatred of the white race. These undesirables continually proclaim that all white people are enemies to the Negro. They have become so fanatical that they have threatened and attempted the death of their opponents. 2. The movement known as the Universal Negro Improvement Association has done much to stimulate the violent temper of this dangerous movement. Its president and moving spirit is one Marcus Garvey, an unscrupulous demagogue, who has ceaselessly and assiduously sought to spread among Negroes distrust and hatred of all white people. 5. The Union is chiefly composed of the most primitive and ignorant element of West Indian and American Negroes. For the above reasons we advocate that the Attorney General use his full influence completely to disband and extirpate this vicious movement, and that he vigorously and speedily push the government's case against Marcus Garvey for using the mails to defraud its future meetings should be carefully watched by officers of the law and infractions promptly and severely punished. 364 The 8 who signed this slavish appeal, Randolph dishonestly professed to know nothing about it, were Chandler Owen, co-editor of The Messenger, and Randolph's closest political associate William Pickens, Field Secretary of the NAACP Robert Bagnall, NAACP Director of Branches Robert Abbott, publisher of the Chicago Defender Julia Coleman, Hevim Cosmetics Company John Nail, real estate broker George W. Harris, NY City Councilman, editor of the newspaper New York News Harry Pace, Pace Phonograph Company. It is useful to examine this move. In practice it turned out that Randolph's grouping of moderate socialists, supposedly dedicated to overthrowing capitalism, were blocked with the liberal, pro-capitalist petty bourgeois elements of the NAACP, and with the marginal African business interests who fed off the degradation of colonial oppression. And that in practice all these elements looked upon the U.S. empire as their ultimate protector, against their own people. While it was obviously true that Randolph was an agent of U.S. imperialism, it wasn't true that he was a simple tool just following orders, such as a police informer might be. To understand neocolonialism we have to see that Randolph represented a certain class viewpoint, the viewpoint of a Muñoz Marin in Puerto Rico or the young Mike Masaka in the Japanese-American national minority. This is a viewpoint of the section of the petty bourgeoisie that sees advancement and progress not from leaving the struggle, but from coopting it and using it as a bargaining tool in winning concessions from the empire in return for loyal submission. It is only a seeming paradox that these activist petty bourgeois elements encouraged, and needed, both democratic struggles and violent repression. They are the leaders that U.S. imperialism promotes to ensure that even Third World protest and organization is ultimately loyal to it. A. Philip Randolph's career makes us recall Cabral's warning that, imperialism is quite prepared to change both its men and its tactics in order to perpetuate itself. It will kill its own puppets when they no longer serve its purposes. If need be, it will even create a kind of socialism, which people may soon start calling neo-socialism. Randolph became a leading advocate of all African unionism and political organizations. He publicly argued against integrated civil rights organizations, such as the NAACP, on the grounds that only Africans should decide how their struggle was conducted. But his goal was only to weld Africans together as a bloc so that he and his fellow pro-imperialist leaders could demand a price from the U.S. empire in return for African submission. Randolph's integrationistic socialism was used to fill a void, to ideologically portray a far-off, glittering social vision to African workers that didn't relate to national liberation or breaking away from the U.S. empire. Randolph had been indoctrinated in Euro-American social democracy and settler unionism. That is, he shared the Euro-American reformist view on how social betterment for Africans should take place. Randolph argued that Africans could be protected by unionism and civil rights if they carefully convinced settlers of their non-violent submissiveness and their desire to be ruled by Euro-Americans. While the Messenger abused both communism and nationalism in print in the most vulgar and crude ways, towards AFL President Samuel Gompers, who was a segregationist, an open advocate of white supremacy, and a public spokesman of the doctrine of the racial inferiority of Africans, Randolph was never less than humble and praising. In 1924, when Gompers died, the Messenger excused him as a diplomatically silent friend. Randolph feared and hated the Garvey movement, not because of its faults, but because of its virtues. All this is made abundantly clear by Randolph's relationship to Gompers' successor, AFL President William Greene. Morehouse College professor Brailsford Brazeal admitted in his laudatory 1946 book on the Porters' Union, Randolph, although a socialist, had by this time convinced Greene that Pullman porters were anxious to demonstrate that the Negro would help to further the program of American workers through conventional channels. Randolph had condemned the communists and their tactics in the Messenger. All this must have reaffirmed Greene's convictions that here was the man and the organization that could serve as an instrument for rallying Negro workers under the hegemony of the Federation. Bayard Rustin, Randolph's leading disciple, has said of him, he realized that separatism, whether espoused by Marcus Garvey or latter-day nationalists, is grounded in fantasy and myth. Despite its emotional appeal to an oppressed people, black people, he realized, could never advance without the good feelings and assistance of many whites. And now we can see the answer to the question that Dr. King raised. There was only one A. Philip Randolph because U.S. imperialism only wanted one. Randolph was pushed forward and made a big leader by his Euro-American mentors. When we look at his magazine, The Messenger, during the years when it was fighting Garveyism, we see in issue after issue large solidarity advertisements paid for by the Euro-American radicals who ran the International Ladies Garment Workers Union and the Amalgamated Clothing Workers Union. Social Democratic settler labor was indirectly subsidizing Randolph to attack nationalism from within the African nation, to be their agent and do what they from the outside could not. His whole career was similarly aided and arranged. Imperialism needed its own militant-sounding African leaders. A. Philip Randolph's actual record as president of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters is instructive. He and Chandler Owen were approached by a committee of porters, who were looking for an African intellectual who could help them to organize a union. The porters' previous attempts had been clumsy. Several efforts had been smashed by the company in a series of firings. Randolph took up the opportunity, and in 1925 the union was formed. The Messenger became the official journal of the Brotherhood. In terms of leading labor struggles, Randolph was a peculiar success. After years of difficult building, the new 7,000-member union had called for a coast-to-coast Pullman strike in 1928. A mood of tense anticipation was prevalent among the porters. Knowing that the settler train crews wouldn't honor their strike and would try to roll the trains anyway, large groups of African workers began arming themselves and preparing to take over the rail yards in Oakland and on the East Coast. Randolph was upset, for he had never really intended to lead a strike. He had not prepared for one, and had told union associates that it was all a bluff. He felt certain that the Federal Mediation Board would step in and arrange a negotiated settlement, just as they did for the Euro-American Railroad Brotherhoods. As a precaution, Randolph had even had a White House meeting with President Coolidge and told him of his secret hopes for a government-sponsored settlement. But as the strike deadline neared, the federal government refused to intervene. The imperialists were unwilling to publicly admit that an African union could force a national emergency. As a desperate hope, Randolph then went begging to AFL President William Greene. In a last-minute meeting he implored Greene for AFL's support of the porters' strike, getting the settler railroads brotherhoods to close down the trains. Greene told him that, the public isn't ready to accept a strike by Negroes. He told Randolph to give up and call off the strike. Randolph sadly obeyed. On the eve of the first coast-to-coast strike of African railroad workers, the word went out to go back to work, to offer no resistance to the companies. Disillusioned and confused, the African porters left the union by the thousands. Two-thirds of the union's 7,000 members quit in the next few months. Randolph's only plan was for them to wait until Euro-Americans decided to finally approve of them. Many porters were fired by the triumphant company, knowing that Randolph had left them defenseless. dues slowed to a trickle, and even the messenger stopped appearing. Philip Randolph had won acceptance from the AFL leadership, but the workers who had followed him paid the bill. And he had succeeded in defusing a potentially explosive struggle of African workers. Randolph's vindication came with the New Deal, with the entry into state power of Liberal Democratic Party politicians who understood him and why he was so useful. In 1937, the National Labor Relations Board ordered the Pullman Company to recognize the Brotherhood and give in to its main demands. During this same period, we should note, African nationalists in the North who were trying to form unions independent from Euro-American unionism were subjected to both legal and police disruption. Under the imperialist ordered settlement, porters' wages went up by 30%, while working hours were cut. Randolph was promoted as the very successful leader of an all-African union, who had gotten his members sizable rewards in wages and working conditions. His greatest hour of fame lay still ahead, the 1941 March on Washington movement, when for 1 month Randolph was the most important African in the U.S. This was the event that ensured him a place as a national leader of Africans for the U.S. empire. Instead of Booker T. Washington, an avowed socialist labor leader was now meeting and advising at the White House. So a new, militant nationalism and a new, protest-oriented integrationism engaged in ideological struggle for leadership of the African masses. It was not, however, a symmetrical struggle or an equal one. Struggle rarely is. The insurgent nationalism had the far greater share of popular support, particularly from the laboring masses. It was also true that African revolutionaries of that time had not yet developed successful strategies for liberation. The civil rights integrationists, however slim their own forces, had the powerful resources of the oppressor nation backing their play. The full range of forces, from the U.S. Department of Justice and the police to the foundations, the Social Democrats and the settler trade unions, all worked in their various ways to promote the hegemony of a modernized, neo-colonial leadership allied to the U.S. empire. 5. World War II and Americanization. World War II marks a definite point at which national movements of the oppressed within the U.S. empire were thrown back, and the growing hegemony of neo-colonial politics firmly established. At home, this neo-colonialism took the well-prepared form of Americanization, of offering and forcing the colonially oppressed to assume supposed citizenship in the U.S. empire in place of national liberation. Of course, while the Americanization of the European immigrants during the World War I period meant that they voluntarily became settlers and Euro-Americans, the Americanization of the colonially oppressed meant involuntary confinement as supposed minorities camped on the edges of settler society. This was the ultimate in civil rights. The global war and the U.S. empire's expansion moved in a new stage in colonial relations. On the one hand, the liberal Roosevelt administration had gone out of its way to try to convince Third World peoples that the New Deal was their friend and protector. This was done in a manner by now very familiar to us. New Deal Secretary of the Interior Harold Ickes was an aggressive patron of civil rights. Ickes was, in fact, the former president of the Chicago NAACP chapter. He and Mrs. Eleanor Roosevelt, the president's wife, arranged for African intellectuals and professionals to get federal appointments. The practices of the Lynch Belt South were sympathetically deplored. In the urban North, welfare programs were opened up for Africans, and by 1934 some 52%, a majority, of the African refugee population in the North were on relief. This act was smoothly performed. Pollster Samuel Lubell described how it looked to many petty bourgeois Africans who supported the New Deal. To the younger Negroes, the WPA and relief mean not only material aid but a guarantee that no longer must they work at any salary given them, that they are entitled, they emphasize, the word, to a living wage. Through the WPA, Harlem's Negroes have had open to them white-collar opportunities which before had been shut, such as the music and art and writers' projects. Negroes too, remember that Mrs. Roosevelt visited Harlem personally, that President Roosevelt has appointed more Negroes to administrative positions than any president before him. Each time Roosevelt makes such an appointment, the Amsterdam News, Harlem's leading newspaper, headlines it in 72-point type. Every young Negro gets a vicarious thrill thinking, there may be a chance up there for me. While the liberal Roosevelt administration kept up a steady propaganda campaign throughout the 1930s and early 1940s, claiming to be the best friend Negroes ever had, the period was a time of savage attacks to destabilize the African nation. There was a conspicuous deindustrialization of African employment, as they were pushed out of the main imperialist economy. For a while it appeared on the surface as though Africans were simply victims of the Depression, suffering a heightened version of the commonly shared joblessness. But by 1940 the voices of Du Bois and others who pointed out a genocidal pattern were proven right. In 1940 and 1941 the Depression finally broke. The war in Europe in 1939 had brought new orders for steel, munitions, ships, trucks, and other industrial products. Factories were adding shifts for the first time in years, and Euro-American unemployment was going down rapidly throughout the last half of 1940 and in 1941. Africans were barred from the new production, however. Their industrial employment was going down as more and more new jobs opened up. Corporation after corporation issued public statements that their new plants would be 100% Euro-American. Led by Colt Firearms, Consolidated Aircraft, Chrysler Corporation, North American Aviation, and similar industrial giants, corporate America openly was saying that patriotism required keeping Africans out. Imperialism itself well recognized the boundary between oppressor and oppressed nations. After the war began, the Anaconda Company's wire and steel division in New York ordered a bar on hiring laborers from enemy countries, no Italians, Germans, or Negroes. Colonial Africans were untrustworthy from the viewpoint of imperialism. The U.S. government itself reflected this genocidal program once we go past the White House's propaganda campaign. Between October 1940 and April 1941, the African percentage of those placed in factory jobs by the U.S. employment service dropped by over half, from a mere 5.40% down to only 2.5%. The U.S. Navy instituted a new policy in its shipyards wherein all Negro workers would have to wear an arm badge with a big letter N. The Navy rejected an NAACP protest that the N badges were just like the labels used by the Nazis to designate Jews. In May 1941, Chairman Arthur Altmeyer of the Social Security Board issued an official statement that the board would continue to support white supremacy. The liberal, pro-imperialist African leadership were being pushed to the wall. They had urged Africans to remain loyal to the settler empire and had increasingly little to show for it. While they had taken swift advantage of both repression and the internal contradictions of the nationalist movement to gain a political predominance over African communities, their top position was unsteady. Many signs indicated that the nationalist political current was strong on the streets, at the grassroots of the nation. In 1933 the Jobs for Negroes movement spread from Chicago to Harlem. Surprising as it may sound today, many of the community's jobs were held by Euro-Americans. This was before desegregation, while Africans still did their shopping, dining out, etc. in their own community. In the retail stores, which were mostly Euro-American owned, all the sales clerks, cashiers, managers, and secretaries were Euro-Americans. Even 75% of the bartenders in Harlem were settlers. Although all the customers were African and the stores were in the African community, Even the most pathetic white-collar job was reserved for a Euro-American only. Particularly under the grim conditions of the Depression, many in the community had angrily pointed out this contradiction. A nationalist campaign sprung up around this issue in Harlem, led by a street corner agitator named Sufi Abdul Hamid, Eugene Brown. The Sufi was a self-taught Pan-Africanist and a teacher of Eastern mystic philosophy. In retrospect, it may appear unusual that such a lone political figure could play such an important role, but this only underscores the tremendous leadership vacuum that existed. Together with a core of unemployed college students the Sufi had recruited, he organized the picketing and illegal boycotts of Harlem stores. The campaign continued for 5 years, with merchant after merchant having to compromise and hire Africans. During these years the Jobs for Negroes movement was illegal, subjected to court injunctions and arrests, as well as the opposition of both the liberal civil rights leadership, NAACP, Urban League, Reverend Adam Clayton Powell, Jr., etc. and the CIO and CPUSA. For years only the small, grassroots nationalist groups fought for more jobs in a jobless community. While both the CPUSA and the Harlem churches started jobs committees, these carefully obeyed the law and did nothing except try to divert support from the nationalist struggle. In March 1935 the smoldering anger over the genocidal pressures squeezing African life burst out in a spontaneous uprising. The early Harlem riots saw tens of thousands of Africans taking over the streets for 3 days, attacking police and liberating the contents of stores. The liberal, pro-imperialist leadership were helpless and ignored by the people. Indeed, afterwards the Euro-American capitalists and politicians bitterly castigated their African allies for having failed to control the masses. Everyone agreed that the popular response to the nationalists' Jobs for Negroes campaign was an important factor in the uprising. It's interesting that virtually all histories that mention the jobs movement credit its leadership solely to Reverend Adam Clayton Powell, Jr., who for its first 5 years was a vocal opponent of its illegal boycotts. The nationalist role is never mentioned. This is even true of most historical accounts written by Africans. The contemporary account by Claude McKay is a notable exception. As late as 1941 the nationalists were still the cutting edge of the struggle. The New York Times, in their obituary on Sufi Abdul Hamid, in 1938, gave hostile acknowledgement. The death of the Sufi ended a career that had affected Harlem more deeply than that of any other cult leader. Sufi put his followers on the picket line with placards saying, "Buy where you can work," in front of stores whose proprietors he accused of refusing to hire Negro help. He reached the height of his power in the winter of 1934-35 and his picket lines were a sore trial to Harlem merchants. The tension that resulted from this, combined with other causes of friction, resulted in the fatal Harlem race riots of March 1936. Imperialism's response was to help their hand-picked African civil rights leaders take over the issue, with a big propaganda campaign picturing the liberal integrationists as the militant leaders, who had supposedly won new jobs for jobless Africans. In 1938 the U.S. Supreme Court ruled the jobs boycotts finally legal. At this a big-name, integrationist coalition took over the Jobs for Negroes struggle in Harlem. The YMCA, the Urban League, the major Protestant denominations, the CIO, the CPUSA all joined to support the new leadership of the Reverend Adam Clayton Powell, Jr. over the campaign. Newspaper headlines and joyous victory celebrations greeted the wave of unprecedented agreements between Powell's coalition and business. It appeared as though pro-imperialist integrationism was the key to bringing economic improvement to Harlem. What was absolutely true was that while concessions were gained, Africans were being fronted off. An example was the historic 1938 pact between Powell's coalition and the Uptown Chamber of Commerce, which was hailed in newspaper headlines. Harlem Compact gives Negroes third of jobs in stores there. But in the fine print there were no specific number of jobs promised. In return for agreeing to end all protests and boycotts, the coalition got a promise that Africans would eventually be hired for only one-third of the clerical jobs only in the Harlem stores, and even there only as replacements whenever Euro-American employees quit. In a joint statement, Reverend Powell and Colonel Phillip of the Chamber of Commerce said, "The settlement reached today is historic. It is the first agreement of its kind and will help quiet unrest in Harlem because it is proof that white business leaders have a sympathetic interest in the economic problems of the colored race." Even more to the point, the New York Times said that the pact was reached because of fear of racial uprisings. So whatever jobs were gained were really won by the African masses in violent uprising, and by the grassroots nationalism which alone spoke to their needs and interests. The Tamed and Carefully Controlled Jobs campaign was used to picture Reverend Adam Clayton Powell, Jr. and other pro-imperialist leaders as militants, as leaders who really fought the white power structure, and won all kinds of things for Africans. In 1941 Powell won a seat on the NY City Council. His campaign was supported by Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia, the Republican Party, and the Radical American Labor Party. Powell was a prominent member of this radical settler party. In 1944 he became a U.S. congressman, where he achieved national fame for leading a fight to desegregate congressional facilities. In the press he was named Mr. Civil Rights. There were small concessions and cosmetic victories, but there was still no change in the basic situation. Africans were still being driven off the land, out of the industrial economy. Their nation was being destabilized. In 1938 the great, spontaneous movement over the Italo-Ethiopian War swept the dispersed African nation. Nationalist politics again revived in the African mainstream. Walter White, head of the NAACP, wrote of 1941, "Discontent and bitterness were growing like wildfire among Negroes all over the country." The March on Washington movement, in this situation, their backs against the wall, the integrationist leadership was forced to put pressure on their imperialist masters. The A. Philip Randolphs and the Roy Wilkinses desperately needed some real concessions that they could take back to their community. They also saw that it was in a long-range sense in imperialism's own interest to make concessions, to ease up, to give African neocolonial leadership a stronger hand against revolutionary sentiments. It was out of this crisis that the March on Washington movement was born. In early 1941 A. Philip Randolph, together with Walter White of the NAACP, called for a massive African demonstration in Washington, D.C. The goal was to force the New Deal to integrate the military, and to open up jobs in defense industry and federal agencies. Randolph said, "Black people will not get justice until the administration leaders in Washington see masses of Negroes, 10, 20, 50,000s, on the White House lawn." This was to be the first African mass march on the empire's capital. It was a confrontation between imperialism and its own African allies. The March on Washington movement issued a call to Negro America to march on Washington for jobs and equal participation in a national defense on July 1, 1941. Dear fellow Negro Americans, be not dismayed in these terrible times. You possess power, great power. Our problem is to hitch it up for action on the broadest, daring and most gigantic scale. Shake up white America. President Roosevelt ignored the Mao demands. By June of 1941 there were strong signs that masses of Africans were preparing to come. Churches were chartering fleets of buses. Worried, the president's wife and Mayor LaGuardia met with Randolph in New York City, urging him to cancel the march. Mrs. Roosevelt told Randolph that there might be repression if the march took place. Besides, she said, such a march is impractical. You say you will be able to get 25,000 or more Negroes to come to Washington. Where will they stay? Where will they eat? Washington of 1941 was a southern city, rigidly Jim Crow, with virtually no public facilities for colored. Mrs. Roosevelt had laid down one threat. Randolph politely answered with another, why, they'll stay in the hotels and eat in the restaurants. Randolph was threatening a massive breaking of the color bar, crowds of Africans pushing into wide areas all over the capital, and the resultant race riots as thousands of Africans and settler police clashed. The stakes were high, and the integrationist leaders were preparing to have an open confrontation. That alone should tell us how critical their situation was. The very next day the White House invited the Mao leaders to come for negotiations on canceling the march. Randolph and Walter White met with President Roosevelt, who had brought in William Knudsen, chairman of General Motors, and Sidney Hillman of the CIO. The Mao leaders rejected the offer of the usual study commission. Finally, on June 24, 1941, the White House offered to meet Randolph's demands on employment. The next day Roosevelt signed Executive Order No. 8802, which for the first time ordered, there shall be no discrimination in the employment of workers in defense industries or government. For the first time a Fair Employment Practices Commission, FEPC, was set up to pretend to do something about job discrimination. Randolph called the march off in a network radio address. The threat of touching off the African masses had produced a surprising turnabout in public imperialist policy. The breakthrough was credited to Randolph, who became America's officially endorsed protest leader. He was showered with awards. The Amsterdam News said, "A Philip Randolph, courageous champion of the rights of his people, takes the helm as the nation's #1 Negro leader. Already he is being ranked with the great Frederick Douglass." As we know from the 1960s, these official promises of themselves mean very little in the way of real change. The gathering pressure from the masses below, the still unorganized militant nationalist sentiment building among the grassroots, had crowded, pushed on U.S. imperialism. A nodal point was being reached. Notice was taken that Africans were not willing to be passively starved. Further, U.S. imperialism understood the meaning of the startling fact that even their chosen African allies could not shrug off the pressure from the African people on the streets, but had to either lead them into struggle or be left behind. Imperialism's contradiction was that it had to both strike down the African nation, and also grant sufficient concessions to the African masses in order to stave off rebellion. We must remember that there was a strong, rising tide of African struggle. The armed sharecropper outbreaks on the national territory, the violent uprising that took over Harlem for 3 days, the mass anger that finally forced even imperialism's loyal African allies to make threats against it, all were convincing signs of even larger rebellion soon to come. Locked into a rule or ruin global war, could the U.S. empire afford to also divert troops and energy to fight major colonial wars at home? This was the heat that finally bent even the iron rule of empire. The need for colonial labor, this contradiction was resolved through the specific form of Americanization imperialism enforced on Africans. The genocidal campaign to change the population balance and repressively disrupt the African South would continue without let-up, but the pill would be sugar-coated. In northern exile Africans could suddenly get not only democracy, but integration into middle-wage jobs and industrial production. The New Deal's willingness to integrate imperialist industry was a 180-degree turnabout from previously existing policy, and was also a tardy recognition that the unprecedented demands of waging a global war required the recruitment of colonial labor on a vast scale. These jobs were no gift from white America, but a necessity forced upon it both by threat of revolt and by the urgent needs of world conquest. The transformation was dramatic. Robert C. Weaver, one of Roosevelt's Black Cabinet, wrote that the various rules that kept Africans out of industry were changed because, after Pearl Harbor, they were too costly for a nation at war to afford. He noted further, this occupational pattern was slowly changing by 1942. While the majority of new colored workers were entering unskilled and janitorial jobs, other Negroes were slowly finding jobs as welders, as riveters, and on other production operations. Negroes replaced white workers who formerly were employed as cooks, waiters, garage attendants, and who now entered defense work. 383 Between 1942 and 1944, the percentage of industrial labor that was African tripled from 2.5% to 8%. By 1944, the numbers of African skilled craftsmen had suddenly doubled, as had the numbers of Africans in federal civil service jobs. By 1945, the numbers of Africans in the AFL and CIO unions had gone up some 600%, to 1.25 million. As African families left sharecropping and day labor in the rural South and were forced up north, their incomes rose. Even the lowliest factory job in Detroit or Chicago paid better than the rural plantation. The real average incomes of African workers rose by 73% during 1939 to 1947, the largest gain in African income since the end of slavery. This was the material basis in mass life for neocolonial Americanization. This sudden windfall of white man's wages was for some a convincing argument that loyalty to the U.S. empire made sense. It allowed A. Philip Randolph and Reverend Adam Clayton Powell, Jr. to prove that their leadership paid off in cash, and that imperialist world war was good for Africans. And, of course, this process once again reinforced the neocolonial ideology in which Third World people are told that they must look to the federal government in Washington as their ultimate friend and protector. Roosevelt just replaced Lincoln on the altar. The process sugar-coated the forced exodus from the African South, and even allowed pro-imperialist propaganda to assert that the depopulation of the African nation was a benefit to Africans. This integration into the main industrial economy, however dramatic its effects, only directly reached a minority of the nationally oppressed. For the first time, however, some significant number of colonial workers could struggle for the American lifestyle, with houses, automobiles, appliances, consumer items, college education for the children, and so on. Again, this was a semi-European standard of living, a miniaturized version of that of Euro-Americans, but materially well above that of other colonial peoples in Latin America, Asia, and Africa. Imperialism cared little that most of the nationally oppressed here did not have those middle-wage jobs or the new petty bourgeois positions opened up by token integration. What was important to imperialism was that these inviting possibilities for some created ideological confusion, pro-imperialist tendencies, and social disunity. They also were a magnet to draw people to the northern industrial centers and out of the national territory. The dislocation of imperialist America's colonies were forced to bear a heavy, and often disproportionate, share of the human cost of World War II. This was no accident. The Roosevelt administration promoted this Americanization of the nationally oppressed, pushing and pulling as many Puerto Ricans, Indians, Asians, Chicano-Mexicanos, and Africans as possible to become involved in the U.S. war effort. Not only because we were needed as cannon fodder and war industry labor, but because mass participation in the war disrupted our communities and encouraged pro-imperialist loyalties. Close to 1 million Africans alone served in the U.S. military during the 1940s. When we think about what it would have meant to subtract 1 million soldiers, sailors, and airmen from the empire's global efforts, we can see how important colonial troops were. In many third world communities the war burdens were very disproportionate. The Chinese community in New York, being so heavily unmarried men due to immigration laws, saw 40% of its total population drafted into the military. In colonial Puerto Rico the imperialist draft drained the island. Many did not return. One Puerto Rican writer recalls of his small town, "I saw many bodies of young Puerto Ricans in coffins covered with the American flag. They were brought in by military vehicles and placed in living rooms where they were mourned and viewed. The mournings never ceased in Salsipoods. Almost every day I was awakened by the moans and wails of widows, parents, grandparents, and orphans whose loved one had died defending their country." The same was true in the Chicano-Mexicano Southwest. Acuna notes that, the percentage of Chicanos who served in the armed forces was disproportionate to the percentage of Chicanos in the general population. He further notes, Chicanos, however, can readily remember how families proudly displayed banners with blue stars, each blue star representing a family member in the armed forces. Many families had as many as 8 stars, with fathers, sons, and uncles all serving the U.S. war effort. Everyone recalls the absence of men between the ages of 17 through 30 in the barrios. As the war progressed, gold stars replaced the blue, gold representing men killed in action, giving the barrios the appearance of a sea of death. Third world people were told, in effect, that if they helped the U.S. empire win its greatest war, then at long last they too would get a share of the democracy as a reward. In every oppressed nation and national minority, many elements mobilized to push this deal. We should note that those political forces most opposed to this ideological Americanization were driven under or rendered ineffective by severe repression. Civil rights leaders fell all over themselves in urging their people to go kill and die for the U.S. empire. The rhetorical contortions were amazing. A. Philip Randolph, the supposed socialist, said that Africans should enlist in the admittedly unjust war in order to reform it. He admitted that, "This is not a war for freedom, it is a war between the imperialism of fascism and Nazism and the imperialism of monopoly capitalistic democracy." But, he told African workers, by getting an integrated war effort the people can make it a people's revolution. An avowed pacifist and advocate of total African nonviolence in the U.S., Randolph nevertheless said that it was right for Africans to fight in Asia and Europe. Following the same two-front war thesis, Reverend Adam Clayton Powell, Jr. enthusiastically agreed that the Japanese attack on our base at Pearl Harbor forced Africans to fight, so long as the government was going to give them integration. On December 7, 1941, America for the first time in its history entered upon 2 wars simultaneously. One was a world war and the other a civil war. One was to be a bloody fight for the preservation and extension of democracy on a world basis, the other a bloodless revolution within these shores against a bastard democracy. The sneak attack of the Japanese upon our mid-Pacific base was no more vicious than the open attacks that had been waged consistently for 400 years against the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Taking part in the imperialist war was praised as patriotic, not only to the U.S., but to the race. By Asians or Chicano-Mexicanos or Africans serving in the U.S. military we were supposedly helping our peoples earn full citizenship rights by proving our loyalty to America. So the war period saw strange contradictions. Perhaps the sharpest irony of the Win Your Freedom game was that of Japanese Americans. We were drafted right out of the U.S. concentration camps and told that our willingness to fight for U.S. imperialism would show whether or not our people were disloyal. The all-Japanese military unit, the 442nd Regimental Combat Team, was used by the U.S. Army as disposable shock troops to be thrown into every bloody situation in Europe. The 442nd had over 9,000 Purple Hearts awarded for a 3,000-soldier unit. Ordered to break through and rescue the lost battalion of Texas National Guard settlers cut off and surrounded by the German army in France, the 442nd took more casualties than the number of settler GIs saved. One SA sergeant remembers how K Company of the 442nd went in with 187 men, and when we got to the Texans, there were 17 of us left. I was in command, because all the officers were gone. But I Company was down to 8 men. The political effects of the war were not simple. It definitely marked the end of one period and the start of another. The Depression had been replaced by the fruits of military victory, high employment fueled by new world markets and U.S. international supremacy. The massive dislocation of the war, coming after the harsh repression of the 1930s and the war period itself, and the jet-propelled rise of neocolonial citizenship had definitely sidetracked many people. Acuna writes of the Chicano-Mexicano movement, much of the momentum of the movement of the 1930s was lost. Many Chicano leaders entered the armed forces. Many were killed. Others, when they returned, were frankly tired of crusades. Understandably, during the war and when they returned, many Chicano veterans were proud of their records. They believed that they were entitled to all the benefits and rights of U.S. citizenship. A sort of euphoria settled among many Chicanos, with only a few realizing that the community had to reorganize. Many Chicanos believed the propaganda emanating from World War II about brotherhood and democracy in the United States. They thought that they had won their rights as U.S. citizens. For a time, the GI Bill of Rights lulled many Chicanos into complacency, with many taking advantage of education and housing benefits. Many Chicanos, because of their involvement in the armed forces, realized that they would never return to Mexico. Many also became super patriots who did not want to be identified with the collective community. In the urban barrio, many parents, remembering their own tribulations, taught their children only English. Middle-class organizations and, for that matter, civic organizations became increasingly integrationist in the face of the red baiting of the 1950s. The neocolonial pacification that came out of the WWII years was not a calm, but the stillness that came after devastation. We must remember how, once again, in the Deep South, returning African GIs were singled out for assassination by the KKK. In the Chicano-Mexicano Southwest, the empire conducted a genocidal mass deportation drive of unequaled severity. Even the savage immigration raids and deportations of the New Deal were outdone by the new imperialist offensive after WWII. Believing that the wartime labor shortage had permitted too many Chicano-Mexicanos to live inside the occupied territories, the empire started a gigantic military campaign to partially depopulate and terrorize the Southwest. Under the cover of the 1952 McCarran-Walter Immigration and Nationality Act, a reign of armed terror descended upon the Chicano-Mexicano communities. This was CIA population regroupment strategy in textbook form. Command of the campaign was held by INS Commissioner Lieutenant General Joseph Swing. Swing organized a series of barrio sweeps, with pedestrians stopped and homes broken into. Often without hearing or any bourgeois legal formalities, the selected Mexicanos would be taken at gunpoint to trains and deported. Homes were broken up and communities terrorized. Some with valid residency papers and U.S. citizenship were deported. Others, suspected of being revolutionaries, were arrested for immigration offenses. Virtually all the militant Chicano-Mexicano labor activists were victims of this campaign. The overall numbers are staggering. In 1953, Swing's paramilitary units deported 875,000 Mexicanos. In 1954 the number seized and deported was 1,035,282, more than were deported throughout the 1930s. Even in 1955 and 1956, after the main job was done, 256,000 and 90,000 Mexicanos respectively were deported. How massive this was can be seen from the fact that in 1941 an estimated 2.7 million Chicano-Mexicanos lived in the U.S. occupied territories, while the 1953-56 population regroupment drive uprooted and deported 2.2 million Chicano-Mexicanos. This was the fruit of the war for democracy. The Chinese community, which had been largely spared during WWII, was the target of a new repressive campaign. The U.S. empire had discovered that the imperialist contradictions of World War had helped communism and national liberation advance. Long sought after, China had stood up and brushed off the clutching hands of U.S. imperialism. In 1945 over 50,000 U.S. Marines landed in China to take over Peking, the Kailin coal mines, and the North China Railroad lines. By 1946 there were over 120,000 GIs in China, backing up the reactionary Kuomintang armies. The Red Army and the Chinese people swept these forces away. During the war years the empire had professed friendship towards the Chinese community, since China itself was an allied nation in the war against Japan. Now the situation reversed itself. Japan was the new U.S. junior partner in Asia, while Communist China was hated and feared by imperialism. The FBI and INS moved against the Chinese community, breaking up patriotic and class organizations. The main patriotic mass organization of the 1930s and 1940s, the Chinese Hand Laundry Association, was destroyed. The popular China Youth Club, which had fought gambling, drugs, and sexism by introducing a modern community life, was forcibly dissolved as a communist front. China Daily News, which had been the leading patriotic newspaper, lost most of its advertising and readers. In a frame-up, the newspaper's manager was imprisoned under the Federal Trading with the Enemy Act, because the newspaper had accepted an advertisement from the Bank of China. The supposedly silent Chinese community had actually been a stronghold of activity for national liberation and socialism, and was silenced. Imperialist civil rights. It is also true that this genocidal campaign illustrated how well neocolonial Americanization served imperialism. Once, in the early years of the century, oppressed Mexicano and Japanese workers shared the hardships of the fields, and naturally shared labor organizing drives. In the abortive 1915 Texas uprising to establish a Chicano-Mexicano nation, Japanese were recognized as not only allies but as citizens of the to-be-liberated nation. But by the 1950s this had changed. Civil rights had replaced the unity of the oppressed. The Japanese-American national minority had been politically broken by the repression of World War II. Uprooted and recombined into scattered concentration camps, we had faced an intense physical and psychological terrorism. The resistance and defiance, even while in the hands of the enemy, was considerable. Many of the camp inmates refused to sign U.S. loyalty oaths. Demonstrations took place behind barbed wire. Some 10% were under even harsher incarceration at the Tule Lake camp for dissidents and resistors. But this popular current of resistance had no strategic direction to advance along. The main dissenting political views had been crushed. Some Japanese rejected U.S. citizenship, and the oppressor nation that had imprisoned them, but sought their identity by looking backwards towards the Japanese Empire. Clandestine pro-imperial groups and propaganda flourished. Claims of U.S. military advances were denied and the day of Japanese imperial victory eagerly looked forward to. The unconditional Japanese surrender in 1945, plus the news of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, made a vain hope out of this perspective. The other major dissenting view was communism. A number of young Japanese college students and union activists had joined the CPUSA during the 1930s. Japanese-American communists had been very active in CIO organizing drives in the fish canneries, in opposing the imperial invasion of China, and in rallying people to fight anti-Asian oppression. All this had been smashed on December 7, 1941, when Pearl Harbor happened. In a panic to assure their fellow Euro-Americans that the CPUSA was loyally American, this revisionist party came out in full support of the government's concentration camp program for Japanese Americans. Even further, the CPUSA ordered its Japanese American members to rally the community for its own imprisonment, and then publicly expelled all its Japanese American members to show white America that even the communists were against the Japs. Communism was completely discredited for an entire generation inside the Japanese American community. Leadership of the community was left completely in the hands of the pro-imperialist Japanese American Citizens League, JACL, which for 40 years has been the main civil rights organization. The JACL, in the name of those who suffered in the concentration camps, publicly called for and lobbied for the passage of the 1952 McCarran-Walter Immigration and Nationality Act. This was in the best tradition of Americanization, and, for that matter, of civil rights. In 1952 Philip Randolph was saying that civil rights meant that Africans should go to Korea and help U.S. imperialism kill Asians, provided that the empire gave them equal wages. In the same way, in 1952 the JACL was saying that so long as Japanese Americans got some benefits from it, white supremacist depopulation of the Chicano-Mexicano communities was fine. This is the sewer philosophy of I've got mine. Having mutilated themselves to fit into Babylon, the JACL is even quite proud of what they did. U.S. Senator Pat McCarran, D. Nevada, was a white supremacist, and a known Mexican hater. He devised his new immigration law to genocidally cut down third world population in general, and Chicano-Mexicanos in specific. He warned white America that unless they restricted third world population we will, in the course of a generation or so, change the ethnic and cultural composition of this nation. In his crusade for settler purity he joined forces with Congressman Francis Walter, the chairman of the Rabbit House Un-American Activities Committee, WAC. Congressman Walter was, of course, a fanatical anti-communist. Led by Mike Massaka, the JACL developed a close relationship to Congressman Walter. In any case, JACL leader Bill Hosokawa called Walter a strong friend of the JACL. The JACL eventually gave Walter a special award. Walter and McCarran added clauses in their repressive legislation giving some concessions to Asians, primarily ending the 1924 Oriental Exclusion Act, which made it possible for non-citizen Japanese to become U.S. citizens. With this the JACL was glad to help sponsor this vicious legislation and give cover to the reactionary wing of U.S. imperialism. Hosokawa, who has been a senior editor for the Denver Post, writes that the final passage of this repressive law was a supreme triumph of the JACL. 2 million Mexicano men, women, and children, victims of migratory raids, saw very well whose triumph that was. That's why the shallow rhetoric that says all third world people automatically unite against racism is dangerously untrue. Pro-imperialist civil rights is a pawn in the crimes of the empire against the oppressed nations. The example of the JACL was just the opening wedge of a strategic process in which the empire was promoting Asians as a buffer between settlers and the oppressed nations. We can see this in daily life, by the numbers of Asian professionals and small retailers entering the inner city. This process began, however, with Japanese Americans in the years right after World War II. A pause in the beginning. It may have appeared to some in those years that the U.S. empire had consolidated its fortress America, that it had won a supreme triumph. But the streams of national consciousness ran deep within the colonial masses. If the Adam Clayton Powells and the Roy Wilkinses occupied the public mainstream of African politics, we can see that nationalism was only forced down out of sight. It still lived in the grassroots and continued to develop. This pause was historically necessary, since anti-colonial struggles and leaders of the 1920s and 1930s had many strengths, but did not yet have programs for liberation that could successfully lead the masses. Now we can see that this was a stage in development, in opening up new doors. And so we can also see literally everywhere we choose to look, the seeds beneath the snow. An African GI named Robert Williams went home from Asia to Monroe, North Carolina, having learned something about self-defense and world politics. In Los Angeles in the early 40s, Chicano teenagers formed the Pachuco youth subculture, flaunting zoot suits, and openly rejecting Euro-American culture. Chicano-Mexicano historians now see the defiant Pachuco movement as the first large current within the Chicano movement towards separatism. An African ex-convict and draft resistor was building the nation of the lost found. The revolutionary explosions of the 1960s had their seeds, in countless ways, in the submerged but not lost gains and developments of the 1920s, 1930s, and 1940s. Ex-1950s repression and the decline of the Communist Party USA. 1. The end of the Euro-American left, the post-World War II collapse of the Communist Party USA, the main organization of the Euro-American left, was an important indicator of disappearing working-class consciousness in the oppressor nation. It is not true that the Euro-American left was destroyed by the McCarthyite repression of the 1950s. What was true was that the anti-communist repression effortlessly shattered the decaying, hollow shell of the 30s-old left, hollow because the white workers who once gave it at least a limited vitality had left. The class struggle within the oppressor nation had once again effectively ended. Mass settler unity in service of the U.S. empire was heightened. Looking back, we can see the Communist Party USA in that period as a mass party for reformism that penetrated every sector of Euro-American life. At its numerical peak in 1944 to 1945, the CPUSA had close to 100,000 members. Approximately 1/4 of the entire CIO union membership was within those industrial unions that it directly led. Thousands of Communist Party trade union activists and officials were present throughout the union movement, from shop stewards up to the CIO Executive Council. The party's influence among the liberal intelligentsia in the 30s was just as large. Nathan Witt, chief executive officer of the Federal National Labor Relations Board during 1937 to 1940, was a CPUSA member. Tens of thousands of administrators, school teachers, scientists, social workers, writers, and officials belonged to the CPUSA. That was a period in which writers as prominent as Ernest Hemingway and artists such as Rockwell Kent and Ben Shang contributed to CPUSA publications. Prominent modern dancers gave benefit performances in Greenwich Village for the Daily Worker. Maxim Lieber, one of the most exclusive Madison Avenue literary agents, with clients like John Cheever, Carson McCullers, John O'Hara, and Langston Hughes, was not only a CPUSA member, but was using his business as a cover to send clandestine communications between New York and Eastern Europe. The CPUSA, then, was a common presence in Euro-American life, from the textile mills to Hollywood. This seeming success story only concealed the growing alienation from the CPUSA by the white workers who had once started it. In the early 1920s, the infant Communist Party was overwhelmingly European immigrant proletarian. In its first year, half of its members spoke no English, for that matter, Two-thirds of the total party then were Finnish immigrants who had left the Social Democracy and the IWW to embrace Bolshevism. Virtually all the rest were Russian, Polish, Jewish, Latvian, and other East European immigrants. The CPUSA was once a white proletarian party not just in words but in material fact. The rapid expansion of the party's influence and size during the late 30s and the World War II years was an illusion. Euro-Americans were not fighting for revolution but for settleristic reforms, and those years the CPUSA was just the radical wing of President Roosevelt's New Deal. As soon as Euro-American industrial workers had won the settler equality and better life they sought, they had no more use for the CPUSA. The facts about the changing class base of the CPUSA are very clear. Between 1939 and 1942 the number of CPUSA members in the steel mills fell from over 2,000 to 852. The number of CPUSA miners fell from 1,300 to 289. Similar losses took place among the party's ranks in construction, garment, auto, and textile. And while more and more workers drifted away from the Euro-American left, the CPUSA was swelling up with a junk food diet of rapid recruitment from the petty bourgeoisie. Middle-class members composed only 5% of the party in 1932, but an astonishing 41% in 1938, a proportion soon to go even higher. By World War II 50% of the CPUSA's membership was in New York, and the typical member a New York City professional or minor trade union official. Joseph Strabon, CPUSA leader, later admitted, in retrospect, the war had been for thousands of communists a great turning point. Many from the cities came for the first time to grasp America's magnitude, the immense political space between the labor democratic progressive milieu in which the left had been sheltered and the real level of consciousness of the millions who were recruited to fight for flag and country. A good part of the party's cadre never returned to its life and orbit. The war was a caesura, a break. Many migrated to other parts of the country, many began to build families and change their lives. Communism became a war memory for some. For others it was a mistake. So we can be certain that there was no repression involved in ending the radical current within the masses of Euro-American workers. Long before McCarthyism was spawned, during the very years of the 1930s when the CPUSA reached its greatest organizational power, Euro-American workers started voluntarily walking out. By 1945 it was definite. Nor did they leave for other radical parties or more revolutionary activity. This is one of the reasons why the crudely revisionist policies of CPUSA leaders like Earl Browder and William Z. Foster were never effectively opposed. The working-class supporters of the party had lost interest in reformism and were leaving to occupy themselves with the fruits of settlerism. 2. McCarthyism and repression. The false view that the CPUSA and the rest of the Euro-American left were crushed by McCarthyite repression not only serves to conceal the mass shift away from class consciousness on the part of the settler masses, but also helped U.S. imperialism to conceal the violent colonial struggles of that period. The post-war years were the golden age of the U.S. empire, when it tried to enforce its Pax Americana on a devastated world. We are really discussing three related but different phenomena. 1. Cold War political repression aimed at limiting pro-Russian sympathies among liberal and radical New Deal Euro-Americans. 2. The McCarthyite purges of the U.S. government itself in an intra-imperialist policy struggle. And 3. The violent, terroristic counterinsurgency campaigns to crush revolutionary struggles throughout the expanded U.S. empire. It is a particular trait of Euro-American left revisionism to blur these three phenomena together, while picturing itself as the main victim of U.S. imperialism. This is an outrageous lie. When we actually analyze the repression of the CPUSA, it is striking how mild it was, more like a warning from the Great White Father than repression. In contrast, the Euro-American left pictures its role as one of steadfast and heroic sacrifice against the unleashed imperialist juggernaut. Len Sakai, a former CPUSA activist who was publicity director of the national CIO, recalls in self-congratulation, the United States was now officially launched on a bipartisan Cold War course with the appearance of a popular mandate. Every vote against it was a protest, a promise of resistance. Without this effort, few American progressives could have held up their heads like those Germans who resisted the advent of Hitlerism. The Americans who opposed Cold War imperialism were overwhelmed, almost obliterated. Perhaps they were not smart to throw their weak bodies, their strong minds, their breakable spirits, against the trampling on rush of reaction. But they did. This is easy to check out. Sakai says that he and his CPUSA compatriots were almost obliterated just like those Germans who resisted the advent of Hitlerism. Just to throw some light on his comparison, we should note that the casualty rate of the German communist underground against Nazism was almost 100%. Hundreds of thousands of German communists and communists from other European nations died in actual battle against the Nazis and in the Nazi death camps. In Italy alone, the communists lost 60,000 comrades in the 1943-45 armed partisan struggle against fascism. Were Sakai and his CPUSA compatriots almost obliterated like other communists who fought imperialism? In 1947, Sakai was forced out of his comfortable job as publicity director of the CIO, and editor of the union newspaper CIO News. For many years thereafter he worked as a paid journalist for the CPUSA in California. He was never beaten or tortured, never faced assassination from the death squads, never had to outwit the police, never had to spend long years of his life in prison, never knew hunger and misery, never saw his family destroyed, never was prevented from exercising his rights as a settler. Throughout, he went to public demonstrations and worked in bourgeois elections. Sakai was arrested and had to face trial. He won on appeal while out on bail, had to give up his prestigious job and salary, and was threatened by U.S. government disapproval. Truly, we could say that the average welfare family in Bed-Stuy faces more repression than Sakai went through. The U.S. government repression that almost obliterated the CPUSA, in Sakai's words, was a series of warnings, of mild cuffs, to push Euro-Americans back into line with imperialist policy against the USSR. There were no death squads, no shootouts, no long prison sentences. The CPUSA wasn't even outlawed, and published its newspaper and held activities throughout this period. The CPUSA at the time usually called this repression a witch hunt, because it was a government campaign to promote mass political conformity by singling out communists for public abuse and scorn. It was not repression of the usual type, in which the empire tries to wipe out, to eliminate through legal and extra-legal force an entire revolutionary movement. In 1949, some 160 CPUSAers were arrested and tried under the Smith Act for advocating the overthrow of the U.S. government through force and violence. Of these, 114 were convicted, with 29 CPUSA leaders serving federal prison sentences of 2 to 5 years. Two obscure CPUSA members, Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, were executed amidst worldwide publicity in an atomic espionage hysteria. Some 400 non-citizen radicals, most of them Third World members or allies of the CPUSA, were arrested for deportation under the McCarran-Walter Immigration Act of 1952. Many of these radicals later won in court. This warning harassment by Washington totally broke the back of a supposedly communist party that counted 70,000 members in its ranks in 1947. In contrast, The American Indian movement just at Pine Ridge sustained casualties between 1972 to 1976 that were quantitatively greater than that of the CPUSA coast to coast during the entire 1950s. At Pine Ridge alone, AIM has lost over 90 members killed and over 200 imprisoned. The Nationalist Party of Puerto Rico in 1950 to 1957 alone suffered many times the losses in dead, injured, and imprisoned than those borne by the CPUSA during the entire McCarthyite period. For that matter, both SNCC and the BPP alone also sustained far greater casualties from struggle in the 1960s than the whole CPUSA did during the 1950s. What was so great, so large, so historic about the slap that the CPUSA suffered was the loud panic it caused among the pampered Euro-American left. An empty drum makes the loudest noise. This mild repression knocked the CPUSA clear off its tracks. In a panic, their leadership concocted the delusional 1 minute to midnight perspective, which held that world nuclear war and total fascism were about to happen. Peggy Dennis, wife of party leader Gene Dennis, recalls the shambles of their focus on survivalism. The FBI knew, the news media knew, the remnants of the people's movements knew. Our party had taken a severe beating under the assaults of McCarthyism, the Smith Act arrests and imprisonments, the continuing anti-communist hysteria. It was reeling on the defensive. But the almost fatal blow was self-inflicted when the party leadership took the whole organization underground, placing control of daily operative financial and political decision-making into the hands of this subterranean structure. Thousands of militants, in the labor movement, former anti-fascists, New Dealers, Progressive Party activists, former communist members, went into personal underground, dropping out of all activity, rebuilding lives in enclaves of suburban and urban obscurity. What was most telling is that for 4 years the CPUSA structure went underground not to wage renewed and heightened struggle, but to passively hide until full bourgeois democracy returned. Their whole movement surrendered and fell apart under the first pressure from Washington. They never even faced any real repression. When Russian Prime Minister Khrushchev made his disillusioning revelations about Stalin's rule at the 1956 20th Party Congress of the CPSU, it was just the icing on the cake. Once a white workers' vanguard and later a mass party for reform within the oppressor nation, the CPUSA had finally been reduced by U.S. imperialism to a thoroughly housebroken and frightened remnant. From 70,000 members in 1947, the CPUSA evaporated down to 7,000 in 1957. Working-class radicalism had effectively ceased within the settler society, and its former main organization had politically collapsed. The capitalist newspaper headlines of that day paid little attention to that phenomenon, however. The media of the late 1940s and early 1950s was preoccupied with the larger aspects of this same imperialist campaign to whip up Euro-American society for the global confrontation with communism. The bourgeoisie then demanded only the most rigid, reactionary, and monolithic outlook from its settler followers. All had to fall in line. This McCarthyism was aimed not so much at the bottom of settler society but at the middle, at purging the ranks of generals, educators, congressmen, diplomats, and so on. All government employees had to sign new loyalty oaths. We must remember that the infamous U.S. Senator Joseph McCarthy never harassed revolutionaries. His targets were all U.S. government employees and officials, from Army officers to clerks. In a telling statement, the well-known liberal journalist George Seldes wrote at the time, "There is fear in Washington, not only among government employees but among the few remaining liberals and Democrats who hope to salvage something in the New Deal. There is fear in Hollywood, there is fear among writers, scientists, school teachers, among all who are not part of the reactionary movement." so that McCarthyism reflected a power struggle within the imperialist ranks between liberal and conservative forces, as well as being part of the general move of the empire to tighten up and prepare for world domination. In no sense was this 1950s repressive campaign directed at crushing some non-existent revolutionary upsurge within settler society. At the same time, on fronts of battle outside of Euro-American society, U.S. imperialism was conducting the most bloody counterinsurgency campaigns against the colonial peoples. This had little to do with the CPUSA and the rest of the oppressor nation left. 3. The case of Puerto Rico, clearing the ground for neocolonialism. It is generally known that U.S. imperialism chose neocolonialism as the main form for its expanding empire in the immediate post-WWII years. In 1946 the U.S. Philippine colony was converted with much fanfare to the supposedly independent Republic of the Philippines, to this day occupied by major U.S. military bases. In 1951 the Puerto Rican colony was converted into a commonwealth with limited bourgeois self-government under strict U.S. rule. What is less discussed is that neocolonialism is no less terroristic than colonialism itself. Neocolonialism, after all, still requires the military suppression and elimination of the revolutionary and national democratic forces. Without this political sterilization after WWII imperialism's local agents would not have been able to do their job. This was true in the Mexicano-Chicano Southwest, in the Philippines, and other occupied territories. The 1950 U.S. counterinsurgency campaign in Puerto Rico is a clear example of this. It also gives us a comparison to further illuminate the CPUSA By 1950 U.S. imperialism had decided that its hold over Puerto Rico would not be safe until the Nationalist Party was finally wiped out. That year U.S. Secretary of War Louis Johnson spent 3 days in Puerto Rico planning the counterinsurgency campaign. The puppet governor, Muñoz Marin, was told to arrest or kill the nationalist leaders. Police pressure on the revolutionaries increased. Nationalist Party leader Don Albizu Campos was openly threatened. U.S. Congressman Vito Marcantonio complained on October 19, 1949, the home of Pedro Albizu Campos is surrounded day and night by police patrols, police cars, and jeeps with mounted machine guns. When Dr. Albizu Campos walks along the streets of San Juan, he is closely followed by 4 or 5 plainclothes policemen on foot, and a load of fully armed policemen in a car a few paces behind. Every shop he enters, every person to whom he talks, is subsequently visited by representatives of the police department. A reign of terror descends on the luckless citizens of Puerto Rico who spend a few minutes talking to Dr. Albizu Campos. By late October of that year the colonial police had begun a series of incidents, of ever more serious arrests and raids against Nationalist Party activists on various charges. Finally in one raid police and nationalists engaged in a firefight. Faced with certain annihilation piecemeal by mounting police attacks, the nationalists took to arms in the Grito de Jaya. On October 30, 1950, nationalist forces captured the police station and liberated the town of Jaya. They immediately proclaimed the Second Republic of Puerto Rico, as more uprisings broke out all over the island. The defeat of the Second Republic required not only the police, but the full efforts of the colonial National Guard. It was an uprising drowned in blood. The seriousness of the combat can be seen from the Associated Press dispatch, National Guard troops smashed today at violently anti-United States nationalist rebels and drove them out of 2 of their strongholds with planes and tanks striking at dawn, troops armed with machine guns, bazookas and tanks recaptured Jaya, 50 miles southwest of San Juan, and the neighboring town of Utuado. Fighter planes strafed the rebels. They had seized control of the two towns last night after bombing police stations, killing some policemen and setting many fires. Jayuya looked as if an earthquake had struck it, with several blocks destroyed and most of the other buildings in the town of 1,500 charred by fire. Another guard spearhead was racing towards Arecibo to crush the uprising there. Even in defeat, the heroic nationalist struggle had great effect. In the 1951 referendum for Commonwealth status, Governor Marin could only muster enough votes for passage by falsely promising the people that it was only a temporary stage leading to national independence. The revolution had exposed the lie that colonialism was accepted by the Puerto Rican people. Throughout Latin America, mass solidarity with the Puerto Rican struggle blossomed. In Cuba, the cause of Puerto Rican independence had won such sympathy that even the pro-U.S. Cuban President, Carlos Prios Socarrás, sent off a public message interceding for the safety of Don Albizu Campos and the other nationalists. The Cuban House of Representatives sent a resolution to President Truman asking that the lives of Don Albizu Campos and other captured leaders be guaranteed. In Mexico, in Central America, throughout Latin America, the 1950 Grito de Jayuya stirred up anti-imperialist sentiment. The defeat of the patriotic uprising was followed by an intense reign of terror over all of Puerto Rico. In addition to the many martyrs who fell on the field of battle, some 3,000 Puerto Ricans were arrested by U.S. imperialism. Many were sent to prison under the infamous Little Smith Act, which made it a crime to advocate revolution against the colonial administration. Many were charged with murder, arson, and other crimes. One woman, for example, was sentenced to life imprisonment for having cooked some food for her husband and sons before they went to join the uprising. The neo-colonial Commonwealth scheme was only possible because of the terroristic violence used by U.S. imperialism to pacify the patriotic movement and the Puerto Rican masses. It isn't difficult to see that the level of imperialist repression inflicted upon the Puerto Rican nationalists was qualitatively far greater than that used on the CPUSA. It is somewhat obscene to even compare the two. It is enough to say that U.S. imperialism had to use tanks, air attacks, machine guns, mass imprisonment, and terror to crush the Puerto Rican nationalists, for they were genuine revolutionaries. What did the CPUSA and the U.S. oppressor nation left do in solidarity to help their supposed allies in Puerto Rico? Absolutely nothing, and less than nothing. The CPUSA's main response was to concern itself only with saving its own skin. The single Euro-American imprisoned with the nationalists after Jayuya, the anti-war activist Ruth Reynolds, did more in solidarity with the anti-colonial struggle than did the entire CPUSA with its thousands of members. For years during the 1930s, the CPUSA had won support from Puerto Ricans in the barrios of the continental U.S. by posing as proponents of Puerto Rican independence. In order to win over Puerto Ricans, the CPUSA pretended to be allies of the Nationalist Party. One Euro-American CPUSA organizer in New York's Spanish Harlem recalls, the main issues were unemployment and Puerto Rican independence. Viva Puerto Rico Libre was the popular slogan. The nationalist movement in Puerto Rico, headed by Pedro Albizu Campos, dominated the politics of El Barrio. In 1948, CPUSA leader William Z. Foster made a well-publicized trip to Puerto Rico, in which he met with Don Albizu Campos. Afterwards, Foster wrote a mass pamphlet on poverty in Puerto Rico, The Crime of El Fangido, to show CPUSA solidarity with the nationalists. But when U.S. imperialism unleashed its counterinsurgency, when the revolution joined battle with the mighty U.S. empire, where was the CPUSA? On its knees proclaiming its loyalty to the U.S. empire, begging in the most cowardly fashion to be spared by its masters. On November 1, 1950, the second day of fighting, Two Puerto Rican patriots, Gracilio Torisola and Oscar Collazo, attacked Blair House in Washington, D.C., the temporary residence of President Truman. This bold, sacrificial action against the U.S. tyranny occupied the headlines in newspapers around the world. Joining the rest of the oppressor nation media, the CPUSA's Daily Worker also made the heroic attack on Blair House its main, front-page story. This issue is completely revealing. Tucked away on its inside pages, as a second-rate story, the CPUSA's Daily Worker routinely reported the revolution in Puerto Rico and gave some very routine, lukewarm words of sympathy. But on its front page it carried an official party statement on the Blair House attack. That statement was signed by CPUSA leaders William Z. Foster and Gus Hall. It was not only under a major headline, but the full text was printed in extra-large heavy type. And what was the meaning of this obviously very important statement? A cowardly and shameful slander of the heroic patriots Torisola and Collazo, and a cowardly assurance that the CPUSA joined ranks with the rest of their oppressor nation in supporting President Truman. The treacherous statement read, CP assails terrorist attempt in Washington. Like all our fellow Americans, we communists were profoundly shocked by this afternoon's report of an attempt to enter Blair House with the apparent purpose of taking President Truman's life. As is well known, the Communist Party condemns and rejects assassination and all acts of violence and terror. This can only be the act of terrorists, deranged men, or agents with war raging in Puerto Rico. Was it a shock for the struggle to be brought to the front door of imperialism? What kind of communists reject all acts of violence? What kind of anti-imperialists would join the imperialists in saying that the martyr Gracilio Torisola, who so willingly gave his life for the oppressed, was either deranged, or an agent? This disgusting statement was transparently begging U.S. imperialism to spare the CPUSA. Far from being the main victims of the 1950s repression, as they so falsely claim, the Euro-American left were still housebroken accomplices to the crimes of U.S. imperialism. They were the U.S. empire's loyal opposition. There have been 5 wars and 17 military coups. There emerged a diabolical dictator who carried out, in God's name, the first Latin American ethnocide of our time. In the meantime, 20 million Latin American children died before the age of 1, more than have been born in Europe since 1970. Those missing because of repression number nearly 120,000, which is as if no one could account for all the inhabitants of Uppsala. Numerous women arrested while pregnant have given birth in Argentine prisons, yet nobody knows the whereabouts and identity of their children because they try to change this state of things. Nearly 200,000 men and women have died throughout the continent, and over 100,000 have lost their lives in 3 small and ill-fated countries of Central America, Nicaragua, El Salvador, and Guatemala. If this had happened in the United States, the corresponding figure would be that of 1,600,000 violent deaths in 4 years. 1 million people have fled Chile, a country with a tradition of hospitality, that is, 10% of its population. Uruguay, a tiny nation of 2.5 million inhabitants, which considered itself the continent's most civilized country, has lost to exile 1 out of every 5 citizens. The country that could be formed of all the exiles and forced emigrants of Latin America would have a population larger than that of Norway. Colombian novelist Gabriel Garcia Marquez, in his 1982 Nobel Prize lecture in Stockholm, reminding the world how in the previous 11 years Latin America had suffered from imperialist violence. 11. This great humanity has cried enough. Parasitism is still the principal characteristic of Euro-American society. only now the crude parasitism of the early settler conquest society has grown into and merged its blood with the greater parasitism of world imperialism. The imperialist oppressor nations of North America, Western Europe, and Japan have in the post-World War II years reached a mass standard of living unparalleled in human history. These nations of the imperialist metropolis are choked in an orgy of extravagance, of fetishistic consumerism, of industrial production without limit. Even now, in the lengthening shadows of imperialism's twilight, in the confusion of the U.S. empire's decline, the settler masses still can hardly believe that their revels are drawing to an end. It must be emphasized that Euro-American society is not self-supporting. The imperialist mythology is that factories simply multiply themselves, that trains beget airlines and mines beget computers. In other words, that the enormous material wealth of the imperialist metropolis is supposedly self-generated, and supposedly comes to birth clean of blood. The unprecedented rise in the wealth of the oppressor nations is directly and solely based on the increased immiseration of the oppressed nations on a global scale. The looting and killing of early colonialism continue in a more sophisticated and rationalized system of neocolonialism. But continue they do. It was Karl Marx, a century and a half ago, who first defined the accumulation of world capital as rising out of an accumulation of world proletarianization, oppression, and misery. The greater the social wealth, the functioning of capital, the extent and energy of its growth, and therefore, also the absolute mass of the proletariat and the productiveness of its labor, the greater is the industrial reserve army, the more extensive, finally, the Lazarus layers of the working class, and the industrial reserve army, the greater is the official pauperism. This is the absolute general law of capitalist accumulation. It establishes an accumulation of misery, corresponding with the accumulation of capital. Zaire, for example, is the richest mineral-producing nation in the entire world, its great mines overshadowing even such nations as Azania and Canada. The Belgian, French, British, and Euro-American imperialists have taken literally billions of dollars in copper, diamonds, cobalt, and other minerals out of Zaire since the anti-colonial Lumumba government was destroyed in 1960-61. This frenzy of looting has so infected the neo-colonial Mobutu regime that the Belgians laughingly call their allies a kleptocracy. In a typical little amusement during the winter of 1982, Zaire's President Mobutu and his entourage of 93 wives, concubines, servants, and bodyguards spent $2 million visiting Disney World. His make-believe government is perpetually bankrupt, unable to pay even its phone bills, permanently indebted to Western banks. And the African masses, how do they relate to this great wealth? Real wages in Zaire have declined by 80% between 1960 to 1978. This is the source of the wealth. In Zaire, as in Ghana, Philippines, Mexico, and elsewhere in the neo-colonial world, the bottom half live worse than they did 20 years ago. For that matter, worse than they did 5 centuries ago. The majority of the world's population, the proletarian and peasant masses of the neo-colonial Third World, exist under conditions of increasing hunger and landlessness, of increasing terror and dislocation. Millions have died that Euro-Americans may walk on the moon. People die of hunger and disease that Euro-Americans may overeat. This is the bloody secret at the roots of imperialist technological prosperity. Just as unequal treaties, arrived at through invasion and gunboat diplomacy, were common mechanisms of global capital transfer for much of the 19th century, so today unequal trade in the imperialist world market effectively strips and plunders the neo-colonial world. This is well known, and we need only discuss it in a brief, general way. The amazing, post-World War II economic recovery of the imperialist powers was not solely a process of creation, but also a process of extraction and transfer. Western Europe was refertilized and rebuilt in large part with new capital extracted from the Third World, extracted under a process of involuntarily tightening trade terms. In the 1960s, Sakai tour of Guinea pointed out, in the course of the last 10 years alone, the prices of industrial goods in international trade have increased by 24%, while the prices of raw materials have fallen by 5%. In other words, the underdeveloped countries exporting raw materials were, towards the end of the 50s, purchasing one-third less industrial goods for a determined quantity of raw materials, as compared with 10 years ago. Tour related this to the fact that the average per capita income in the U.S., which in 1945 was 10 times greater than the average income in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, had by 1960 become even more extreme, no less than 17 times as much as the average third world income. This extractive process has since 1960 only stepped up its tempo, driven to new levels by imperialism's crisis of profitability. The New York Times recently said, commodity prices have in fact reached their lowest levels in 30 years for Central America's agricultural economies. The terms of trade, the relative prices of exports and imports, have deteriorated 40% since 1977. The gap between the richest and poorest nations has widened. Moreover, many rural societies are no longer able to feed themselves. In Africa, for example, there is less food per capita today than there was 20 years ago, with sub-Saharan Africa frequently ravaged by starvation. Behind the neocolonial facade of international airports, of tourist hotels, of Mercedes-Benz society in the capital cities, is a world of oppressed nations increasingly war-torn, looted and socially disorganized. No less than the Wall Street Journal clinically described this in the example of the Dominican Republic. Sugar had been like oil to the Dominican Republic, allowing the country to import its needs without learning to develop them locally. Over the past few years we've been able to create the illusion of being a developed country. We have the latest computers, automobiles and appliances, says Felipe Vicini. But we aren't developed at all. Stripped of its imported goods, the Dominican Republic is essentially what it was 100 years ago, a plantation society with thousands of acres of sugar cane, some bananas and cocoa, and several gold and silver mines. Today, in this plantation society, about 6% of the population owns 40% of the wealth. Most of the people are peasants, living in areas where unemployment is 50%. Illiteracy is 80% and many of the adults and children are malnourished. The impoverished population spills over into urban barrios and in the city streets children beg in the sugar fields. Wages average $3.50 a day, at least during the 6-month cutting season when work is available. Much of the cutting is done by Haitians. Some 500,000 of them roam the Dominican countryside, often working in conditions approaching slavery. 412 in 1965, when a reform government was attempted by a faction of the Dominican military, the U.S. promptly invaded with 23,000 troops to restore the old order. The neocolonial societies are not, of themselves, stable or viable. To maintain them, imperialism subjects the world to a never-ending series of search and destroy missions. There is both the white death by starvation and disease and the literally millions of third world casualties from endless war. John Stewart of the Pacific News Service has written, according to War and Peace, a new book published in London, about 35 million people have died in 130 military conflicts in more than 100 countries, all but a handful in the Third World, since the end of World War II. In the vast majority of these conflicts, the 4 original powers of the UN Security Council, Britain, France, the United States and the Soviet Union, have played prominent direct or indirect roles. One thinks especially of Korea, which claimed 2.5 million lives and involved all the great powers. Of Indochina, which involved all the great powers but Britain. Of France's bloody colonial wars in Africa, which claimed several million. The argument that these Third World Wars, which, taken together, really represent a Third World War, are mostly the products of nation building among backward and bloodthirsty societies simply doesn't wash. At least it doesn't explain why the four great powers have engaged in as many as 71 direct military interventions outside their own borders in the post-war period, all but 4 of which have been in the Third World. Thus, there is nothing benign about imperialistic parasitism. The so-called world market is not a neutral trading ground, but a system of rigged transactions and economic crimes at gunpoint. There is a direct, one-to-one relationship between world hunger, mass unemployment, and proletarian conditions approaching slavery, to use the words of the Wall Street Journal, on the one hand, and a fortified Babylon filled with consumer decadence and arms factories on the other hand. For generations the increasingly proletarian masses of Africa, Asia, and Latin America have labored, and yet live in misery. No society would freely enter into such self-destructive relationships. A world of colonies and neo-colonies create the only conditions for the imperialist free market. In addition to its own armies, imperialism maintains in every nation that it dominates puppet military and police forces, amounting worldwide to millions of armed men, in order to extend capitalistic repression into the smallest and remotest village. The Third World War is already going on. 12. The Global Plantation. 1. The promotion of the proletariat and replacement, by Third World labor, the short era of Pax Americana after World War II was one of completing profound changes for Euro-American society. Those expansionist years of 1945–1965, when U.S. military and economic power lorded over the entire non-socialist world, saw the final promotion of the white proletariat. This was an en masse promotion so profound that it eliminated not only consciousness, but the class itself. Just as in the 19th century, the Euro-American bourgeoisie both watered down class contradictions and reinforced its settler garrison over the continental empire by absorbing immigrant European nationalities fully into the U.S. oppressor nation. This 20th century cycle had begun in the anti-communist Americanization campaign of the World War I period. It reached its decisive point in the accommodation between the imperialist state and the dependent, settleristic CIO unions of the 1930s. The process was sealed by the post-World War II imperialist feast, finally laying to rest the class contradictions of the period of industrial unionism. While the deproletarianization of the white masses was a historic pacification, it led to an increase in decadence and parasitism that has today reached a nodal point. This mass promotion rewarded settlers for the U.S. empire's supreme triumph as the world's #1 imperialist. Super-privileged life for the Euro-American masses was made possible by 2 factors: U.S. domination of world markets and the empire's giant reserve armies of colonial proletarians, who took over a greater and greater burden of essential production from white workers. We must remember that World War II had physically devastated and bankrupted all the major imperialist nations save one. In the late 1940s U.S. steel mills supplied 50% of the world's steel, and now supply only 15%. U.S. aircraft plants manufactured almost 100% of the world's commercial airplanes. As late as 1949 the flow of U.S. trucks, diesel engines, elevators, pharmaceuticals, industrial tools, wheat, etc. accounted for roughly 25% of all world trade. Of course, the largest single market in the entire world, the continental U.S. empire, was owned by U.S. corporations. This produced the economic surpluses that started Euro-American society on its long retreat from essential production. In these years the Euro-American workers moved upwards, increasingly handing over their places in basic production to colonial workers. Broom and Glenn summarized in the 1960s. Between 1940 and 1960, the total number of employed white workers increased by nearly 12 million, or 81%, while the total employed labor force increased by only 37%. Hundreds of thousands of white workers have moved up into higher-level jobs, leaving vacancies at intermediate levels that could be filled by Negroes. Negroes are now well represented in semi-skilled work and in industrial unions once driven, step by step during the 19th century, out of U.S. industry. They had created, Africans were recruited anew into the factories. They, along with Chicano, Mexicano and Puerto Rican labor, would keep production growing while most Euro-American workers laid down their tools, one by one. By the early 1950s, Armour's main Chicago meatpacking plant was 66% African. Of the 7,500 workers there, almost all the younger men and women were African. The younger Euro-Americans hired by Armour went into white-collar jobs at the nearby, 4,000-person Armour main office, which was all white. Swift's meatpacking plant in Chicago was also 55% African by 1950. The desperate Swift personnel department fruitlessly begged young Euro-Americans to work at their plant, with one white woman complaining, "We had so many colored people during the war and now we can't get rid of them." This had more than local significance, since at that time some 75% of all packing house workers in the U.S. were employed in Illinois, Wisconsin. In Houston, Texas, as well, Africans and Chicano Mexicanos made up 60% of the packing house workers by 1949. By the 1960s the transformation of labor was very visible. In the Great Chicago Gary Steel Mill District over 50% of the workers were Third World, primarily Chicano, Mexicano and African. In the 26 Detroit area Chrysler plants at that time the clear majority of production workers were African, while the skilled trades, supervisors, and office staffs were Euro-American. In some plants, such as Dodge, Maine, the percentage of African workers was 80 to 90%. Chrysler Tank Arsenal, the main producer of U.S. Army heavy tanks, was overwhelmingly African. When it had first opened in 1942, Chrysler had decreed that only Euro-Americans could work there. The UAW officially estimated in 1970 that 25% of all auto workers were African. The League of Revolutionary Black Workers disagreed, saying instead that African workers were then closer to 45% of the primary auto production force. Chicano, Mexicano and Puerto Rican labor played growing industrial roles as well, particularly in the Southwest and on the East Coast. For example, in the 1920s and 1930s the garment industry was composed primarily of East European Jewish and Italian workers. By the 1950s young Euro-Americans were no longer entering the needle trades. The children of European immigrant sewing machine operators and cutters were going off to college, becoming white-collar workers, or going into business. The AFL-CIO garment unions, while still Jewish and Italian in their bureaucracy, retirees, and older membership, increasingly tried to control an industry workforce that was Chicano-Mexicano, Puerto Rican, Chinese, Dominican, African, etc. on the shop floor. In the urban infrastructure we saw these changes as well. In 1940 only whites had jobs as transit bus drivers, mechanics or motormen in New York, Washington, D.C., etc. By the 1960s Africans, Puerto Ricans, and Chicano-Mexicanos made up a majority or a near majority of the municipal transit workers in Chicago, Washington, New York, and other urban centers. The same for postal workers. Young Euro-Americans didn't want these jobs, which were difficult and might force them into physical contact with the ghetto. This tendency could not reach the theoretical totality of having no settler workers at all, of course, any more than the capitalist tendency toward the concentration of capital could reach its theoretical totality of only one capitalist who would employ the rest of humanity. The growing redependence on colonial labor has been masked not only by industry and regional variations, but by the fact that at all times a numerical majority of manufacturing corporation employees within the continental U.S. are Euro-Americans, although this represents only a small minority of their settler society. This seeming productive vigor was only outward. U.S. imperialism was moving the weight of Euro-American society away from toil and into a subsidized decadence. Essential production and socially useful work occupy a gradually diminishing place in the domestic activity of U.S. corporations, in the work of its settler citizens, in the imperial culture. Decadence is taking over in an even deeper way, in which non-essential and parasitic things become the most profitable, while worthless activities are thought the most important. Always present within imperialism, this decadence now becomes dominant within the oppressor nation. We can see this in the dramatic increase of the non-productive layers in economic life. While this phenomenon is centered in the rule of finance capital, its manifestation appears in all imperialist institutions. Advertising, marketing, package design, finance, corporate planning, etc. mushroom with each corporation. Management on all levels grows as numbers of production workers shrink. When one includes the large army of white-collar clerical workers needed to maintain management and carry out its work, the proportions become visibly lopsided. At Weyerhaeuser, the large timberland and natural resources corporation, top executives and professionals alone, not including supervisors, foremen, and clerical workers, account for 1 out of every 6 employees. At the Southern Pacific Railroad, 1 out of every 10 employees is in management. There has been a historic trend, as an expression of decadence, for the growth of management. The New York Times recently noted, by December 1982, there were nearly 9% more managers and administrators in the American economy than in January 1980, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. This is in sharp contrast to the nearly 1% decline in overall employment and the 12% drop in blue-collar jobs in manufacturing businesses that are thriving, such as office and computing companies and pharmaceutical concerns. Administrators and managers account for 11% of total employment. This is an aspect of an overall change, in which technology plays its part but is secondary to the corpulence, the affordable self-indulgence of an oppressor nation. Peter Drucker, the management guru, writes on capitalism's midriff bulge. Instead of disappearing or even shrinking, middle management has been exploding in the last few decades. In many companies, the middle between the first-line supervisor and the corporate top has been growing 3 or 4 times faster than sales. The growth hasn't been confined to big business. Middle management in small and medium-sized companies may have grown even faster, and it hasn't been confined to business. Managerial growth has been even greater in government, the military, and a host of non-profit institutions. A liberal arts college I know had, in 1950, a president, a dean, and an assistant dean of students who also handled admissions, and a chief clerk who kept the books. Enrollment has doubled, from 500 to 1,000. But administrative staff has increased 6-fold, with 3 vice presidents, 4 deans and 17 assistant deans and assistant vice presidents. 5 secretaries did the same work now being done by 7 or 8 deans, assistant deans and assistant vice presidents, and did it very well. The historic trend has been to sharply dilute the role of productive workers even in vital industries. In food products, for example, the percentage of total employment that is non-production, managerial, supervisory, technical, and clerical, rose from 13% in 1933 to 32% in 1970. A similar development took place in the chemical industry, where non-production employees rose from 16% of all employees in 1933 to 37% in 1970. In manufacturing industries as a whole, the percentage of non-productive employees went up from 18% to 30% in 1950 to 1980. When we look at the overall distribution of employed Euro-Americans, we see that in 1980 white-collar workers, professionals, and managers were 54%, a majority, and service employees an additional 12%. Only 13.5% were ordinary production and transportation workers. That is only 13 out of every 100 employed Euro-Americans. By 1982 there were thought to be more third-world domestic servants in California alone than Euro-American workers in the entire U.S. steel industry. 2. New Babylon. The observation was made by the Black Liberation Movement during the 1960s that modern America was just slavery days on a higher level, in which U.S. imperialism as slave master made the entire Third World its plantation and America itself its big house. The real economy of the U.S. empire is not continental but global in its structural dimensions. The U.S. oppressor nation itself has increasingly specialized into a headquarters society, heavily dependent upon the super profits of looting the entire Third World. This is more than just a matter of dollar transactions. Born out of the slave trade and the conquest of Indian lands, raised up to power through colonial labor, the U.S. oppressor nation has again developed a one-sided dependence, even for its daily necessities, on the labor and resources of the oppressed nations. The Wall Street Journal said recently, by last year the U.S. sales to third world countries had swelled to 39% of its exports, from 29% in 1970. This even understates the relationship. Africa, for example, accounts for 10% of all U.S. export earnings by official statistics. These figures conceal more than they reveal, not including, for example, the profits taken out of Africa directly and indirectly by the European subsidiaries of U.S. multinationals, or the sale of third-party commodities, such as Saudi oil, by U.S. multinationals. Nor can such figures express the super profits gained through unequal trade terms. The U.S. and other imperialists purchase from Africa at bargain basement prices, often only a fraction of what they were 30 years ago, cocoa, coffee beans, iron, ore, chromium, coal, mica, nickel, cobalt, copper, manganese, and so on. The basic raw materials of industrial life are taken by U.S. imperialism so cheaply they are the next thing to free. This economic dependency on the rest of the world was recently admitted by former U.S. Vice President Mondale. Unless our exports grow, we cannot hope to recover from the recession. More than 20% of American industrial output is exported. 1 out of every 6 manufacturing jobs is linked to exports. 4 out of every 5 created between 1977 and 1980 were export-related. Almost 1/3 of all corporate profits derive from foreign investment and trade. 2/5 or our farmland produces for export. Many of the largest corporations, such as Ford, GM, Exxon, Citibank, Coca-Cola, obtain over 50% of their profits overseas. The most significant trend to us, however, has been the export of capital in the form of production. This is the latest step in moving the work of essential production out of the oppressor nation. In the 1945 to 1965 period, the loyal Euro-American workers received a mass promotion away from the proletariat, raising the majority of them out of the factories and fields and into the white-collar professional, office, and sales world. Even in its origins this was only possible by replacing them with colonial labor, African, Puerto Rican, and Chicano-Mexicano. That early stage, in which the African proletariat took such a heavy role in industrial production, is now over. In the second stage the empire is continuing to move productive work out of the oppressor nation. This is accelerating on a global basis now, with factories moving across the Pacific and southward below the Rio Grande. Even within the Continental Empire, new millions of colonial proletarians are being brought in from Asia, Latin America, and the Caribbean to both provide even cheaper industrial and service labor, and to permit the dispossession of Africans. Alarmed at the rising anti-colonial movement of the 1960s, the empire has been replacing African workers as rapidly as possible. Images of the past persist. We recall how African proletarians, at the point of rebellion, were systematically dispersed out of the urban South of the 1830s, and later throughout the 19th century driven out of the industry and skilled trades they had created. We recall how the early settlers in New England kept Indian women and children as slaves, but disposed of all the Indian men as too dangerous. The New York Times, in reporting new studies on African unemployment, said, in addition to the men counted in the statistics who have no jobs, about 15 to 20% of black men aged 20 to 40 could not be found by the Census Bureau and are presumed to have neither jobs nor permanent residences. More than half of black adult males do not have jobs. The jobless rate for new African men in the U.S. is adjusting toward the usual world level, the 40 to 50% seen in Mexico City or Kinshasa. Thus, the growing integration of the entire Third World into the U.S. economy is increasing national dislocation and misery. The export of production, the unoccupied zone of Mexico, just south of the artificial border, provides a clear example. There in 1982 some 128,000 Mexicano women labored in the maquilas, the factories set up by U.S. corporations to assemble parts from the U.S. into finished products, which are then shipped back north across the artificial border. The average wage is less than $1 an hour, with a 48-hour work week. RCA, Caterpillar Tractor, Ford, Chrysler, American Motors, and many other major corporations have maquilas. GM has 10 such plants in the unoccupied zone. Foster Grant sunglasses, Samsonite luggage, Mattel toys, and many other familiar products come in part out of the maquilas. The rate of profit is enormous. In 1978 the Mexicano women assemblers and machine operators in the maquilas added a total of $12.7 billion in value to the products they made for U.S. corporations. At the same time, total wages paid to the then 90,000 workers were less than $336 million, roughly 1/36th of the value they created. These profits of billions of dollars each year never even pass through neocolonial Mexico, of course. The U.S. oppressor nation receives a flow of inexpensively produced consumer and industrial goods. U.S. finance capital and the multinationals are aided in shoring up their rate of profits, while a shrinking number of Euro-American workers are still enabled to receive their necessary high wages. While everyone understands instantly the unemployment problem caused by corporations moving their factories abroad, there is much less light shed on how some Euro-American workers benefit from it. To be sure, every trade union favors full factory employment with $20,000 per year wages, average U.S. Wages for manufacturing production workers are slightly above $16,000 per year. Those days are gone forever, the monetary fruits of boom economy and monopoly markets. Now, for at least some Euro-American workers to retain those high-waged jobs, and the bosses to still profitably use U.S. factories with considerable capital invested in them, labor costs have to be averaged down by blending in super-exploited colonial labor. American Motors, for example, says this explicitly. An AMC spokesman said, "We established a strategy to continue to operate U.S. plants, but to expand in Mexico to average our cost downward." Fisher-Price has 5 toy factories in the U.S., but its Mexican plant, the smallest, produced the toy tape recorder that was their #1 profit maker in 1982. Reason? $1 an hour wages. Or take GM's modernization to compete with imports. Recently General Motors announced a $200 million plan to frankly imitate Toyota City, Toyota's primary, highly integrated complex in Japan. GM hopes that reorganization and robotizing its main Buick plants into a Buick City in Flint, Michigan, will let it reduce costs by $1,500 per car. Of course, today's 8,600 Buick workers in Flint will be slashed by 3,600, 40% by 1986. GM, which even now employs one skilled technician for every 5.6 production workers, hopes for the ratio to be 1-to-1 by the robotized future of year 2000. Many auto workers will lose their jobs, but a large minority will still have their high-wage positions. Where does GM get the $200 million to modernize Buick production, to stay competitive, and, incidental to that, still employ high-wage Euro-American workers? While GM might say retained earnings, or raising capital on the bond market, we note that the labor cost saved by GM in producing some auto parts for the U.S. in its 10 Mexican plants instead of Detroit, is over $200 million per year. That is not their profits, but their super profits, above and beyond normal profits, gotten from $1 an hour labor. GM can have renewed factories, and a number of Euro-American auto workers can still keep their high-waged jobs. So while the liberals and radicals see high-wage U.S. production and low-wage colonial production as opposed to each other, it is truer that there is an interrelationship and even a dependency. The flashy production of robots and automation, of oppressor nation technicians and workers drawing advanced wages, draws sustenance from the ordinary physical labor and skills of the Mexicano proletariat. Nations become almost as classes. The maquilados do not constitute any economic development for Mexico. They are just labor-intensive intrusions of U.S. manufacturing. It isn't just the profits that go to the U.S. oppressor nation. The U.S. receives both the super profits and the consumer products themselves, while retaining all the white-collar managerial, professional, clerical, technical, and distributive jobs made possible by the production. Even in this form, of giving Mexican women employment at wages 5 times the usual rate in the rural areas, the imperialist looting has a destructive effect on the social fabric. The border maquilas gather women from all over the unoccupied zone, while helping to force jobless men north across the artificial border. So this export of production is often a Trojan horse to the Third World. Even worse is the parasitic trend of looting the Third World for foodstuffs, shifting agricultural production for U.S. consumption in part to the oppressed nations. The entire imperialist bloc is joining in on this. In 1980 the Far East Economic Review noted that in poor Asian nations the new export-oriented luxury food agribusiness is undoubtedly the fastest-growing agriculture sector. Fruit, vegetables, seafood and poultry are filling European, American and, above all, Japanese supermarket shelves. In Mexico this has reached grotesque proportions. Within the unoccupied zone the area of western Sinaloa alone supplies some 50% of all winter vegetables consumed in the U.S. Thousands of peasants have been displaced, driven off traditional lands to make way for the large plantations, and their gunmen, that are neocolonial agents for the U.S. supermarket chains. The land is Mexicano. The labor is Mexicano. Only the profits and consumption are Euro-American. There is nothing too subtle about this. White America is parasitic on the Mexicano nation, taking food from the starving to help fill up the fabled American supermarket. A report from Mexico and the New York Times tells the price paid by that oppressed nation for involuntarily maintaining the American way of life. Reliable statistics on nutrition levels do not exist, although the 1970 census concluded that 30% of the population, then over 60 million, were undernourished, Another 30% suffered malnutrition and at least 20% were obese because of poorly balanced diets. The first indicator is when we see infant mortality rising again, said Dr. Adolfo Chavez, head of nutrition in the National Nutrition Institute. In some really depressed rural communities, few children born since 1974 have survived. We have what we call generational holes. But infant mortality is also growing in slum areas of the cities. More than 100,000 children die here each year because of the relationship between malnutrition and transmittable diseases, he said, and of the 2 million or so born each year, at least 1.5 million will not adequately develop their mental, physical and social functions. As in many developing countries, agricultural priorities are, first, food for export, second, food for industrial processing, and only third, food for the population at large. While winter vegetables, strawberries, tomatoes and coffee are being produced for export, for example, the government must import corn and beans. Similarly, according to official figures, more basic grains are consumed for animal forage than by 20 million peasants. We should note here that the peculiar chemical mechanized U.S. agriculture is itself highly specialized, primarily oriented around the subsidized mass production of feed grains. 2/3 of all U.S. agricultural exports are feed grains used in raising livestock. Most of these exports are to the industrial powers, Europe, Japan, and the USSR, while much of the $16 billion in foodstuffs the U.S. imports each year is from the Third World. In Mexico, the neocolonial economy imports grain from the U.S. to raise meat for the upper and middle classes, while exporting significant amounts of its own food productivity. So all over the Third World, the oppressed not only supply U.S. imperialism with raw materials, but increasingly labor in both the factories and the factories in the fields to send the U.S. a growing stream of consumer and industrial products, and even foodstuffs. The world plantation is still very real in the age of the computer. We say that the first makes the second possible. High-tech and the Third World, this trend now accelerates. As early as 1970, the U.S. electrical equipment industry had 1/3 of its total workforce outside the U.S. borders. Ford Motor Company, which already takes over 50% of its profits overseas, has announced plans to sharply increase foreign production. Already investing $1 billion each year in foreign plants, Ford spokesman emphasized, "We plan to spend at an even higher rate." Even Hewlett-Packard, the computer giant that is one of the largest California high-tech employers, is building its newest major plants in Mexico and the UK. Hewlett-Packard has said that its future production growth will be outside the U.S. Paradoxically, the uproar over the Atari Corporation's decision to close out U.S. production itself verifies this trend. While radicals denounce this move to shift manufacturing of its video games and home computers from the U.S. to Hong Kong and Taiwan, Atari production has always been in the Third World. Its game cartridges are made in Puerto Rico, its Asian plants were established years ago, and its U.S. production employees primarily Chicano, Mexicano and Asian immigrant women. It was only a question for Atari of which Third World workers to lay off. Decadence is revealed in new and unexpected ways. Everyone has heard that high-tech is the industrial future. These are the new industries based on sophisticated products that keep rapidly changing, keeping on the cutting edge of technology, rather than just stamping out standard products year after year. In other words, instead of steel bars and diesel engines, computer chips or biogenetics or robotics. These high-tech industries today, by their very nature, employ 1 engineer for every 3.6 production workers in the U.S. And there is today a relative shortage of engineers in key specialities. The U.S. empire's answer has been to drain engineers from the rest of the world, in particular the Third World, India, Taiwan, Mexico, Palestine, etc. A recent study funded by the Mellon Foundation reported that many graduate engineering programs, even at some of the most prestigious institutions, draw 70% or more of their students from abroad. Several engineering deans, the report says, suggest that without foreign students they would have had to close down their graduate program in the short run and their whole operation ultimately. Since graduate students are essential labor in university laboratories, much research vital to the national interest would grind to a halt, without foreign students, the report warns. It turns out that many of the engineering school faculty as well, at some universities close to a majority, are from the Third World. In 1982, for the first time, a majority of the U.S. doctorates awarded in engineering went to foreign students. In testimony before a House of Representatives Immigration Subcommittee, John Calhoun of the Intel Corporation, Advanced Electronics, said, "We in the industry have been forced to hire immigrants in order to grow." He said that just considering graduates of U.S. universities, 50% of the master's degree engineers and 66% of the Ph.D. engineers hired by Intel were foreign immigrants. The U.S. empire's absorption of Third World scientists and engineers, the brain drain is so significant that last year the UN General Assembly passed a resolution urging a halt to reverse transfer of technology out of the Third World. The U.S. and the other NATO powers voted against it. Even when it comes to high technology, it turns out that part of the U.S. empire's superiority comes from looting the Third World. Just as interesting is the question of why aren't there enough Euro-American engineers? Answer: engineering doesn't pay well enough for settlers. In 1981 a survey found an average engineering income, according to the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, of $36,867. This isn't good enough for them. Engineering requires years of study, taking difficult courses in college, and then constant re-education to keep up with new advances. The overwhelming majority of U.S. engineers leave the field, primarily for management and entrepreneurial careers. A 1970 survey of 878 MIT engineering graduates found that 726 had left engineering. For Euro-Americans, in other words, engineering is primarily a good foundation to become a business executive. While U.S. universities are producing 67,000 engineers per year, the American Electronics Association says that through 1985 there will be an annual shortfall of 20,000 engineers just in its sector. The shortfall only exists because as many as 50,000 U.S. engineers per year leave the profession. Technical education becomes only a step to swell the numbers of Euro-American businessmen, while the Third World is drained of educated men and women to do essential parts of the actual technological work for the U.S. empire. Decadence manifests itself even in the most advanced aspects of the oppressor nation. Babylon with computers is still Babylon. Undocumented colonial labor, the growing dependence on undocumented workers just transfers new Third World production inside the borders of the continental empire. Numbering a minimum of 6 million at this time, these workers are primarily Mexicano, but include Dominicans, Chinese, Haitians, and others from all over the world. Their role in production is by now essential and irreplaceable to the U.S. oppressor nation. Undocumented workers play both a specific and a general role. In specific they are the proletariat and U.S. agriculture and garment industries. In general they are a mobile, continental labor army, constituting the low-wage, proletarian base in many enterprises, upon which a superstructure of skilled, white-collar, and management jobs for Euro-Americans is erected. Douglas S. Massey of the Princeton University Office of Population Research has noted that, illegal aliens typically work in menial low-paying positions shunned by citizens, who often work in supervisory and administrative positions in the same firms. Undocumented colonial labor pervades the imperialist economy. Undocumented workers haul in nets on shrimp boats off Texas, repair railroad tracks near Houston, assemble furniture in California factories, unload trucks at a Chicago food processing plant, trim tree branches away from suburban Illinois electric power lines, clean rooms in Connecticut hotels, sell fast food in Manhattan, mop floors in corporate offices, and operate canning machines in Florida factories. The undocumented worker drives trucks, puts together electrical goods, slaughters beef, harvests crops, and in general does those necessary jobs at wages too low to sustain the white lifestyle. In supplying the settler society with cheap food and clothing, undocumented workers supply two of the three basic necessities of life, literally feeding and clothing Euro-Americans. Even within the continental U.S., it is well known that effectively all agricultural labor is third world. The tractor dealers and mechanics, fertilizer salesmen and county agricultural agents, the farm owners and managers, may all be Euro-American, but the agricultural laborers in the fields are African, Puerto Rican or Dominican, and, most of all, Chicano-Mexicano, as is much of the workforce in foods processing. It is hard for a Euro-American family to have a day's meals without eating the products of immiserated third world labor. This applies, only more so, to clothing. The clothes Euro-Americans wear are appropriated from third world labor. Los Angeles has become a major garment manufacturing center, with an estimated 100,000 workers. Even by AFL-CIO estimates, some 80% of these workers are Chicano-Mexicano. An absolute majority are undocumented workers. This is a sweatshop industry, with the conditions that Euro-Americans left behind them over a generation ago. A 1979 investigation by the California Division of Labor showed that of 1,083 garment manufacturers, some 999, 92% were paying less than the minimum wage. Some 376 of these manufacturers, 34%, did not have workers' compensation insurance. Many used illegal child labor. These Chicano-Mexicano workers join the other third world garment workers furnishing America with clothes. In New York, over a quarter of all garment workers, some 50,000, work in supposedly illegal sweatshops. Not only Chinese women, the traditional sweatshop workers in New York, but also Koreans, Haitians, Dominicans, Chicano-Mexicanos, etc. Undocumented workers make up a growing and perhaps majority part of New York garment workers. It is certainly indicative that over 30% of all International Ladies Garment Workers Union, ILGWUAFL-CIO, members there are undocumented. New York's Department of Labor admits that in most cases these workers earn under the minimum wage, union or not, and that their agency had found sweatshops where the third world women averaged $1.50 an hour in paid for 50-hour weeks. Even that is more than the garment workers in Asia and Latin America earn. Imports accounted for 41% of clothing sales in the U.S. in 1981. Charles B. Keeley, immigration policy analyst for the Population Council in New York City, told The Washington Post, "Could the economy continue to function if all the illegal aliens were deported? Are they really deportable?" He asked. Would Americans do those jobs? Some industries, such as agriculture, food services and garment manufacturing, are virtually dependent on illegal immigrant labor. The big house needs the plantation. As Lenin pointed out, the class of those who own nothing but do not labor either is incapable of overthrowing the exploiters. Only the proletarian class, which maintains the whole of society, has the power to bring about a successful social revolution. The meaning of this for us is obvious. 13. Class, culture and community? A UE international officer said, in November 1968, to a group of shop stewards and local union officers, "For the past 2 years, as you know, we have been having widespread discussion in our union on the general feeling of rebellion, cynicism and disgust among young workers. Let's examine, now, why these young workers coming into the shops today feel and act as they do. When this young guy starts getting his weekly paycheck, it looks pretty good, but not for long. Soon he buys a house with a 30-year mortgage. He puts some furniture in the house. He buys a car, a refrigerator, washer and dryer, a TV, likely a color TV. On top of all that, his young wife is pregnant again. As the monthly bills start piling up, his pay envelope looks ridiculous. He sees no reason at all why America, the richest country in the world, can't give him a job that will provide him with all of the necessities and some of the luxuries of life, and what's wrong with that? He is frustrated, he is mad, he is ready to fight the establishment that fails to give him what he needs. Madels and Higgins, them and us, I'd like to tell you why we are troubled. First, we are tired of being politically courted and then legally extorted. Second, we are sick and tired of institutions, both public and private, not being responsive. Third, we feel powerless in our dealings with these monoliths. Fourth, we do not like being blamed for all the problems of Black America. Fifth, and perhaps the key, we anguish at all of the class prejudice that is forced upon us. The speaker is Barbara Mikulski, a third-generation Polish-American from Baltimore, and there is little question but that she speaks for millions of the inhabitants of what Peter Benson calls Whitetown, USA. People forget that, in the metropolitan areas, twice as many white as non-white families live in official poverty, and of course many Whitetowners don't quite qualify for that governmental distinction. They are poor but not poor enough. The Whitetown husband and father works hard as a truck driver or turret lathe operator or policeman or longshoreman or white-collar clerk, perhaps at more than one of these jobs, to buy and hold on to his 14-foot wide house and new color television set. The only place we feel any sense of identity, community, or control is that little home we prize, says Mikulski. But there again we feel threatened by Black people. Carnegie Quarterly, Fall 1970. Euro-American workers are absorbed, as are Boer Afrikaner workers in Azania, into superclass settler communities where the petty bourgeoisie's leadership in the labor aristocracy is the largest and most characteristic element. There is a distinct and exceptional Euro-American way of life that materially and ideologically fuses together the settler masses, shopkeeper, trade unionist, and school teacher alike. The general command of bourgeois ideology over these settler communities is reinforced by the mobilization of tens of millions of Euro-Americans into special reactionary organizations. Those Euro-Americans who are immiserated or heavily exploited are not only still commanded by loyalty to their empire, but are submerged and disconnected amongst the far larger, heavily privileged mass of their fellow citizens. These white poor are truly the lost, the abandoned remnants of the old class struggle existing without direction inside Babylon. While there are numbers of Euro-American workers, they no longer combine into a separate proletarian class. The old white industrial proletariat of the 1930s has been dissolved by promotion and privilege, and its place taken by the colonial proletariats. The abnormal and historically brief contradiction of proletarian class conflict within the settler garrison has been ended. Just as in the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries, the U.S. oppressor nation is again a non-proletarian society that is purely capitalistic in character. The level of decadence and general privilege can be measured by examining the class structure. Revisionist analyses of the U.S. class structure are, of course, deliberately misleading. Most typically, the revisionists lump together the U.S. oppressor nation with the various Third World oppressed nations and national minorities as one society. Their scheme is to try and hide Babylon behind the masses of colonial workers. They typically say, America has a working-class majority. This implies about settler society what is not true. A more subtle distortion is to focus on Euro-Americans, but to determine class by sorting each individual man and woman into different occupational groupings, roughly correlating to a private relationship to the means of production and distribution. This approach lets the revisionists claim that the majority of white Americans are working class. This approach denies the sensuous reality of human society. Classes are huge, self-defined, living social formations, with general aspects and aspects unique to their own history, time, and nation. Engels, in this regard, notes, the working classes have always, according to the different states of the development of society, lived in different circumstances and had different relations to the owning and ruling classes. It is our task to discover and explore the tangible class formations that have their own existence in material life, completely independent of our investigation. The revisionist distortion, on the contrary, seeks to arbitrarily concoct statistical categories, fill them up, on paper, anyway, with abstract individuals, and call this classes. This is just bourgeois sociology with left rhetoric. The U.S. oppressor nation is a patriarchal settler society of some complexity. In general, Euro-Americans exist in family units, with the class identity of the family primarily dependent on the husband or father. We should say that we neither advocate this situation nor see it as eternal. It is the prevailing reality at this time, in this century, and it is our task to understand it. The revisionist methodology comes up with conclusions like, all secretaries are in the clerical sector of the working class. That sounds reasonable to many. Factually, however, it isn't true. For example, if a young Euro-American woman works as a secretary, came from a petty bourgeois family background, is married to a professional, lives in an exclusive white residential suburb or arty urban community, shares in a family income of $30,000 per year, is she working class? Could she be working class but her husband and children petty bourgeois? Obviously, such a person would, in the actual social world that exists, be solidly flourishing within the petty bourgeoisie. This is not such a far-fetched example. Fully 25% of Euro-American women employed as clerical sales personnel are married to men who are managers or professionals. 17% of the wage-employed wives of male managers, includes small retail businesses, are blue-collar workers. Due to the patriarchal nature of Euro-American society, most women from the middle classes are forced, when seeking employment, to accept non-professional clerical and retail sales jobs. This does not necessarily change their class identity. One study shows that roughly one-third of all secretaries under 30 years of age are graduates of colleges or junior colleges. 448. This is commonplace knowledge. We have to describe classes as they exist, not define them as concocted categories of our making. We can gain a better idea of this patriarchal settler society's class structure by looking at Euro-American male occupations alone. While this is nowhere near as accurate as conducting social investigation, actually going out and surveying the masses in all aspects of their lives, it should help us see the general outlines of the class situation. Mao Zedong, for example, in his social investigation of China's countryside, found significance not just in economic roles, but in concomitant social changes. As to the authority of the husband, it has always been comparatively weak among poor peasants, because the poor peasant women, for financial reasons, compelled to engage more in manual work than women in the wealthier classes, have obtained greater rights to speak and more power to make decisions in family affairs. They also enjoy considerable sexual freedom. Among the poor peasants, triangular and multilateral relationships are most universal. This outline is not a full class analysis, we must caution. For our purposes here we do not need to separately delineate the big bourgeoisie, regional and local bourgeoisie, and the varied middle classes, small business proprietors, salaried managers, land-owning farmers, professionals, etc. All these are placed into one bourgeois petty bourgeois grouping, which contains what are separate classes. This is based on the 1970 census, bourgeois and middle classes 37%, managers 12.17%, professionals 15.34%, salesmen, agents and brokers 5.20%, farm owners and managers 3.11%, clerical admin 1.15%. The actual U.S. bourgeoisie is abnormally large. The wealthiest 1% of the U.S. Empire's population, 1 out of every 100 adults of all nationalities, primarily Euro-American, own an average of $1.32 million each. This is the zone where the upper petty bourgeoisie and local bourgeoisie meet. Earlier studies indicate that the actual big bourgeoisie, DuPonts, Rockefellers, Morgans, etc. is only a fraction of this number, perhaps as few as 15,000 individuals. Core of labor aristocracy 24%, craftsmen 21.82%, protective security, police, firemen, etc. 1.90%, workers, includes much of labor aristocracy, 39%, factory and transport, machine operators 18.31%, laborers 6.87%, clerical 6.45%, retail sales clerks 2.31%, general service 5.30%. This breakdown of Euro-American male occupations has a very clear meaning, verifying everything about white America that daily life has told us. The bourgeois, the middle classes, and the core of the labor aristocracy are the absolute majority, over 60%. The labor aristocracy is swollen in size. Almost 2 out of every 100 male Euro-Americans are policemen, firemen or other protective security workers. Highly paid construction tradesmen, machinists, mechanics, and other skilled craftsmen outnumber ordinary production and transportation workers. Even this greatly understates the extent of the settler labor aristocracy. Many Euro-American factory workers, technicians, clerical workers, and even general laborers, such as municipal park department laborers in the major cities, receive extra proletarian wages, sometimes doing light labor and usually no toil at all. The settler labor aristocracy is considerably larger than its hardcore, perhaps comprising as much as 50% of all male Euro-Americans. Philistine mode of life. Most importantly, Euro-Americans share an exceptional way of life. What is so exceptional about it is that almost all get to live in a bourgeois way, quite Philistine in the mode of life, in the size of their earnings and in their entire outlook. Thus, the mass of the lower middle classes, the huge labor aristocracy, and most workers are fused together by a common national way of life and a common national ideology as oppressors. The masses share a way of life that apes the bourgeoisie, dominated by a decadent preoccupation with private consumption. Consuming things and owning things, no matter how shoddy or trivial, is the mass religion. The real world of desperate toil, the world of the proletarians who own nothing but their labor power, is looked down upon with contempt and fear by the Euro-Americans. Euro-Americans know how privileged they have it on a world scale, how exceptional they are. Interviews by one reporter in an Iowa industrial city found, the prevailing attitude expressed here was capsuled in this comment from Don Schatzberg, the 46-year-old foreman of a concrete pipe plant: "If you had a chance to pick your country, where else would you go?" Where else can a working man own his own house and 2 cars and take a vacation every year? I'd say I'm a happy man, not a bit unhappy with my lifestyle like Mr. Schatzberg and many other Americans elsewhere. Workers here often seem to equate success with ownership of homes, cars, campers, boats and the like. I work a lot of hours, said James Dirks, Teamster Union shop steward at Zeidler, but I've got a car, a truck, a boat and a camper to show for it. And Lavonne Feldpouch, a 36-year-old wife and mother who works as a clerk for Deere, where her husband is also employed, said, I feel my life is an upward curve. She noted that she and her husband had accumulated 3 houses and added, we're not going to stop there. They also own 2 cars, a truck, a boat and a motorcycle and take 2 vacation trips a year, one with their children and one without. All statistics show that the amount of consumption in Euro-American society is staggering. Enough so that it establishes for the mass a certain culture. In the settler tradition, today's Euro-American culture is one of home owning, with 68.4% of all settler households in 1979 owning their own home. These households share a cornucopia of private electric appliances. 89.8% of all U.S. homes in 1979 had color TVs, watched an average of over 6 hours per day, 55% had air conditioning, 77.3% had washing machines and 61% had clothes dryers, 43% had dishwashers, 52% had blenders and food processors, and so on. Much of the world's health products are hoarded in the U.S., with, for example, 1 out of every 3 pairs of prescription eyeglasses in the world sold here. In terms of the basics, the most characteristic for Euro-Americans is the automobile. In 1980 there were a total of 104.6 million cars on the road. 84.1% of all U.S. households had cars, with 36.6% having 2 or more. Everyone says that owning automobiles is a necessity, without which transportation to work, 83% drive to work, shopping, and childcare cannot be done. A Bureau of Labor Statistics study shows how the average wage owner in Boston of 1875 had to spend 94% of the family income on necessities, food, clothing and housing. A century of progress to the good life later, the study found that the average wage earner in 1972-73 in Boston spent only 62% on these necessities, meaning they could afford to spend 38% on non-essentials. We should note that few Euro-Americans would agree with this elemental definition, since in their society such things as automobiles, sleeping pills, college education, dry cleaning, telephones, etc. are viewed as necessities. These by no means exhaust the list of Euro-American private possessions. Stocks. 1 of every 7 Euro-Americans owns at least some corporate stocks, vacation homes, land, hair dryers, motorcycles, exercise equipment, guns, boats, annual changes of clothing styles, and on and on. We have brought up these boring, almost mind-numbing lists of possessions to drive home the point that consuming is a disease among settlers, an infection that is dominant in that culture. Euro-American life is no longer centered around production but around consumption. This is the near final stage of decadence. All this is only made possible by the generalized high income that characterizes Euro-American mass life. The median Euro-American family income in 1981 was $23,517. This is not equally distributed, quite obviously, but the extent to which many Euro-Americans in all classes, an absolute majority, share this generalized high income is striking. Between 1960 and 1979 the percentage of settler families earning over $25,000 per year, in constant $1,979, doubled, making up 40% of the settler population. When we examine Euro-American families earning over $20,000 per year in terms of different occupations, This income sameness is very conspicuous. This generalized high income has come to characterize even industrial production workers, who in previous historical periods were highly exploited, and lived in abject misery. An upper stratum of unionized production workers in heavy industry earn on an approximate level with the petty bourgeoisie. At the end of 1982, General Motors was paying its blue-collar workers an average base wage of $11.53 per hour, plus an additional $0.99 per hour average in shift and overtime premiums, and an additional $7.13 per hour in average benefits, health insurance, holiday and vacation pay, etc. This is a total package of some $40,000 per year. Steelworkers' average 1981 total wage package was $19.42 an hour. This compares to craft incomes in the most fortunate high-wage areas. In San Jose, California, the latest pact raises union electricians' total wage to $24.40 an hour. Most Euro-American workers no longer can go into such industries, however. Much more typical and more exploited would be Maureen Akin, recently written about as one of the 9,000 Motorola workers in Phoenix, Arizona. A 41-year-old divorcee, Ms. Akin earns $7.02 per hour, for a 36-hour work week, as a production worker making semiconductors. Living on a restricted budget, she saw only one movie last year in order to pay for her son's orthodontic work and her daughter's college. When we go down even lower, we find the notoriously low-wage North Carolina textile mills, which in a low-wage industry have the poorest paid workers of those in any state. Virtual symbols of backward, poor white exploitation, they paid an average production wage in 1982 of $5.24 per hour, or $10,900 per year. This low wage of North Carolina textile mill workers is much higher than world standards. This is roughly 30 times the wage that the Del Monte division of the R.J. Reynolds Corporation pays the women workers who toil 10 to 12 hours each day on their vast Philippine plantations. It is 11.5 times the wage that Rawlings Company pays the Haitian women who stitch together all the Major League Baseballs. It is 5 times the wage that General Motors pays its African auto workers in Azania. The most exploited Euro-American workers live whole levels above the standard of the world proletariat, since they may be on the bottom, but they are on the bottom of a privileged nation of oppressors. Nation is the dominant factor, modifying class relations. No matter where we look, the mass, extra-proletarian privileges of Euro-Americans have structurally insulated them within their exceptional way of life. Problems like high mortgage rates for homes are problems of a particular way of life. The full extent of what the Euro-American masses get from their special relationship serving imperialism cannot be measured in dollars alone. Everyone in the empire understands the saying, if you're white, you're all right. To the settler garrison goes the first pick of whatever is available: homes, jobs, schools, food, health care, government services, and so on. Whatever security is available under imperialism is theirs as well. This is taken for granted. A 1977 survey by the Center for Policy Research among Vietnam veterans in the Northeast showed that while African Vietnam-era vets surveyed had an unemployment rate of 28%, corresponding Euro-American veterans had an unemployment rate of only 3%. Further, the employed Euro-American veterans earned an average of $4,212 per year more than even those African veterans who were working. Even the women's movement became a real factor in preserving their exceptional way of life. While the women's movement both expressed anger at sexism and greatly improved Euro-American women's lives, it was largely coopted as a political movement by imperialism at its birth. The imperialist-sponsored liberation of settler women has been a major prop to reinforce and modernize the patriarchal family structure. For that matter, to transfuse the whole settler society. Just as the empire called out white women from the kitchen during World War II, to be Rosie the Riveter in war industry, so in the 1970s white women were again freed by imperialism to enter the labor force in new areas and in unprecedented numbers. First, at a time when the empire had decided that Africans were again too rebellious to be employed in any great numbers in key industrial, commercial, and professional institutions, Euro-American women were recruited to stand by their men in filling up the jobs. Equal opportunity in medical schools, law schools, business, etc. meant a large influx of Euro-American women, and few Africans. This is noticeable even in the blue-collar skilled trades, which have long been male sectors of employment. During 1970 to 1980 the percentage of women in these restricted crafts rose at a rate 3 times that for Third World workers. This was like a new wave of European immigration to reinforce the settler hold on their job market. And it was a breath of fresh air, modernizing settler society. Now, for instance, even the New York Times has a very literary women's consciousness column, called Hers, where feminist leaders and writers can reach a mass audience. The fractures of the 60s are being reconciled and reunited among settlers. Novelist Gail Sheehy wrote in this column, "Behind just about every successful woman I know with a public as well as a private life there is another woman. The dirty little secret is, all but one of the female leaders interviewed here has household help." Sheehy herself tried Filipino and Argentinian domestics unsuccessfully, too hostile before going back to the tried and true African woman domestic. While women's liberation is an essential part of the world revolutionary future, the struggles of women in various societies have their own national characteristics. In the U.S. oppressor nation the politics of women's liberation form but one small current within the much larger, overall women's movement. This larger movement is pro-imperialist, and is concerned only with equality of privilege among male and female settlers. It is opposed to any liberation in general. The revolutionary ideas of women's liberation rested lightly upon the surface of the women's movement, and some individual women did pick them up. Real wages in the U.S. began to stagnate in 1967, when imperialism ran aground on the Vietnamese Revolution. For the first time since World War II rapid inflation was eating at the upward spiral of Euro-American income. In this continuing crisis the new income of Euro-American women saved the settler family from loss of buying power, a phrase of the oppressor nation economy that carries an almost traumatic weight. The new income of employed women contributed to the 22% increase in real per capita income in the U.S. between 1970 to 1980. The Euro-American family continued its way of life by becoming a two-wage earner family, at a time when African proletarian families, for example, were increasingly becoming the reverse. By 1978 some 75% of the U.S. families with incomes over $25,000 per year had two-wage earners. The New York Times reported. Across the nation women have swarmed into the workforce by the millions, swelling the numbers of multi-income families. That trend can mask the effects of inflation, since a substantial number of families are living better than they did. We are not just describing simple social bribery, as in the bourgeoisification of European workers in Germany, France, England, etc. In Europe the bribed workers came from a long history of class war, in societies with centuries of sharply defined and rigid class divisions. Their classes, however bribed and infected, still exist as formations in the actual social world, occupying traditional communities, continuing a definite class culture. Politically, the European working class still swell the large, nominally socialist, voluntary industrial unions, which do not exist in the U.S. oppressor nation, and are electorally represented by their traditional working class parties, the German Social Democratic Party, the French Communist Party, etc. Of course, The long-range trends of world polarization and internationalization mean that all oppressor nation societies have become more alike and will become even more so. In America, this bribery, this bourgeoisification, took place within the context of a settler society, which has its own history, culture, and traditions, based not on class struggle, but on their material role as the privileged garrison over the continental empire. The immigrant European proletarians were bribed by being absorbed, integrated if you will, into this specific society. So in America, intra-oppressor class distinctions have always been muted on the mass level by the fact that the main distinction was whether you were a settler or a subject, whether you were in the slave patrols or enslaved in the fields, whether you were in the frontier garrison community or imprisoned in the reservation. This was the all-important identity, to which everything else was subordinate. Only someone with no contact with reality can fail to see this. The garrison community, the Euro-American community, is not just a conglomeration of stores and residences. It is a physical structure for settler life, in which the common culture of the empire garrison still lives on. These garrison communities are enforcers of the oppressor nation way of life among its citizens, demanding social conformity and ideological regimentation. They have certain specific characteristics, the most glaring of which is that colonial subjects are generally barred out. Why should the settler garrison let the Indians live inside the walls of the fort? There is an arrogance but at the same time an underlying feeling of being threatened or besieged by those people, which occasionally breaks out in collective hysteria, during which guns are flourished and the laggards rush to buy out the local gun shops. The confining, boring, and Philistine way of life of these communities is one reason Euro-American youth dropped out of them in such numbers during the 1960s. There are, of course, different types of settler communities, distinguished by a number of things, including by class. The community of multimillionaires in Palm Springs or Aspen is very different from the communities of Canarsie or Skokie or Charlestown, as are the hippie communities of Berkeley or Greenwich Village. On the mass level, however, a certain type of superclass Euro-American community has been characteristic for over a century. It is a small home-owning, small propertied community. In it the lower middle class, the labor aristocracy, and other workers share the tight but generally comfortable life of the settler garrison. This is where community life is supported by the conspicuous concentration of state services, parks, garbage collection, swimming pools, better schools, medical facilities, and so on. In contrast to the reservation or ghetto, the settler community is full of the resources of modern industrial life. Increasingly such communities are suburbs, or exurbs, filled with the Euro-Americans who are regrouping away from the old central cities. Today the suburban population is 103 million, roughly half of the U.S. population. These suburbs are fundamentally all white, averaging around 90% Euro-American. Those numbers are misleading, since most third-world people in the suburbs are either tightly segregated into ghettoized small towns and residential pockets or are Asian. The social character of the typical suburb is relentlessly, monolithically white. We can see in such garrison communities, urban ethnic enclave as well as suburb, how the shared exceptional way of life materially and ideologically fuses together the masses. There, on the same block and street, the families of electricians and small retailers, truck drivers and school teachers, policemen and grill owners, bookkeepers and telephone repairmen, white-collar supervisors and factory workers, computer programmers and legal secretaries grow up together, go to the same schools together, and intermarry. Nominal class distinctions on the common level pale beside their superclass unification as a settler mass, most characterized by the labor aristocracy. Here also is the home of the state labor force. Policemen and firemen are quite common, and in some communities almost everyone is related to, friends or neighbors with police. Literally thousands of all-white voluntary organizations crisscross settler communities. Tens of millions of settlers are organized into special reactionary groupings of the most diverse kinds. Some, such as the KKK or the Moral Majority, are overt. Far more respectable and wide-reaching are reactionary organizations such as the AFL craft unions, ethnic organizations like the Sons of Italy, the all-white Roman Catholic parishes, the Right to Life groupings, the Mormon Church, the NRA, the Betar and other Zionist fascist groups, sports leagues, thousands of neighborhood improvement associations, ranchers associations, military reserve units, and on and on. The list of special all-white organizations with reactionary politics is endless. The National Rifle Association in the state of Pennsylvania alone has ties to over 1,000 local gun clubs with 200,000 members. One report shows how Jim Price, a part-time farmer and factory worker, is also a power broker as president of the State Federation of Sportsmen's Clubs. This grouping was credited for electing Republican Richard Schweiker to the U.S. Senate when the Democratic incumbent spoke out for gun controls. The report goes on, Mr. Price's forebears were original settlers here, so when he talks of the threat of government dictatorship through gun controls his sense of history sounds personal. My people were chased off twice by the Indians before they stayed for good, he said. Everyone who has had any contact with the NRA network of gunmen knows exactly how they expect to use their weapons. This network alone mobilizes millions of armed Euro-Americans. Such special reactionary organizations are far from all commanding even within the settler community, but their strength is considerable. What is most important is to realize that white America is not a political blank. The Euro-American left sometimes discusses things as if this were true, discussing organizing white workers as though they were frozen in place. Settlers are not waiting passively for the movement to come organize them. The point is they already have many movements, causes, and organizations of their own. That's the problem. The poor and exploited, the U.S. oppressor nation does have its own casualties and its broken remnants of the industrial past. These constitute an insufficient base for revolutionary change, however. Approximately 10% of the Euro-American population has been living in poverty by government statistics. This minority is not a cohesive, proletarian stratum, but a miscellaneous fringe of the unlucky and the outcast, older workers trapped by fading industries, retired poor, physically and emotionally disabled, and some families supported by a single woman. The whole culture silently reminds them that if they are poor and white the fault must be theirs. The rate of alcoholism in this layer is considerable. They are scattered and socially diffused. Some entire industrial communities do exist as outmoded but surviving pockets of the old way of life. It's interesting to see how imperialism controls them. The Appalachian coal mining communities are the sharpest example, having their own economic, cultural, and union tradition going back to the 19th century. What a great contrast between these old, torn-up mountain miner communities and the new Euro-American white-collar suburbs. Yet, there is an interrelationship, even in the exceptions to the trends. Precisely because of this stark, deeply ingrained tradition, the Appalachian mining communities have been special targets of radical organizing efforts. The Communist Party USA has had organizers in the mountains for some 60 years. It was there during the 1920s that the most famous of the CPUSA's red unions, the National Miners Union, led the coal miners into the bitter, violent Harlan County strike. Even during the reactionary 1950s, the Southern Conference Education Fund maintained a radical presence. In the 1960s we find numerous Appalachian organizing projects, including those of the Progressive Labor Party, SDS, and Southern Student Organizing Committee. By the 1970s many radical groupings were helping promote dissident movements, such as for Community Reforms or the Miners for Democracy, MFD, that eventually won control of the United Mine Workers Union. In the mid-1970s the Revolutionary Communist Party had its own rank-and-file miners' organizations, just as the CPUSA had over 40 years before, which for a time had some following. Despite the 60 years of repeated radical organizing drives there has been, in fact, zero revolutionary progress among the mining communities. Despite the history of bloody union battles, class consciousness has never moved beyond an embryonic form, at best. There is no indigenous revolutionary activity, none, or traditions. Loyalty to U.S. imperialism and hatred of the colonial peoples is very intense. We can see a derailment of the connection between simple exploitation and class consciousness. To see why we can look at Martin County, Kentucky. This has long been one of the poorest counties in the U.S. There are no highways, no sewage system, no garbage collection, no hospitals or even movie theaters, and one radio station and one fast food franchise restaurant for its 14,000 citizens. The community is ripped off, exploited to an extreme degree. Even the government, while spending close to $20 million a year in Martin County for school programs, job retraining, etc., takes out twice that much, $40 million a year, in taxes. One corporation dominates the economy. In fact, owns it. The Norfolk and Western Railroad has mineral rights to some 129,000 acres, over half of the total land area of the county. The second largest landowner is Harvard University. The 13 million tons of coal taken out every year not only brings large profits to the mine operators, Occidental Petroleum, Fluor Corporation, Ashland Oil, and MAPCO, but gives N&W coal royalties and freight fees of over $30 million annually. This is an annual rate of return on their investment of 120%. Over the 50-year life of the coal field, N&W's total return will be something like $1.5 billion, or 6,000% on their investment. As everyone knows, the rampant street mining is rapidly destroying the area's simple road system, choking the streams with corrosive coal refuse, fouling the underground water supply, and generally causing more physical and ecological destruction than repeated bombings. Harry Caudle, author of Night Comes to the Cumberlands, says, they've treated the region as if it were a colony. When they finish taking what they want from it, they'll just let it go to hell. Why don't the workers in this ripped-off colony organize, seeing in a revolutionary change a way to keep the wealth for the community of their children's generation? In fact, to really have a community? Why don't they resist? The answer is that the majority of them welcome such exploitation, whatever the future price. Their community may have nothing, may be sliding back into an eventual future of undeveloped desolation, but right now those who have jobs are making good bucks. The 5,000 coal miners have been earning around $30,000 per year, while the county's per capita annual income is up to $7,000. The employed miners who are getting those good bucks are unconcerned about the poverty right at their side. Disabled miners and the elderly live in poverty, children are uneducated, while what income exists in the community is eagerly thrown away on individual consumerism. This points out the fact that what is poverty-stricken about settlers is their culture. The Euro-American coal miners are just concentrating on getting theirs while it lasts. In the settler tradition it's every man for himself. They have no class goals or even community goals, just private goals involving private income and private consumerism. Meanwhile, The local NNW land manager says that they do have future plans for Appalachia. We don't intend to walk off and leave this land to the Indians. Of that we can be certain. The most significant fact about the real consciousness of the Euro-American masses is how anti-communal and private it is. Settlers recognize no common bond with the rest of humanity. That is why everything they build is perverted, why settler trade unions are anti-proletarian, and settler women's liberation is happy to exploit the women of other nations. It means nothing to Euro-Americans that the winter fruit they eat was really paid for by the lives of Mexican or Chilean or Filipino children. For them the flavor is so sweet. Euro-Americans don't even really care too much about each other. Lower taxes are more important than food for their own elderly. This is a diseased culture, with a mass political consciousness that is centered around parasitism. The mere recognition that there are rich and poor, or even that corporations exploit people, any idiot can see this, cannot constitute class consciousness. The long history of unionism in the coal counties shows this. Class consciousness implies a participation in the class war. While such a consciousness certainly can involve fighting for better wages, it cannot be limited to or even centered on this. The Euro-American left has completely mystified the question of class consciousness. They see in every labor strike, in the slightest twitch for reform, examples of proletarianism. Some socialist scholars, a self-awarded title, to be sure, conduct almost anthropological expeditions into the settler masses, seeing in every remembered folk song or cultural nuance some profound but hidden nuggets of working-class consciousness. Others, who have spent years as working-class experts, find proletarian vision in every joke about the bosses told during coffee breaks. This is not politics, whatever else it may be. There is nothing mystical, elusive or hidden about real working-class consciousness. It is the political awareness that the exploiting class and its state must be fought, that the laboring masses of the world have unity in their need for socialism. The Red Army is class consciousness. An action for higher wages or better working conditions need not embody any real class consciousness whatsoever. Narrow self-interest is not the same as consciousness of class interests. More for me is not the same slogan as liberate humanity. Lenin wrote on this, only when the individual worker realizes that he is a member of the entire working class, only when he recognizes the fact that his petty day-to-day struggle against individual employers and individual government officials is a struggle against the entire bourgeoisie and the entire government, does his struggle become a class struggle. This famous and often quoted passage set forth a clear threshold, by which the coal miners or any other significant grouping of Euro-American workers do not in a scientific sense have any real working class consciousness. Much more than this, however, is the reality that practice is the proof, that the actual struggle reveals more than any theoretical criteria. Lenin pointed this out at the Second Congress of the Communist International. We cannot, nor can anybody else, calculate exactly what portion of the proletariat is following and will follow the social chauvinists and opportunists. This will only be revealed by the struggle, it will be definitely decided only by the socialist revolution. We have lived through 2 decades of the most tumultuous political struggle on a global scale. The African masses broke through the colonial repression in massive urban uprisings during the 1960s. The Chicano-Mexicano land struggle revived in the Southwest. Armed self-defense became a popular concept. Wounded Knee lit a signal fire for the Indian nations. Socialist ideas and international solidarity took root in the new insurgencies. The Puerto Rican Revolution brought an armed struggle once again to the front door of the empire. The answer to their actual consciousness, to what class awareness the Euro-American workers had, can be found in what side they supported in the wars to overthrow their U.S. empire. U.S. settlerism and Zionism. The connection between Euro-American settlerism and Zionist settlerism, twin servants of imperialism, is shown in all the recent reactionary political developments within the U.S. Jewish communities. Repeated propaganda about the Holocaust is used as fascistic indoctrination, to whip up a belligerent sentimentality that both justifies Euro-Americans as victims, no more guilt trips about racism, and powers new terroristic attacks on colonial peoples. The same ultra-Orthodox Zionist elements are killing African youth in Brooklyn and shooting Palestinian youth on the West Bank. Now even the anti-Semitic bigots of the moral majority recognize the Zionists as their kith and kin. This Zionist example has stirred many of the Russian Jewry, and brought some 175,000 of them here to become settlers in the New World. Again we can see how the division of the world into oppressed nations pervades all relations and events. The Russian Jewish immigration is not like the Puerto Rican immigration, for example, which is the forced dislocation of a colonial people in search of employment. In contrast, the Russian Jewry come as more reinforcements for the U.S. oppressor nation. Come not for survival or bread, but for the rich, privileged lifestyle of settlerism. Beneath the propaganda, this is all very evident. A recent New York Times report from Russia's Jewish Human Rights Underground is revealing, about 30 Moscow Jews and a few Westerners gathered in a private apartment recently to mark Purim with poetry and amateur theatricals. The players shifted easily from Russian to Hebrew, and some members of the hopelessly cramped audience joined in the songs. Even the children readily recognized Queen Esther and the other characters in the ancient legend of how Persian Jews triumphed over a devious plot to massacre them by the wicked Haman, done up for the evening as a Palestinian guerrilla. The Six-Day War of 1967 is generally recognized as a turning point in the self-esteem of Russian Jews and in their identification with Israel. There was a sense of colossal national rehabilitation, recalled Noam Ayman, a 72-year-old physicist and human rights activist. We see the same pattern, how the conquering and killing of Arabs, Africans, etc. is felt by Zionist settlers as therapeutic rehabilitation, restoring them to European dimensions. This is the same virile restoration through mass murder that was so ecstatically praised by Adolf Hitler. Jews do face an entrenched anti-Semitism, which in Russia definitely makes them second-class citizens, restricts advancement into upper management, and limits religious and cultural expression, such as the human rights get-together described. About 30% of the Russian Jewish immigrants here are university graduates. One such family are the Resnikovs, interviewed in Forest Hills, New York. Russia was a beautiful country. But not for us, said Mrs. Resnikov, a brief sorrow in her huge dark eyes. She was a technician in an electronics plant and her husband, a squarely built man of 42, was a construction engineer. Higher I couldn't go in Russia, a Jew for them is an enemy, he said. Now, after 4 years here, Mr. Resnikov is impatient with working like a worker in his $6.50 an hour job as a roofer, but has found nothing better. We live nice, he said, but we didn't live bad in Kiev or Haifa. I would like to have my own American business. Some 2/3 of all Russian Jewish emigrants have come to the U.S. rather than Israel. A survey for the Council of Jewish Federations found that in 1981 the median family income of these new settlers was $19,632. Other surveys have found that less than 1%, mostly the elderly, have to stay on welfare. Coming from thousands of miles away, often speaking no English, their new citizenship in the U.S. oppressor nation gives them an instant lifestyle above the colonial world. 14. Tactical and strategic. The settler nature of the Euro-American oppressor nation is the decisive factor in their political struggles. It is the decisive factor in relations between Third World struggles and the Euro-American masses. This was true in 1776 and true in 1976. True for the Ku Klux Klan and true for the Communist Party USA, not that these two organizations have the same politics, but that their settler national character is the decisive factor in both. It is only by grasping this that the question of broader unity can be correctly answered. This is a particular problem for Asian Americans, who as relatively small national minorities within the Continental Empire have a high organic need for political coalitions and alliances. It is difficult to evaluate different forms of unity just from our own experiences alone. Asian national minorities here have had a limited history of political unity with each other, much less with Euro-Americans or the oppressed nations. Settler radicalism has taught us that two types of unity are important: proletarian internationalism, strategic unity of communists and workers of all nations, and immediate trade union unity, tactical unity of all workers in unions and other mass organizations. Since historically most Asian workers here have been nationally segregated, there has been little opportunity to test out this trade union unity. The often cited example is that of the Filipino-Japanese plantation workers in the Hawaiian ILWU, the radical-led longshoremen's union on the West Coast, who by the 1970s were the highest-paid agricultural workers in the world. They are the first and last such, as the Hawaiian plantations are closing down and shifting production further into the Third World. This is cited as proof that by uniting inside the settler unions we will be able to not only get immediate economic benefits, but will be laying the foundations for eventual strategic unity with our brother and sister Euro-American workers. In that viewpoint, money-based tactical unity with settlers will eventually produce a heartfelt strategic unity, wherein Euro-American workers will join us as true comrades in making revolution against their empire. What our analysis has proved is that this view is worse than simple-minded. To better examine the question of strategic and tactical relations, we need to turn to the broader history of black-white workers' unity, which has been used in the U.S. empire as the classic example of the supposed superiority of radical integrationism. We need to begin with the theoretical framework constructed by Message to the Black Movement. Message performed a mentally liberating deed by taking the question of unity out of the fog of racial, or interracial sentiment, posing it instead in terms of national interests and class interests. Black-white workers' solidarity cannot be attained at any cost, but at a particular cost. We do not agree with white leftist revisionists that black and white workers share the same interest because they are both workers. While this may be true on a tactical level, specific struggles around certain issues, it is not true on a strategic level. Strategically speaking, long range, the black workers' ultimate goal is the same as the masses of blacks, which is toward national self-determination as a people, both the establishment of a black revolutionary nation based on socialist relations, and overthrowing the present capitalist system and establishment of it predominantly white workers. State are complementary struggles, and as such there will be tactical unity around issues that affect both black and white workers. While this view was an important advance, it also contained certain contradictions. It assumed, despite settlerism, that the Euro-American masses and the African masses had nationally separate but parallel struggles, both moving in the same direction. Because of this complementary relationship, there would naturally be tactical unity between black and white workers. First of all, tactical unity should be understood as temporary, short-run unity around a specific issue by forces that can even be fundamentally antagonistic. The Chinese Revolution and the U.S. Empire had for a few years a tactical unity against the Japanese Empire. The unity between proletarians of different nations, struggling towards socialism, is not tactical but strategic. There is nothing temporary or tactical about the deep bond, for example, between the Vietnamese Revolution and the guerrillas of El Salvador. We ourselves have deep feelings of unity, more strategic than any national boundary, towards our comrades in Vietnam. If both black and white workers were indeed moving towards socialism in their respective nations, then the unity would be more than tactical. In reality, this is not the situation. Message becomes confused when it tries to deal with the fact that immediate issues, higher wages in a factory, tenants' rights legislation, etc. call for some tactical relationship between black and white workers. This is a relationship in the larger framework of national antagonism. It is necessary to deepen this to see more fully what is tactical and what is strategic in the linked struggles of Euro-American and Third World workers. Particularly, in seeing that revolutionaries are not the only ones with tactics and strategies. What is the relationship of tactical unity to genocide? The classic and most cited example of black-white workers' unity has always been the United Mine Workers. From its founding in 1890, the UMW Constitution admitted all coal miners regardless of race, creed or nationality. As early as 1900 the UMW had some 20,000 African members, while even in the earliest years an African miner, Richard L. Davis, was a union leader. Davis himself said after many white miners voted to put him on the board that the question of color in our miners' organization will soon be a thing of the past. By 1939 the UMW had as many as 100,000 African members, and Horace Cayton and George Mitchell wrote that year in Black Workers and the New Unions that the UMW was from the point of view of the participation of Negroes, the most important in the country. One of the earliest modern industrial unions in the U.S., the UMW was the only major union with significant African membership. The most integrated union in the AFL, the UMW under John L. Lewis led the breakaway from the old AFL to form the more militant CIO. To this very day the Mine Workers Union has African local and district officers and the original constitutional provisions still making discrimination by any member grounds for expulsion. The historic place assigned the UMW as an example of working-class unity and integration is unique. The Negro Almanac says, for instance, it has been said that no other CIO leader better understood the importance of equalitarian racial policies for successful unionism than John L. Lewis of the United Mine Workers. In this union, the common economic and occupational hardships endured by all minimized, although they did not totally eliminate racial differences among members. Even in the South, CIO policies ultimately prompted Thurgood Marshall to declare that the program of this organization has become a Bill of Rights for Negro labor. In America, in the UMW we can examine tactical unity over a 90-year period in a major industry. The fundamental reality was that African miners and Euro-American miners had tactical unity, but different strategic interests. African miners attempted to pursue their tactical interests by uniting within settler unionism, helping to organize all coal miners and thus building a strong enough union to significantly increase wages and improve working conditions. This tactical unity was very practical and easily understood. But the strategic contradictions are now equally clear, while seldom brought to light. While African workers had the strategic goal of liberating their nation from the U.S. empire, the settler workers had the strategic goal of preserving the U.S. empire's exploitation of the oppressed nations. The mythology that they had common class interests proved factually untrue. Since African miners were perhaps 20% of all coal miners and a majority in the southern mines, it was impractical for settler miners to build a union that excluded them. As early as 1899, UMW President John Mitchell told an astonished congressional investigation that even in Alabama there are cases where a colored man will be the officer of a local union with both African and Euro-American members. I will say there is no difference as far as our organization is concerned. They recognize, as a matter of necessity they were forced to recognize, the identity of interest. I suppose among miners, the same as other white men in the South, there is the same class differences, but they have been forced down, so they must raise the colored man up or they go down, and they consequently have mixed together in their organization. Both Euro-American and African miners wanted tactical unity. However, since they had different strategic interests, their tactical unity meant different things to each group. The Euro-American miners wanted tactical unity in order to advance their own narrow economic interests and take away African jobs. In the early 1920s, the UMW could in practice be divided into two regions, the unionized North, where most UMW locals in Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, and Pennsylvania used their settler organization to keep African miners out. The unorganized Appalachian South, where the UMW needed African miners to build the settler union. While the UMW welcomed African workers as unpaid organizers and militants, when a mining community in the North became organized, very often the African Union brothers were told to get out. At the 1921 UMW Pittsburgh District Convention, an experienced African delegate, recalling how he and hundreds of other African miners had taken up rifles to join the Union's armed marches in West Virginia, complained bitterly, "Those colored men from the state of West Virginia put their shoulders to the shoulders of white brothers, and our newspapers tell us that they have sacrificed their lives for this great movement." I think it looks very embarrassing when a man would sacrifice his life for this movement, and after the victory is won then his brother would say, "We need you no longer. A livelihood belongs to every man, and when you deprive me of it you have almost committed murder to the whole entire race." Richard L. Davis, whom we mentioned as the first African to be elected to the UMW board, spent 16 years as an unpaid labor organizer, not only in Ohio, but in Alabama and West Virginia as well. Finally he was whitelisted, unable to get work from the mine operators and unable despite his leading role to get either financial aid or paid organizer's position with the UMW. Living in great want, unable to provide for his children, ill, he finally died of lung fever at the age of 35. He was used and then discarded. This is why Euro-American historians write of him as the best possible example for Third World workers to follow. The Union actually depended upon a fighting base of African miners to get established in the South. As we discussed earlier, in both the 1908 and 1920-21 Alabama strikes the majority of strikers were Africans. 76% of the 1920-21 UMW strikers were African. An African miner who worked in Mercer County, West Virginia for 43 years recalled, "The white man was scared to join the Union at first around here. The black man took the organizing jobs and set it up. We went into the bushes and met in secret. And we held all the key offices. A few of the white miners would slip around and come to our meetings. After they found out that the company wasn't going to run them away, why they began to appear more often. And quite naturally, when they became the majority, they elected who they wanted for their presidents, vice presidents and treasurers. This left a few jobs as secretaries for the Negroes. But at the beginning, most all of the main offices in the locals were held by Negroes. The UMW's triumph in the mid-1930s meant that at last the Euro-American miners held enough power to defend their settler class interests. Much higher wages, per-ton production royalties for union pension and medical plans, seniority and safety regulations, and other benefits all resulted from this triumph. Today, while underground mining is still very hard and dangerous work, the union mines are highly mechanized and workers regularly earn $20,000 to $30,000 per year. In 1980, the President's Coal Commission said that the 233,400 coal miners in the U.S. earned an average wage of $20,000 per year. Of these, 50% owned their own homes and an added 24% owned mobile homes. 87% owned their own cars and 24% owned two cars. While imperialism is literally destroying much of Appalachia through physical and social environmental dislocation, it is paying high wages in the union mines in order to maintain mass acceptance of its policies. These are very desirable jobs by the standards of the imperialist labor market. Even the weakened position of the UMW since the 1960s has not completely wiped out the gains made. Now that the fruits of successful union struggle have been placed in view, we can evaluate in practice the gains that African miners won by sacrificing to build the settler UMW and steadfastly uniting with their Euro-American union brothers. The gains, objectively speaking, are non-existent. There are no gains because African coal miners have been virtually wiped out by the alliance of settler capitalists and settler miners. Driven out of the industry by the tens of thousands, African miners found their share of the jobs taken over by their Euro-American union brothers. In 1930, African coal miners comprised 22% of the industry in southern Appalachia, Alabama, Kentucky, Tennessee, West Virginia, Virginia. By 1960, their share of the coal mining jobs in southern Appalachia had been cut to only 6%. Even during the boom years of the 1940s and early 1950s, when tens of thousands of new Euro-American miners were getting hired, thousands of African miners were being fired and not replaced. In doing this, the imperialists were merely carrying out their general policy on colonial labor, restricting its role in strategic industries and reserving the best jobs for Euro-Americans in order to ensure the loyalty of settler society. When most coal mining jobs were brutal hand-loading of the coal while working in 2-foot-high tunnels, there were many jobs for African labor. But as unionization and mechanization raised the wages and improved the work, it became too good for Africans, and the companies and the UMW started pushing Africans out. Denied jobs operating the new machinery, African laborers with 10 years seniority found themselves being permanently laid off, in other words, fired, at the same time as the company would be hiring Euro-American teenagers for high-waged jobs on the new equipment. The other favored tactic was to transfer large numbers of African miners into the oldest mines, working them to exhaustion without investing even a penny in modernization, and then closing the worked-out mine and firing the African men. At the same time, the same company would be opening new mines elsewhere with an all-white workforce. The United Mine Workers actively conspired with all the mine companies in this campaign against African labor. It would not have been possible otherwise. Today, surface mining accounts for over 60% of all coal production, double its percentage just 10 years ago. The growing sector of the industry, it is also the best paid, safest, cleanest, and most mechanized. It should be no surprise that these jobs are reserved for Euro-Americans. Alabama is traditionally the most heavily African area in the coal industry. Yet in 1974, the UMW's District 20 in Alabama had only 10 African members among the 1,500 surface miners, while Africans are over 26% of the area's population. The blackout of African workers in the coal industry has reached a point where the 1980 report on the American coal miner by the President's Coal Commission, chaired by John D. Rockefeller IV, has an entire chapter on the Navajo miners who produce 3% of the U.S. coal, but not even one page on African miners. In a few paragraphs, the study praises the UMW as an example of integration, and notes that past discrimination is being corrected by corporate civil rights programs. It ends these few words by noting that the coal companies would supposedly like to hire more Africans for these well-paying jobs, but they can't find any job seekers, Coal companies contend that the major problem in finding black miners is that many black families have migrated to the large urban centers and that few live in the coal fields. We can see, then, that the tactical unity of settler and African miners cannot be understood without examining the strategy of both groups. Euro-American labor used that tactical unity to get African workers to carry out the strategy of preserving the settler empire. Some African miners received tactical gains from this unity in the form of higher wages and better working conditions. But in return, African miners disorganized themselves, giving themselves up to the hegemony of settler unionism. Thus disarmed and disorganized, they soon discovered that the result of the tactical unity was to take their jobs and drive them out. There are no tactics without a larger strategy, and in the U.S. empire that strategy has a national and class character. As that African miner so correctly pointed out in 1921, a livelihood belongs to every man, and when you deprive me of it you have almost committed murder to the whole entire race. Without that economic base, the African communities in West Virginia lost 25% of their total population during 1960 to 1970, as families were forced out of the coal areas. This, then, is the bitter fruit of black-white workers' unity over 90 years in the coal industry. While such integration was shocking to many settlers, we can now understand why Richard L. Davis was elected to the UMW National Board in 1896. He was the chosen Judas Goat, selected to help lure African miners into following settler unionism. The UMW Journal reminded white miners at the same time that with his new position, he will in a special way be able to appear before our colored miners and preach the gospel of trade unions. When African miners in Ohio complained that the UMW was a white man's organization, Davis answered them, "Now, my dear people, I, as a colored man, would ask of you to dispel all such ideas, as they are not only false but foolish and unwise. You have the same interests at stake as your white brother." While Davis proved his sincerity by literally giving his life to build industrial unionism, it isn't very hard to see that he was elevated into a high union office by white miners because that actually represented their own narrow interests. He was the misleader. Although idealistic and honest, they helped create for African miners. Even today, after the decisive blows have fallen, we find misleaders telling African coal miners that better unity with settler workers, and reforming the settler unions, are the answers to their problems. The damage in this case is limited solely by the fact that no one can be killed twice. Bill Worthington, past president of the Black Lung Association, of miners disabled from breathing coal dust, is a prominent retired African miner. He often speaks at national labor rallies, community and settler left events. And he trots out with shameless disregard for the truth the whole tired line of settleristic lies. The operators try to divide black and white. It's a master plan to keep confusion among the workers. Keep the poor people fighting one another. This is the classic line invented by the settler left to explain away national oppression. In point of fact, African and Euro-American coal miners are not actually fighting each other in the coal fields. By cooperating with the imperialists, Euro-American miners have forced most Africans out and now have whatever remains of the jobs. African miners have been forced out and are in a difficult position to fight. Imperialism has the coal mines, the settlers have the jobs, and are going to try to hold on to them, and the unemployed African workers get the inspiring propaganda about black-white workers' unity. This history proves concretely that the strategy of settleristic assimilation and the tactics that flowed from it were incorrect for African miners, and that their true strategic interests lay not only in national liberation but in developing their own fighting organizations which alone could defend their true class interests. It was only from that foundation that correct tactical relations could have been made with Euro-American workers. Correct alliances must be based on correct strategy. We also see how the Euro-American labor aristocracy uses tactical unity and the surface appearance of advancing the common good, but only really acts to protect settler privilege and maintain settler hegemony over labor. It is always important to go beneath the surface appearances of such tactical unity, no matter how good it looks. In the summer of 1974, the United Mine Workers and the Euro-American left announced that a wonderful breakthrough had just happened. The Union was leading thousands of settler miners to make common cause with the African liberation struggle in South Africa. This was an event so improbable as to surpass anything but the propaganda of the settler left. In its June 5, 1974, issue, the radical Weekly Guardian ran a large headline, "Miners Halt Work to Protest as Africa Coal." In the article underneath they proclaimed that spirited action had united the workers' movement with the black liberation struggle. The article details how nearly 8,000 miners went on a one-day walkout throughout Alabama May 22. On the same day 1,500 people, also mainly miners, staged a militant rally in common cause with the black workers of South Africa. Carrying picket signs which read, "Stop imperialism in South Africa, and racism and slavery, and stop the Southern Company," the workers blasted the plans of U.S. energy companies to import coal from racist South Africa. The militant rally was organized by the Birmingham-based Coalition to Stop South African Coal and endorsed by UMW District 20. The next week The Guardian ran follow-up material in its June 12, 1974, issue, including a large photograph of a Euro-American and an African kneeling together wearing miners' helmets, holding a sign urging "Do not buy South African coal." Another photograph showed a Euro-American miner holding a sign saying "Oppose racism, in Africa and at home." The Guardian further said, "Times are changing in the U.S. labor movement. When a major union recognizes the unity between the struggles of U.S. workers and workers abroad, it is a sharp departure from the usual union campaign of Be American, Buy American, which fails to distinguish the common interests of workers throughout the world. It is even more significant when the U.S. workers are from the South and the workers abroad are African. This was truly unbelievable. How could the UMW and its massive Euro-American members, who had a proven record of white supremacist attacks on African workers, literally overnight without a struggle be converted to proletarian internationalism? Yet the Euro-American left was responsible for that new alliance. Some of the organizations involved in uniting with the UMW were the Revolutionary Union, now the Revolutionary Communist Party, the October League, now CPUSAML, the Black Workers Congress, some elements from the Southern Conference Education Fund, and the Atlanta African Liberation Support Committee. On the basis of its newfound solidarity with African liberation, the UMW District 20 officers approached the African dock workers in Mobile, Alabama, where the South African coal was to be unloaded, and asked them to join the campaign and not unload the coal. The African dock workers in Mobile refused. And at that point the whole treacherous scheme by the UMW and the settler radicals blew apart at the seams. It turned out that the UMW District 20 leadership was, of course, totally reactionary and white supremacist. They were, in fact, the labor arm in the area of the rabid George Wallace American Independence Party movement. Their settler union had also endorsed the then Attorney General Bill Baxley, who was appealing to Euro-American voters by personally trying to get the death penalty for the Atmore-Hallman brothers. Inside their minds they openly promoted the most vicious race baiting. Knowing all this, the African dock workers refused to have anything to do with them. The genesis of that strange charade began with the UMW's decision to fight importation of all foreign coal. The decision by the Southern Power Company to import $50 million worth of low-sulfur South African coal was singled out. At that point the District 20 reactionaries were quietly approached by some Euro-American radicals, who convinced them that by falsely adopting anti-imperialist slogans they could trick the African dock workers into fighting to save Euro-American jobs, stolen from Africans, of course. That's what all that treachery was about, tactical unity based on settler self-interest. That's why we saw the unreal spectacle of racist Alabama settlers marching around with signs saying support South African liberation. Frustrated, the Klan-like Unionists turned on the settler radicals and denounced them. Soon the Guardian and the other settler-left organizations had to admit that the UMW leaders were not as they'd originally pictured them. Even after the UMW admitted that they didn't care about any African liberation, but only wanted to boycott all foreign coal to save settler jobs, the Euro-American radicals kept trying to support them. Finally, the UMW miners had to tell the radicals to leave the boycott picket lines or get tossed out. An article in the September 11, 1974, Guardian said that even though the Alabama UMW was now cooperating with the FBI and the Alabama State Police, the Radical Coalition to Stop South African Coal still wanted to unite with them and still supported their settler boycott. The entire example of attempted tactical unity shows how strongly the oppressor nation character of both the settler unions and the settler left determines their actions. The settler left tried to reach an opportunistic deal with reactionary labor leaders, hoping that African workers could be used to pay the price for their alliance. While the settler radicals professed a heartfelt concern with helping the liberation struggle in South Africa, we noticed that they were totally unconcerned with the long-standing genocidal attack of the UMW against the economic base of Africans in the occupied South. Further, they covered up for their settler fellow citizens as much as possible. What is evident is that despite the tactical division between the rabid, George Wallace-loving settlers and the radical settlers, their common national position as oppressors gave them a strategic unity in opposing the interests of the oppressed. After an emotional meeting in their local union hall with a representative from Zimbabwe, the African longshoremen temporarily held off the orders of their local union president and stalled for a day in unloading the South African coal. They desired to show support for the liberation struggle of their brothers and sisters in southern Africa. However incomplete and still undeveloped, that desire for solidarity was real. But in regards to the attempted UMW boycott, the African longshoremen were firm in their refusal to have anything to do with it. That attempted maneuver was crude and obvious, no matter how lovingly the settler radicals wrapped it up in a camouflage of anti-imperialist slogans and postures. The African longshoremen saw right through it, right to its rip-off, reactionary essence. How come the Black Workers' Congress couldn't unmask it? How come all the assorted Third World comrades involved in those radical multinational organizations couldn't unmask it? They thought they were communists, but in practice their political framework of settleristic revisionism left them politically simple-minded, unable to prevent themselves from being pawns in the most vulgar white supremacist maneuvers. Exposed and defeated, this fiasco was dug up out of its grave 4 years later. This time by a new crew, the Chinese-American-led Workers' Viewpoint Organization, now called the Communist Workers' Party. In their campaign to recruit Africans, this grouping had organized an African Liberation Support Committee under its leadership to stage a large African Liberation Day 1978 rally in Washington, D.C. We place African Liberation Support Committee in quotation marks to distinguish it from the earlier, genuine ALSC. They dug up and reprinted the old, staged UMW photograph of the Euro-American and African miners kneeling together, even going so far as to say that the 1974 white supremacist UMW boycott gives lessons for future struggles by its examples of international solidarity between all working people by supporting African miners. That old lie of 4 years earlier was revived as evidence to justify another round of integrationism. This organization certainly shows that even an entire group of radical Chinese Americans can be indoctrinated into settler ideology. While proletarian ideology has a clear relationship to the oppressed, it is not transmitted genetically. So we see that tactical unity is not just some neutral, momentary alliances of convenience. Tactical unity flows out of strategy as well as immediate circumstances. Nor is tactical unity with Euro-American workers simply the non-antagonistic working together of complementary, but different movements. Even the simplest rank-and-file reform coalition inside a settler union is linked to the strategic conflict of oppressor and oppressed nations. The alliances formed around the fiery League of Revolutionary Black Workers in Detroit illustrate all this. The rise of the League's revolutionary union movements in 1967, first at the old Chrysler Dodge main plant, had alarmed the United Auto Workers labor aristocracy. The League represented the militant, anti-capitalist, and anti-settler union sentiment of the young African workers in the Detroit auto plants. At least at Chrysler's Dodge Main and Eldon Ave gear and axle plants, the LRBW had won a clear majority support of young African workers against the UAW. The UAW leadership responded with numerous attacks of different kinds, from verbal to violence. Emile Mazie, UAW Secretary-Treasurer and the most prominent figure in the liberal grouping of settler trade unionists against the Vietnam War, denounced the LRBW as black fascists. He called upon Euro-American auto workers to respond to this new black peril. His words, "We can no longer tolerate the tactics of these young militants." And when the UAW used direct police intimidation to defeat the LRBW's Ron March candidacy for union trustee at Dodge Main, the liberal settler union didn't look too much different from George Wallace. But the UAW was different. One of the key ways it reacted to contain the League was to promote alternative, non-revolutionary African unionists. The international UAW had always intervened everywhere in the local unions to keep settlers in charge. This became particularly important with the gradual rise of African membership. The UAW officially placed Africans then at 25% of the UAW membership. But the breakout of revolutionary leadership in the form of the LRBW had outflanked the Euro-American labor bosses. The UAW leadership selectively stopped organizing against those non-revolutionary African unionists who had been seeking the top offices in Detroit locals. After the LRBW broke out, moderate Africans were elected as the UAW local presidents at Fort Wayne Local 900, Chrysler Forge Local 47, Plymouth Local 51, Chrysler Mopper Local 1248, etc., etc. So that in addition to cooperating with the companies to fire LRBW cadre, using police intimidation, etc., the settler union bureaucracy tried to undercut the League, that is to undercut revolutionary African leadership which rejected settler hegemony, by advancing alternative, moderate leaders for African auto workers. Bayard Rustin, arch-flunky for the AFL-CIO and Zionism, crowed about this in his article, The Failure of Black Separatism. Some of the most interesting election victories were won at the Chrysler Eldon Gear and Axle Local 961 and Dodge No. 3 in Hamtramck, where the Separationist Eldon Revolutionary Union Movement, ELRIM, and Dodge Revolutionary Union Movement, DRUM, have been active. At both locals the DRUM and ELRIM candidates were handily defeated by black trade unionists who campaigned on a platform of militant integrationism. Now, the League itself had made alliances with Euro-American radicals in the auto plants. Most importantly, they had responded positively to suggestions from the United National Caucus for a cooperative working relationship against the UAW leadership. The United National Caucus was, and still is, the more or less official opposition coalition to the UAW leadership, with members from reform caucuses in locals throughout the UAW. It had grown out of the $1 an hour now caucus, a caucus of Euro-American skilled craftsmen who were pressuring for an immediate $1 an hour raise for themselves alone. The UNC was organized by Euro-American radicals, and had an African co-chairman. He was Jordan Sims, an experienced activist and union reformer at Chrysler's Eldon Avenue. Gear and Axle, an LRBW center of strength. Sims, while not a revolutionary, had defended the League in his attempts to win the local presidency. After several stolen elections and getting fired, Sims finally became local president in 1973. So this broad, black-white workers' unity had some constructive possibilities. But the world of the automobile plants is, however important, not the entire world. In April 1968, Martin Luther King, Jr. was assassinated in Memphis. Detroit blew up, and settler Detroit armed up. In the Detroit white suburbs, gun sales soared as settlers prepared to keep Africans out of their communities. Euro-American housewives were signed up in special handgun classes. A publication associated with the League reprinted a newspaper photograph of suburban Euro-American women practicing with their new guns, and referring to the settler women in unfriendly words. The problem was that one of the settler women photographed was the wife of a leading member of the United National Caucus. Incensed, the skilled Euro-American auto workers demanded that their caucus either break off ties with the black nationalists, or force the League to print an apology. The settler skilled tradesmen were raging mad that their women had been insulted by Africans. Naturally, the LRBW was unlikely to apologize for pointing out a true fact about Euro-American behavior. The relationship between the UNC and the LRBW was off, a casualty of the sudden lightning bolt of truth that flashed across America after King's assassination. Privately, the leader of the Euro-American skilled tradesmen admitted that his people were wrong, that their attitude towards the LRBW was racist. But to be principled at that moment, he said, would be to throw away his years of work founding the United National Caucus and organizing settler auto workers into joining it. As a Euro-American radical, he was unwilling to see his rank-and-file settler organization torn apart over their racism. Besides, he continued, to be overly principled would be meaningless since the League is through. With a smile, he revealed that the UNC had been secretly dealing with key African supporters of the League. As an example, he said that at a plant of the Ford River Rouge complex the UNC had convinced a League activist that if he split with the League and took some of its base of support with him, that together with the UNC's Euro-American voting bloc they would have enough votes to make him the next local union president. The UNC leader felt certain that with such practical bribes, they would be able to gradually win over enough African workers to undermine the League. The complex reasons for the League's demise and the outcome of the various counterinsurgency tactics against it is far beyond the scope of this paper. This case study does not answer these questions. It is interesting that the supporters of this radical-led, rank-and-file workers' caucus were busy arming themselves against Africans, at the same time tactical unity for union reform was being proposed. The most interesting fact that emerges, however, is that this radical-led settler caucus, organized to fight the established UAW bureaucracy, was using the exact same tactic against African revolutionaries as was the UAW bureaucracy. Both were working to divide the ranks of African auto workers, both promoting moderate African leaders who accepted settler hegemony, in order to undercut the threatened leadership of African revolutionaries. So where was the real unity? In earlier chapters we primarily focused on the larger picture of Euro-American workers in relation to the expansion of the U.S. empire and the development within that of settlerism. Here we have examined the politics of settler unionism in the workplace, in its tactical relations with Third World workers. What is important about these case histories is that they should push us to think, to question, to closely examine many of the neo-colonial remnants in our minds. Working class unity of oppressor and oppressed is both theoretically good, and is immediately practical, we are told. It supposedly pays off in higher wages, stronger unions, and more organization. But did it? Some African coal miners did indeed get higher wages, better working conditions and so on from this unity. But to pay for that most got driven out of their jobs. Many African families who once mined coal now live in exile and on welfare in the north. A part of the economic foundation of New Africa was taken over and occupied by settler workers, acting as social troops of the U.S. empire. It was a national setback. In all this, the UMW, the Union Organization, was guarding only the strategic interests of U.S. imperialism. African miners proved to be without organization, merely prisoners within an organization of their oppressors. Was this just an isolated, untypical example? No. African workers were gradually herded into the oldest, least mechanized mines. Their exploitation helped provide the capital for modernization and economic investment elsewhere, and then they were laid off and the industry was gradually de-Africanized. Sounds like Detroit, doesn't it? What happened to the many thousands of African workers who were once the majority force in the no-closed Chicago meatpacking industry? The actual history disproves the thesis that in settler America common working class interests override the imperialist contradictions of oppressor and oppressed nations when it comes to tactical unity around economic issues. The same applies to the thesis that supposed ideological unity with the Euro-American left also overrides imperialist contradictions, and hence, even with their admitted shortcomings, they are supposed allies of the oppressed against U.S. imperialism. Could it be the other way around? That despite their tactical contradictions with the bourgeoisie, that Euro-American workers and revisionistic radicals have strategic unity with U.S. imperialism? Most importantly, how has imperialism been so successful in using this tactical unity against the oppressed? The thesis we have advanced about the settleristic and non-proletarian nature of the U.S. oppressor nation is a historic truth, and thereby a key to leading the concrete struggles of today. Self-reliance and building mass institutions and movements of a specific national character, under the leadership of a communist party, are absolute necessities for the oppressed. Without these there can be no national liberation. This thesis is not anti-white, or racialist or narrow nationalism. Rather, it is the advocates of oppressor nation hegemony over all struggles of the masses that are promoting the narrowest of nationalisms, that of the U.S. settler nation. When we say that the principal characteristic of imperialism is parasitism, we are also saying that the principal characteristic of settler trade unionism is parasitism, and that the principal characteristic of settler radicalism is parasitism. Every nation and people has its own contribution to make to the world revolution. This is true for all of us, and obviously for Euro-Americans as well. But this is another discussion, one that can only really take place in the context of breaking up the U.S. empire and ending the U.S. oppressor nation. The end. When the new republic is established, there will never be any more army in Mexico. Armies are the greatest support of tyranny. There can be no dictator without an army. We will put the army to work. In all parts of the republic we will establish military colonies composed of the veterans of the revolution. The state will give them grants of agricultural lands and establish big industrial enterprises to give them work. 3 days a week they will work and work hard, because honest work is more important than fighting, and only honest work makes good citizens. And the other 3 days they will receive military instruction and go out and teach all the people how to fight. Then, when the Patria is invaded, we will just have to telephone from the palace at Mexico City, and in half a day all the Mexican people will rise from their fields and factories, fully armed, equipped and organized to defend their children and their homes. My ambition is to live my life in one of those military colonies, among my compañeros whom I love, who have suffered so long and so deeply with me. Francisco Pancho Villa. Appendices, Cash and Genocide, the true story of Japanese-American reparations. This article was hastily written for the new African revolutionary movement in the late 1980s, at a time when there were confused discussions going on about this surprising Japanese-American reparations legislation and in Congress. The overall story can still stand as correct, but there are small factual inaccuracies of the moment. The individual dollar amounts for the U.S. reparations for Aleut peoples were changed after this article was written. We received reparations in one lump sum payment, not dragged out over 10 years as first proposed in Congress, although the payouts were only slowly dispersed well into the Clinton administration years. In the 25 years since then, the freer Aleut communities have grown economically, both from their commercial fishing and from the island's role as a regional fishing industry supply base. What wasn't clear enough to us when this article was put together was how the U.S. government intended to use these reparations as a cover for quietly maintaining its legal right under U.S. law to carry out ethnic targeting, ethnic removal, and ethnic cleansing any time in the future. We decided to leave the original article unchanged, though, as evidence of the earlier movement discussion. This article was originally circulated as a discussion paper in the winter of 1988, and later published in the New African Revolutionary Nationalist Journal, Crossroad, in April 1989. How did Japanese Americans get over $3 billion in reparations from the USA? What's behind this surprising act to right a grave wrong, as none other than Ronald Reagan called it last August? Japanese-American reparations is as much about New Africa and the indigenous nations, particularly the Pribilof Aleuts, as shown extensively below, as it is about Japanese. Even more so. When right-wing President Reagan signed the Reparations Act into law on August 10, 1988, many New Africans saw it as a precedent that morally must be extended to them. But what the U.S. empire is doing now is more about preparations than reparations, that is, preparing their empire to do new African genocide, covering up and legitimizing the genocide they have already done to the native nations. The Japanese people were just awarded $20,000 each for America's mistreatment of them, for putting them in camps during World War II, Queen Mother Audley Muir reminded the gathering at her 90th birthday celebration in Harlem last summer. She raised the obvious question, when will our elected officials, our people in Congress, begin to demand reparations for the almost irreparable damage that slavery did to our people? When will we get paid for the 18 hours a day, 7 days a week labor that we were forced to do for free during slavery? Some people are naturally expressing resentment at Japanese Americans for somehow getting preferential treatment. Writing for the Final Call, September 16, 1988, J. Wayne Tukes asks, why should African American tax dollars be used to compensate others? Tukes sees a conspiracy, with Japan behind it all. What kind of pressure is Japan placing on the American government business to extract a public and financial apology at this time? Is it because of the position Japan holds in the current world economy? Two African-American reporters for The Sun, Sandra Crockett and Jerry Bemby, put forward another theory, that reparations is due to Japanese American superior political power. In their column $1.7 million and a mule, the two reporters incorrectly calculate that the Japanese Americans will get restitution that amounts to $6,666 for each year of suffering at the going government rate of $6,666 per year, and calculating it from the arrival of the first slaves in the early 1600s to the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation in 1863, Black Americans are due $1.7 million each. After telling their readers that a lot of Black Americans were probably appalled at the U.S. giving reparations to Japanese Americans, Crockett and Bemby say that Japanese Americans' apparent power should be an example to Black politicians. Japanese American lobbyists pushed hard to get the bill passed and did an admirable job. So it's time that the members of the Congressional Black Caucus begin pushing these kind of theories. Sound plausible, but they aren't even close to true. To sum up what really happened, Japanese American politicians didn't fight for us to get reparations. Nor was there any mass movement or struggle or lobbying for it until the U.S. government gave the go-ahead. Japanese American reparations first came into legislation as part of a bill by a white congressman to compensate for the genocide of the Pribilofalut indigenous people. Japan, which doesn't consider Japanese Americans to be Japanese, couldn't care less and wasn't involved at all. Japanese American congressmen were against cash reparations at first, until the U.S. ruling class decided that it needed this and told them to jump in and take the credit for it. That's a matter of record. The bill covers up U.S. genocide against the Aleut peoples, and U.S. plans for new genocide against New Africa. It's about nothing but genocide, coming and going. Just to clear away some fantasies, this bill doesn't mean that every Japanese American won the lottery or that our community is being compensated for suffering and loss of human rights. What it means is simply that those survivors of the WWII concentration camp still alive today, about 10% of our people, will be repaid for our property losses back then. In 1942 we were ordered to sell all our land, businesses, farms, houses, and household goods before we boarded the trains to the camps. White settler vultures, knowing we had no bargaining position, bought up everything we had for nickels and dimes. A new car was worth maybe $50 that day, a home maybe $300 or $500. Many whites just went down to the courthouse and said that a Japanese had sold them their farm, and were given title as new owners. All legal to this day. Our going to concentration camps was a big holiday to nearby white settlers, a close-out sale. After the war, the U.S. government itself assessed our direct property losses at $400 million in 1940 dollars, many billions in today's inflated dollars. The Evacuation Claims Act after the war only compensated us for those losses at 8% or 8 cents for every dollar we lost. So, in effect, this Reparations Act only repays the property losses of 48 years ago, and only for those 60,000 individuals still alive on the day Ronald Reagan signed the bill. And by the terms of the act, repayment will be stretched out over a 10-year period or more, with the dying getting theirs first. This article was written before the Reparations Act was finalized into administrative form. In the finished act, the U.S. government gave up on all its penny-pinching hopes. Everyone got one-time reparations payment in full, not an annual payment stretched out over years. In a surprise, the number of Japanese American camp survivors still alive when the bill was signed turned out to be many more than the government planners had counted on having to pay. The full story, played down in the news about Japanese American reparations, was the section of the act giving an estimated 400 Pribilofaluts $12,500 each. The Reparations Act established that the Pribilofaluts deserve less compensation than Japanese Americans because their WWII imprisonment was supposedly justified. This is where the real story begins. Most people never heard of the Pribilofaluts before this, and if the U.S. has its way, never will know about them. They are an indigenous people, who do not like being called Indians, living on a desolate chain of islands in the Bering Sea between the USSR and Alaska. Until the year 1966 they were the last remaining slaves in the USA. When the expansionist USA purchased Alaska from the Russian Empire right after the U.S. Civil War, in 1867, the Pribilof Aleuts were just considered part of the property being sold. For the Pribilof Islands, uninhabited by humans before their discovery by the Russian explorer Gerasim Pribilov in 1786, are home to 1.5 million seals. The Great Seal Colony, valuable because of their fur, became an imperial business owned by the Russian Tsars. To get the workers needed to hunt the seals and process their pelts, the Tsars forced hundreds of indigenous families from the larger Aleutian Islands to move to the Pribilofs to be imperial serfs. Serfs were the bottom class in pre-socialist Russian society. While they could not be bought and sold as chattel slaves were in the U.S., serfs were still a class of slaves. The property of wealthy masters to whom they owed lifelong obedience and labor, serfs lived without wages or rights. On the Pribilofs, the Aleut slaves were given Russian names and converted to the Russian Orthodox faith. The islands became slave plantations. To the Pribilof Aleuts, the change of Euro-capitalist owners in 1867 changed nothing in their own lives. For their seal hunt became a profitable U.S. government monopoly, and they became slaves of the USA. From 1867 to 1966, everything and everyone on the Pribilof Islands was owned by the U.S. government. Although the Bering Sea is rich in fish, the Pribilof Aleuts were forbidden to fish or work for themselves. Their food and housing was doled out or withheld as punishment by the white slave owners from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Their only work was the annual seal harvest, while they survived the rest of the year by running up their debt at the U.S. government-owned store. Federal agents tightly controlled travel to and from the islands. Outsiders who might raise political questions were kept out. In 1942 this tight little slave colony was interrupted by World War II. Japanese military forces captured the Aleutian islands of Oto and Kiska in June 1942. Hundreds of Aleuts fled to the mainland. U.S. military authorities decided to remove the remaining slaves, since their communities were needed as military camps and the fur trade was suspended anyway. Then too, the U.S. didn't entirely trust their slaves. Ordered by soldiers to board military transports with only what they could carry in their arms, 881 Pribilof Aleuts were relocated to old, unused buildings at abandoned Alaskan mines and canneries. Survivors remembered that they were dumped without blankets or even food, forced to live in derelict wooden barracks that had only gaping holes where windows and doors used to be. After 2 Alaskan winters, 1 out of every 4 Pribilof Aleuts had died from malnutrition and exposure. Another surprise gift from America awaited them in 1945 when they were returned to the Pribilofs. Everything was gone. GIs had burglarized their communities, stealing all the religious icons from the churches and taking souvenirs from the homes. Everything that the GIs didn't want or couldn't take, native boats, homes, churches, clothing, and dishes, had been smashed. Appeals to the U.S. for emergency compensation brought a response from the U.S. President Franklin Roosevelt, who authorized a $10,000 compensation, not $10,000 for each person or each family, but for the entire community, about $12 each. Labor and life with the seal harvest began again on America's Arctic slave plantation. The first change came only in the 1960s, as the world anti-colonial revolution was pressing the U.S. empire to reform. A political candidate for the Alaskan state legislature tried to visit the Pribilofs, but was denied permission to speak with the Pribilof Aleut slaves by their white overseers. It was a local scandal, since America always pats itself on the back for allegedly abolishing slavery before in 1863. So in the 1966 Fur Seal Act, a U.S. Senate amendment gave the Pribilof Aleuts the right to travel freely and speak to whomever they wished for the first time in their colonial history. The U.S. government was still their only employer, and still owned the islands and all the physical property on them, however. It wasn't until 1978 that the Pribilof Aleuts were finally given the right to vote, to have their own local government, and to own their own homes. Finally, they have reached the level of New Africans and Puerto Ricans. The 1988 Reparations Act, in addition to paying Aleut survivors $12,500 each, gives the Pribilof Aleut communities $5 million as tardy reimbursement for the WWII burglary by U.S. troops as well as $1.4 million as compensation for destruction of religious property. The Aleut people get another $15 million to finally settle and make permanent their involuntary exclusion from Attu Island in the Aleutians. Attu was taken for a U.S. naval base and is now forbidden to native people as a U.S. government wildlife sanctuary. This Reparations Act is serving genocide, both coming and going. The act gives Aleuts money in return for finalizing U.S. ownership of their islands and natural resources. It even justifies their WWII removal and internment. It is important to America right now to make everything look nice, to pay small amounts of cash to supposedly settle all the old human rights injustices. Because the U.S. is quietly wiping out the Aleut people. They don't want Aleut labor anymore and, in fact, the possibility of Aleut claims to control their islands and the rich seabed around them is seen as a problem for America, a problem for which America has a final solution. U.S. military planners have always seen the Pribilofs and Aleutians as the stepping stones for invaders to the soft underbelly of the South Alaskan coast. Their doctrine calls for maintaining strategic control of these colonial islands as a military barrier against the Russians. That is why they've never permitted the Aleuts to return to Attu Island. Their worst-case nightmare would be for native people to demand sovereignty and kick the U.S. military out. Pribilof Aleut poverty, there is 80% unemployment, is made in the USA with one of the world's richest fishing areas, with large seal herds for food, oil, and fur. The Pribilofs can easily support an Aleut population of only 750. But being U.S. citizens, being part of the U.S., means that all those resources are owned by the U.S. empire. The Reparations Act, in appearing to right old injustices, in setting the seal on U.S. ownership of the fur seal trade and fishing rights, is legalizing the decline of Aleut population. To help break up Pribilof Aleut communities, the U.S. government has even suggested ending the fur seal hunt, supposedly out of respect for animal rights. The seal hunt isn't so profitable anymore, anyway. Once the Aleuts gained certain rights in the 1960s and 1970s, and started demanding things like electricity, medical care, and wages, the profits went away. It wasn't seals that were the origin of profits, it turns out, but owning whole villages of slave women, children, and men. Aleuts are still forbidden by U.S. law from hunting seals for themselves, since the government says that its treaty with Japan and Canada forces it to own the fur seal trade. Canada and Japan are 15% each minority partners. To the Aleuts this is the final irony. In 1911 there were 300,000 seals on the Pribilofs, but now there are 1.5 million, 25,000 are killed each year. While Aleuts go hungry and their numbers shrink. One Aleut leader said, "If we didn't have the fur harvest, we on the Pribilofs wouldn't have anything." Once there were 15,000 Aleuts. Now there are 3,000 to 1.5 million seals. It's the Aleut people who are the endangered species. The New African equation, It isn't that Japanese Americans don't justly deserve reparations. We do, and this $20,000 is tiny in terms of what we suffered, but that has nothing to do with why the U.S. ruling class is doing this. In 1979, the first congressional bill was introduced to give cash reparations to U.S. civilian internment survivors. Its sponsor, Representative Mike Lowry, D-Wash, proposed giving each Aleut and Japanese American survivor $15,000 plus $15 for each day imprisoned. His bill was instantly unpopular with the white nation. There was the usual moaning from the brain-dead white majority. Lowry got calls demanding, "Why are we paying the people who attacked us at Pearl Harbor?" from candidate Ron Reagan and the GOP. Japanese American congressmen, like Norman Mineta, ch8, who are put into Congress to represent white interests, were the loudest in their opposition to the Lowry bill. We watched the strange sight of the biggest Japanese American politicians, such as U.S. Senator Daniel Inouye, D. Hawaii, attacking the idea of Japanese American reparations, while new African congressmen like Ron Dellums, ch8, were fighting for it. U.S. Senator Inouye, who was never imprisoned himself, argued that giving the rest of us money would dishonor the memory of our noble suffering. You can't put a price tag on it. Putting a price tag on it would cheapen the whole thing. Intelligent settler opposition to reparations wasn't really concerned about Japanese Americans one way or the other, but was afraid that a bad example was being set for new Africans. Samuel Rabinov, the director of anti-discrimination programs for the American Jewish Committee, warned against Japanese American reparations in this way: if $25,000 restitution were to be paid for each of the 120,000 Japanese Americans incarcerated, what would be a fair and reasonable sum for each of the 25 million black Americans who are descended from slaves and who have suffered the most grievous injustice since emancipation? What would be a fair and reasonable sum for each of the 1 million American Indians living today for the virtual genocide perpetrated on their peoples? Any attempts to quantify appropriate reparations for blacks and Indians simply boggle the mind and quickly become political impossibilities. A special reparations payment for one group but not for the others is difficult to rationalize. Within that settler debate on Japanese American reparations loomed the much larger issue of America's unresolved war with its new African colony. It was for this reason that the U.S. ruling class decided on not merely Japanese American reparations, but for a final round of public settlements of all other human rights and territorial claims against the empire. If need be, the ruling class was going to shove reparations and cash settlements of treaty claims down the throats of its racist white citizenry. This policy was advanced, step by step, even during the reactionary Reagan years, precisely because human rights is a ruling class strategy. When reparations finally came up for a vote in 1988, the way had been arranged behind the scenes. Representative Lowry had withdrawn his name, so that the bill could be reintroduced as the work of the Japanese American congressman who had at first opposed it. The Republican Party joined the Democrats on this. While a fogged-in Ronald Reagan kept wondering why people wanted reparations, and threatened to veto the bill, his White House Chief of Staff, Howard Baker, and Vice President Bush supported reparations. It sailed through the Senate by 69 votes for to 27 against, and Reagan obediently signed it into law. America needs to look like it has clean hands on colonialism, has to have final settlements on territorial claims. Because human rights is a world issue now. People around the world already know that the USA is a center of injustice and violence for profit. Look at how the U.S. government has been unable to kill the rumors that Americans are adopting Latin American infants to use as organ donors for their white children. This charge was first made by the wife of the president of Honduras, a pro-U.S. death squad pretending to be a nation. Since then it has appeared, despite U.S. protests, in hundreds of newspapers in Asia, Africa, and all over the world. Last October, the European Parliament passed a French motion to condemn the U.S. for this inhuman practice. That's a special embarrassment for America, since among the 12 nations of the European Parliament are America's closest NATO allies. Even after the U.S. State Department got the UN Secretary-General Javier Pérez de Cuellar to confirm their denial that this rumor was without any factual basis, the story still spreads and spreads. Washington cannot stop it, because the people of the world believe that this is exactly what J.R. Ewing would do. The U.S. ruling class needs human rights settlements to help America keep its stolen territory. The world balance of power is shifting. Large empires like the USA and USSR are declining faster and faster, and small oppressed nations within them are kicking to be independent. If that's obviously true for Estonia and Armenia and Tibet and Northern Ireland, why isn't it going to be true for Hawaii and Iceland and New Africa too? Now the U.S. ruling class wants its government to spread some cash around. They want to get people's voluntary-looking consent to U.S. government ownership of Third World land and natural resources. This policy led to the historic 1971 Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act. Without voluntary agreement by the 80,000 Inuit, Aleut, and other natives of Alaska, who are the true owners, the U.S. couldn't safely invest billions to develop the huge Alaskan oil fields. Just imagine what a small Inuit, whites call them Eskimos, but that isn't their name, Liberation Army, with sticks of dynamite, could do to the lonely crude oil pipelines snaking their unguarded way across the Arctic tundra. In return for recognizing U.S. sovereignty over their lands and resources, the 80,000 native people got $1 billion, got to set up 13 regional economic development corporations, and got back 44 million acres of Arctic territory for themselves, until white people discover something else valuable there. Let's make a deal. Is the hottest neocolonial operation going in the U.S.? Every year there are more cash settlements. Last August, the 1,400-member Puyallup tribe, whose 1873 reservation included what later became the city of Tacoma, Washington, accepted $162 million and 900 acres of forest and waterfront land to settle their claim to the city. Ironically, when the U.S. Army first rounded up the Japanese Americans in Seattle in 1942, it named its temporary internment camp after the native people's Puyallup Assembly Center. There are cases now where the U.S. government is forcing cash on reluctant native nations, Indians. In California, the U.S. government is urging Yurok peoples to accept $15,000 each in return for renouncing all rights to their reservation. In the Black Hills of South Dakota, a sacred Sioux religious and cultural area that U.S. corporations want to rip up for uranium and other minerals, the U.S. Congress has voted the Lakota Nation $1.5 billion as a final settlement. But the struggle goes on, because the Lakota have officially refused the money. They want their land and sovereignty, instead. Did you ever think you'd see the day when white people were trying to force an indigenous nation to take $1.5 billion? This is why the U.S. ruling class didn't blink an eyelash at the $3 to $4 billion that Japanese-American reparations will eventually cost. To save face for Republicans, the act appropriates only $1.25 billion. That sum is put in a trust and invested, with the interest paid out each year for 10 years or more, limited to $500 million in any one year. Total payout will be well over $3 billion. Billy Joe Blob, white Neanderthal, scratches his head and can't believe that colored people are getting all this money. But the U.S. ruling class knows what it's doing. What about New Africa? the struggle for new African reparations is coming. In fact, last November 25, people watching the Morton Downey Jr. television talk show saw a free-for-all on the topic of new African reparations, with guests including reparations organizers and new African independent presidential candidate Lenra Fulani. The ruling class is stalling for now, saying that civil rights has settled all new African human rights claims. Japanese Americans get $3 billion plus, the Puyallup get $162 million, and new Africans get Jesse, a low-calorie substitute. Don't forget, reparations are part of the preparations. All these settlements recognizing U.S. sovereignty, all these cash deals showing good-hearted Uncle Sam trying to right old human rights abuses, are setting a scene. They are encircling New Africa, trying to isolate New Africa internationally. Why, even former Presidents Ford and Carter have said that the U.S. might have to offer Puerto Ricans a showdown statehood or independence plebiscite. America ain't offering New Africa any choices or plebiscites, though, because the empire has a different solution on the way. Until 1988, committing genocide wasn't a felony, not even a misdemeanor, in the U.S. It's no coincidence that after stalling for 40 years, the U.S. Senate finally completed ratifying the International Genocide Treaty at the same session that approved tribal and Japanese American reparations. For the first time, genocide is a federal crime. We know why the white nation never wanted genocide to be illegal. They put Nazis and Japanese warlords on trial for doing genocide, but were very careful never to make it a crime inside the U.S., until now, when they feel safely shielded by their human rights and reparations offensive. On December 9, 1948, the UN General Assembly had passed the pact outlawing genocide, and 97 nations had ratified the treaty. Not the U.S., however, where the genocide treaty was frozen in the U.S. Senate for 40 years. Why? New Africa, of course. After the treaty was finally enacted into U.S. law last summer, the New York Times admitted, Senate racists fought it out of fear that blacks might use it. Behind the story of Japanese American reparations and settlements of human rights claims, is the unresolved war between America and New Africa, independence or genocide. Stolen at gunpoint, interview with Sakai by Ernesto Aguilar. This interview was conducted on June 17, 2003, and originally aired on the Latino culture program Sexto Sol on KPFT Radio in Houston, Texas. Ernesto Aguilar, in the early 1980s you wrote Settlers, Mythology of the White Proletariat, a book that took a deep historical look at the role of white workers in the lives and histories of oppressed people. Can you break down for listeners what inspired you to write Settlers and the most important ideas that you put forward in it? Sakai, well, I wrote it because at that time, and we're talking about the mid-70s when I started working on it, it seemed to me that every time there was a struggle or an outbreak of something, or an act of injustice happened, racism, there were always more and more calls to study people of color. More books piling up about us, we're getting funded to do things, but actually, we're not the problem. The problem is white people. So I said, what about them? The other thing, of course, is, at the time, I was working in an auto parts plant. As a revolutionary, I had been taught all this stuff about class unity and how white workers and workers of color were going to unite. Except in real life I didn't actually see that. What I saw was there were some good guys who were white, to be sure, but basically the white guys were pretty reactionary and they were always selling us out. So I was trying to figure out, where did racism in the white working class actually begin? Was there a point where they started selling out or got misled or something? And where did that lead you? That led me all the way back to Plymouth Rock. I'm not a historian, or wasn't then. I started reading and figured maybe it happened in the 1930s, before we were born. Or maybe it was the 1920s, going back and back. It was like treading water. I never found ground. I figured out that actually there wasn't any time when the white working class wasn't white supremacist and racist and essentially pro-empire. Yet I couldn't figure, how did this happen? That's when this whole idea came to me, which isn't my idea. But at the time I knew a lot of African revolutionaries in exile from Zimbabwe and South Africa, whose people were waging guerrilla wars against the colonial powers. They were always talking about white people, but they didn't really mean race. They kept using the term settlers, and they kept talking about settler colonialism. Then I ran into some Palestinians and they talked about the Israelis that way. It was settler colonialism, that is, that European populations had been imported into these countries to act as the agents for capitalism and for the ruling classes. And at that point, of course, the light bulb went on over my head and I said, my God, that describes America. That's the central idea in Settlers, that the US really isn't a society in which there's different races and we're trying to get along. That may be true on the surface, but, in its actual history, it's an empire of imported European settlers who always were given special privileges to be the occupation army over all the rest of us. I can't say that made my book popular, but it certainly raised a lot of controversy at the time. Do you think some of the historical points you brought out were the most important points of the book, especially when you look at revolutionary literature, particularly anti-imperialist literature over the past 30 years, 40 years, 50 years even? You don't see that point brought out as clearly as it was in Settlers, which put it in a way that really crystallized it for a lot of people. J.S. in part because it was written at a juncture in history where we were going through all these intense struggles, in the 60s and 70s, and my feeling and I think a lot of people's feeling was, we've waited 400 years for the unity, so if it can't come in 400 years, then how long are we supposed to wait for this stuff? How real is it? Why don't we take a look at this idea instead of just taking it as a given? And I've got to tell you that, even in integrated stuff, the difference between different peoples really meant a lot back then. One of the things I tell young people I know who are starting to learn about stuff, is not to believe what's in the history books and television because a lot of it is not true. Indeed it isn't. To put this in a context for the gent, what was Mexican land was settled in the early 1800s and resulted in the U.S. seizing over half of Mexico's land in 1848 with the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. The places we know as Texas, California, Arizona, and many of the other states in the Southwest were ancestrally held by Mexicans, and became part of the United States as part of a forcible campaign to take the land. It isn't taught that way in history books. How was the American West settled, and how does that differ from popular conceptions you were just mentioning? I can think of, off the top of my head, cowboys and rugged individualism, people coming and settling the land that was just here with buffalo just dancing around and ready for the taking. J.S. The mythology of the West and Southwest is that all this land was empty, and the Europeans came and filled the land because there was hardly anyone there before. And, if they were there, they weren't important because it was a few people, they didn't know what they were doing, or were just wandering around in the sun and so on. No idea is given to the fact that these are whole other nations, whole other societies. The settler invasion, powered by immigration from Europe, and the development of capitalist armies, mechanization and industrialization, over the course of centuries, completely overwhelmed all these other societies on the continent. The United States is a unique nation because it's always been an empire. It's never been just a nation of ordinary people. From its very beginnings, it has been an illegitimate nation in the sense that, in order to become a nation, it had to conquer other people, take their land, and enslave them. There literally has been no point in American history where that wasn't true, because that's the basis of what being American is, which is, of course, the whole problem in the social character of the question of justice here. Certainly. JS, so you see these struggles going on. I remember in the 60s when Proletariat and the Alliance were fighting on the Spanish land grant question in the Southwest. A lot of people had no idea that these grants had ever even existed, or that legal title to much of the land in the Southwest was held, and still is held, by Mexican families and Chicano families. Or that this land was never, ever legally part of the United States in terms of being owned by white business interests. This land was all stolen at gunpoint. Time after time, Reyes and his people would hold meetings and produce documents, records from Mexico City, proving all these things. So this whole illusion that the Southwest, for example, was not populated and they just expanded into it, filling the empty space with shopping malls, factories, and whatever they did, is just nonsense. This is just conquest. It's no different than Japan invading China in the 1930s, or any other conquest of empire. That produces a peculiar dynamic inside America because this is a country where the various citizens, the various parts of the population, their fundamental relationship was formed by war, not by peace. And that still echoes into our lives today. One of the important things about Proletariat's work around land grants was that it exposed to a lot of Mexicanos that a lot of the grants and treaties were violated. Not that it's much of a revolutionary concept to a student of history to see that the United States violates land grants and treaties. But it exposed to a lot of young Chicanos and Chicanas that the U.S. doesn't have a good track record at all. I know we're getting into topics of settler colonialism and its implications. Just so we're clear, how does settlerism differ from racism and white supremacy? JS, that's a good question. Certainly racism is a phenomenon that's worldwide. You have it in Japan and France and Russia and so forth. But what's different here, and in countries like Canada, Israel, South Africa, and other places, is that the European population is not indigenous. The European population actually was imported as part of the process of colonization, to be an army of occupation over the conquered territories and peoples. And that's formed the essential character of the United States as a settler country, so that the question isn't just racism. The question is national divisions between people. For example, the question of self-determination for all colonized peoples always is at the heart of political matters. During the 60s, there was a lot of revolutionary nationalism. People talked about liberating Aztlan, the whole Southwest. Black revolutionary nationalists talked about liberating a black nation in the historically black majority South, the 5 states of the Black Belt. And, of course, Indian activists talked about their native lands. A lot of people didn't understand what this was about, and viewed this almost as legal questions of are you entitled to this territory or that territory. But this isn't a legal question, it's a question of self-determination. The essence of decolonization is really simple: the oppressor can't decide for the oppressed. In America, that means the white majority has no right to decide for the oppressed. How could that ever be just? It's true they could have the majority of votes, under their system, but I think only Mexican people, indigenous people, Chicanos, various Native American peoples have the right to decide the destiny of the Southwest, because that's theirs. I don't think white people have any vote in it at all. Not because I think there is something wrong with them as a race, but frankly the oppressors have no vote in deciding what the oppressed do with their society and their lives. That's the simplest kind of understanding of decolonization one can have, but it's essential. The revolutionary nationalism that a lot of people in the 60s talked about gets confused when people look at it today, but it's really all about self-determination for oppressed people. I think it is critical what you were saying about the growth of the Chicano movement in the 60s, and the growth of consciousness about Aztlan and nationalism itself. Particularly as it relates to Raza, one of the criticisms I have heard from white theorists is this: although Chicanos identify as opposing the miseducation and genocide unleashed by the colonizing society, our identification, as Latinos, Chicanos, with historical or cultural icons such as the Aztec warriors is no better. Of course, this is from academic theorists or whatever else. You've analyzed a lot of these counterinsurgencies directed at oppressed people. How should young Chicanos, in your view, look at this criticism? J.S. Well, all I can say is, as an Asian guy, Bruce Lee was an enormous cultural divide to us, because, before Bruce Lee, we had no role models. I guess it sounds funny to people today. We had no images. We weren't on TV or movies. We just weren't there. Although we were the cooks in the westerns, where there were almost no Mexicans because I guess they'd been killed. And the Indians were being killed, but there'd always be one Chinese guy who'd be cooking because the goddamn cowboys couldn't cook for themselves, I guess. We had no image of ourselves that was strong. Bruce Lee was fantastic, in terms of that. It just made an incredible difference, even though there was nothing radical about his ideas, per se, but culturally it doesn't work like that. A lot of the political correctness theory about who you should identify with or not is pretty artificial, and a lot of it is worse than artificial. This is a long explanation, but if you read Occupied America by Rodolfo Acuna, E.A., great book. J.S., great book. It's heavy. Incredibly detailed. Rich. Fantastic. He talks about Ruiz Tijerina, and he mentions in a line, in May and June 1968, Tijerina participated in the Poor People's Campaign. There he proved to be an independent leader, threatening to pull the Chicano contingent out unless black organizers did not treat them better. That's only one sentence. But to somebody who was there, for a lot of us who were there, Ruiz Tijerina was like a stroke of lightning falling on us. It was just tremendous. Meeting him and watching him and the other people from the Alliance, although I think at that time they were calling themselves the Confederation of Free City-States. E.A. Jose Angel Gutierrez, one of the founders of La Raza Unida Party, calls Ruiz the Chicano Malcolm X for the way he approached his politics and the way he was out front about it. J.S. He was an incredibly strong guy. I heard there's been criticism of him later because he got more conservative or tactical, but back then, it wasn't just that he led his men and women to occupy Kit Carson National Park, took over land, and arrested sheriff's deputies and things like that. Their illegal acts are tremendously just. It's just wonderful. And this is the kind of thing you don't get out of these history books. We're talking around 1968, and those of us who had been through the civil rights movement that had brought us into politics, a lot of us were pretty cynical and pretty disillusioned. Things had changed. There was a lot of money to be made in the civil rights movement if you wanted to sell out, cater to various interests, political interests and businesses and such. A lot of corruption was starting to take place at the top. Lots of bureaucracy. The Poor People's Campaign is what got Martin Luther King killed, because he got out of the straight civil rights thing and said we need to unite all the poor people in America, and I'm calling on everyone to come to Washington, D.C. and we're just going to take over the D.C. Mall. We're going to pitch tents and live there until our demands are met. We want an end to the Vietnam War. We want all these things. King had always very consciously had a policy, which he was public about. He fought local white Southern racists. He did not fight the federal government. He kept saying he wouldn't fight the federal government. This is when he decided he had to fight the federal government, and he was proposing that all poor people unite in one movement against the government. In my opinion, that's why they killed him. That was too much. He was supposed to be the safe alternative to Malcolm X, but he was turning radical himself. So even though he'd been assassinated during the preparations, his group went ahead and held a Poor People's Convention. Just imagine a sea of tents taking over the mall in Washington, which, with the rain and everything else in the middle of the summer, was a sea of mud. Thousands of people were living there and trampling there. And, frankly, conditions were miserable. There was no food. I remember a lot of mornings for adults, there was no food, because the inside civil rights bureaucracy had stolen all the money that had been donated for food. Some of the kids would get little boxes of dry cereal, no milk and no fruit. So when we met Reyes and he heard about this, he just invited us all, bring your kids, come to our place for lunch. He had taken his people out, totally out, he took the alliance out of the mud. He said we don't have to live like this to make our point. He demanded that they find some place better, and, in fact, they found a private school that was unoccupied during the summer, and got permission for the Chicanos to use it. So hundreds of Chicanos moved in, fired up the kitchen. It was just a tremendous place. It was like a carnival and school. Reyes invited us and our kids to come eat lunch. He was an incredible guy. We were used to these top-down leaders. I don't want to mention any names, but the big leader would appear. He wasn't staying with us, of course. He was staying at a luxury hotel in D.C., and literally, I'm not fooling you, a limousine would pull up, and this guy would get out. This guy would get out and have his overalls, but they were brand new, starched, just taken out of the bag. Brand new starched white t-shirt. Lead us in a few chants, pop back into his limousine and drive off. That's messed up. JS, you know, and Arena was a one-man leadership type guy, but he interpreted that as meaning, if he wanted everybody to get up for a demonstration at 8, he'd be up at 7. If there wasn't enough food, he'd eat less. And it was just really impressive. Actually, one of the things that impressed me about him most is he had this phenomenal memory. You'd talk to him for 2 minutes. And a week later, you'd meet him. He'd remember your name. He'd remember every word you said, because he was really listening to you. The Crusade for Justice people from Denver, Corky Gonzalez's people? Yeah? JS, they were really impressive. There were about 400 of them. They were about half Chicano, half black. I could be wrong, but it seemed to me very much black, and very shoulder to shoulder, very tough group of people. I've spoken with Jesus Salvador Trevino, a writer who documented a lot of Corky's work, and the Raza Youth Liberation Conferences in Denver, and I think one thing he mentioned as he came to consciousness is key to that. He said as he grew up that it was a given that there were Chicanos and oppressed people who were working lawns, going to jail and such, but something he learned from people involved in movements and who talked about history was that they put these things in context. They made sure people understood there is a systemic reason why oppressed people are at lower economic rungs in this society. The reason they're there is not because they're lazy or shiftless or whatever else the education system puts on you. Jesus said Corky brought a lot of these ideas out to so many young people to understand that oppression does not occur in a vacuum, but is deep and historical, and there's a reason for it. J.S. The other thing is, and I really remembered this about the Chicano movement of the 1960s and 70s, people really practiced solidarity between oppressed peoples that you hear some people talk about, but sometimes it is more lip service than real. When AIM did the takeover at Wounded Knee, and got surrounded by the U.S. Army and had the siege and got shot up and everything. The largest demonstration in the U.S. was in Denver supporting them. The only large one, and it was the Crusade for Justice. It was mostly Chicano. When affirmative action first started getting attacked in California in the early 80s, the law school I think it was at Berkeley ended the quota for Asian Americans, and the Chicanos offered to give part of their slots to Asians to fight for the principle of representation. And a lot of that spirit has been lost. There's this thing that's happening. What used to be militant politics against systemic injustice, against capitalism as a system, has turned into ethnic politics for a lot of people, with a veneer of seeming to be militant, protesting about this and that, but underneath it is an attitude of we should just look out for ourselves. We really shouldn't care about anybody but ourselves. And as for everyone else, we should say nice things, but potentially they could be an enemy, so we really should only think of us. I know that Asians are told that by conservative forces in our communities, and certainly black people are told this, because it's the American way to subvert militant consciousness in people's movements by trying to make them more capitalist. Jefferson tried to do that with the Indians in the Iroquois Confederacy. He sent them messages saying, "You should join the United States. You're good people, we want to get together with you, but your laws aren't any good. That's why we need to bring you into our country instead of just leaving you in your country, because your laws don't protect private property. You share everything in common." And although he didn't say it, of course, he knew in the Iroquois Confederacy that women had tremendous legal powers under their laws and government. You couldn't have a war unless 3/4 of the mothers, women who had born children, voted for the war, for example, under their laws. No man could vote for war. This was the indigenous way of having a society that Jefferson thought was really crazy. You really need to join us, have our laws, which protect private property, you can get rich, and you'll like it much better. Of course, what he really meant was, we want to take you over and, if you don't have private property, you can't sell us everything you have, which we want you to do. So we're going to get you to do this or we're going to shoot you, one or the other. Which is their standard approach to these things, as we can see in Afghanistan and Iraq. I was about to mention that. JS, they're bringing democracy to Iraq, only they don't seem to be doing a good job of it right now. You see a lot of mounting resistance. JS, the thing is, they're invading the whole world essentially, and it's true they can conquer any part of it they want to, but that doesn't mean people are going to like them, or put up with it, or not resist. Of course people are going to resist, from all kinds of points of view. I don't think this is ever going to end until they leave. That's actually what I think. And I think the same thing is true for America. I don't think there is any solution to any of these problems until America is desettlerized. One question from a listener is, how do we desettlerize a country like the US or Israel? Especially in a place like the US, where many righteous national liberation movements, such as the Black New African and the Chicano movements especially, overlap and may contradict native land claims and national liberation. J.S. I don't think any of us are going to have problems solving our relations with each other as long as we get the U.S. empire and capitalist rip-offs out of the way. There is plenty of land in America. Everyone could live here who lives here, quite well, with a lot of autonomy, a lot of justice, a lot of room for expression and development. But the obstacle isn't each other, in that sense. As for desettlerization, it's already happening, because settlerism is a phenomenon of the past, really. All over the world, settler societies, as we saw in Africa, are going out of business. In Algeria, which was officially a province of France until the 1950s revolution, you had 1 million French settlers living there, and virtually the whole of the French army occupying it. Finally they all had to leave. Yeah, Algeria has a lot of problems, but it is Algerian. I don't think that's going to happen here, obviously, because there's no place for that kind of migration to happen. But desettlerization isn't happening that way. Like in Israel, the problem is not that Jewish people live in Palestine. The problem is there are special laws, unjust laws, that deny land to Palestinians who live there while, of course, giving land to Zionists, even though they may have no connection whatsoever to Palestine that anybody can prove, except they say they follow the Jewish religion. They come from Russia, they come from Brooklyn, they come from wherever. People look at America and they don't see how America could be desettlerized, but it's being desettlerized right now. It's funny. The place where I work, the other guys who work there are Mexican. They're not Chicano, they're Mexican. First generation. This is not their home is back in Mexico. Very conservative family people in a social way. More conservative than I am, for sure. They're exactly the kind of Mexicans that the Republican Party and Bush are aiming at as the ideal minority. In fact, some of the guys voted for Bush because he sounded like a better leader or something. So they're not radical in any political sense whatsoever. But it's interesting when you talk to them about America. They don't believe in the United States at all. What they think is that the United States and Mexico are really just one country. To them it isn't just Aztlan. It isn't just the Southwest. It's that, there's Mexico, which is, to them, a special place, a really good place. Too poor, but a good place. As they say, it has everything but money. And then there's America. Lots of different people live here. They think that's great, and just how it should be. But, they've noticed this funny thing. And I don't want to insult anybody, but the way they look at it, Americans don't like to work. We're in the wealthy suburbs, and there are Mexicans all over the place, of course. All the landscaping, porters, guys unloading trucks, people laying masonry for the patios, all the workers are Mexican. So their view is they don't quite understand America, but they've figured out one thing: real Americans aren't into working. They don't understand it, but okay, fine by them. To them, there's this huge land, which frankly needs them, because they're the people who are going to do the work. They actually don't believe in a separate United States in any real sense of the word, immigration laws, borders. They think that's nonsense. It isn't just because of the legal history, but really, to them, it's their country as much as it is anyone else's. And they're not nationalistic in any narrow sense about it. They talk about the fact that, yeah, Mexican guys live here. One guy knows a guy who married a Polish woman, who immigrated from Poland, and he thinks that's great. But to them, America doesn't belong to the people who call themselves Americans. That's where they differ from the Republicans and George Bush. They're part of the actual reversal of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo that's going on, only it's happening in a very postmodern way. It isn't simply reversal in terms of the Southwest. Clearly the whole character of the Southwest is changing year by year. I'm in the Midwest, and when the Mexican consulate said it was going to issue ID cards so that people could get bank accounts and everything else, we literally had a traffic jam. There were 10,000 people lined up on the main business street. Completely bizarre. And all the right-wingers are having fits. They're writing letters to the newspaper saying, this Mexican ID card is as good as an American birth certificate. How can we let this happen? But the logic of modern globalized life is that they have to. The banks want bank accounts with this money in it, so they want these people to have consular IDs, which aren't American in any way whatsoever. You can just see, year by year, the whole shift starting to happen socially, culturally. It has to happen in a political sense, of course, and it hasn't yet. But you certainly can see the underlying migration that is a migration not just geographically, but is changing politics just as surely as when black people left the South and immigrated to the northern industrial cities, or when we Asians came to Hawaii and the West Coast in the 19th century. Is that how you see desettlerization working, where you see this migration of peoples? It sounds like that is how it is working in practice in the Midwest, and historically how it has worked in the South as well as the Northeast. Would you say that is how desettlerization will happen in the United States over the next few years? Yes, that's the underlying historical thing that will happen, but it isn't going to deal with the whole political struggle, which we're now engaged in, because, of course, the white settler population has essentially had a historic 400-year pact with capitalism, which is that they will get the best of everything. Maybe that won't be a lot, but it will be the best of the little. They will get the best of everything that is available in return for supporting capitalism and the U.S. empire and its conquest over other people, as well as its exploitation. Well, frankly, globalization and the desettlerization of North America is threatening that. How long can you have a population in which more and more people don't actually work? I mean, you say the word welfare in America and everybody's supposed to picture a black woman in a housing project. But the real welfare is for white middle-class people. You have entire office buildings and cities full of people who don't actually produce anything. They move paper around, they bill people, they do things, but they don't actually produce anything. Everything that is produced somewhere else by somebody else. And the question is, how long can that be maintained? I would say it's breaking down even now. It certainly is in Europe, and that's why there are fascist movements and all this right-wing stuff happening in Europe. Because the social compact is breaking down, and it's going to happen here too. And the political struggle is not going to happen peacefully, in the sense that it's not going to be some gradual social process. The underlying economics are one thing. The political struggle over who gets what out of that and whether there will be a just society or not is a whole other question. Another question from the audience: what are some of the biggest misconceptions about your writing, and how do you respond to some of the critics who have written about your writing? JS: actually, although I've heard a lot of criticism, there hasn't been a lot of writing criticizing it. I always tell people I don't have a problem with criticism, just write down factually where the mistakes are and we can argue about that. At that point, people disappear, because they can't seem to locate those things. I'd say the biggest misconception, though, is that people think I'm talking about race alone, that everything in America is determined by race, and that's not really what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that race in America has been used as an identifier for capitalism to form and control classes, that race is not just a metaphor for class, but an identifier of class in real terms. So that everything is upside down, things that are racial are really about class. Like affirmative action. The real affirmative action is the enormous built-in advantages that white middle-class people, particularly from the suburban school systems have, that get them into universities, and getting corporate jobs and networking. Everybody knows this. It's not a big deal. It's just a fact, right? So that's the actual affirmative action. These other programs are really to compensate for that, and are just the warped forms that